Federal government denies plans for telecom and fuel taxes.
Air Force airlifts election materials.
Edo government demolishes suspected ritualist building in Uromi.
Federal government unveils 50 million naira fund for cancer patients.
Well, on the foreign scene, we told you that Trump has said that nuclear agreement could be signed soon.
In business, Nigeria's external reserves rise by $1 billion.
Well, in sports news, DR Congo and first World Cup point.
In entertainment, Thames set to perform at Barack Obama's Presidential Center opening. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. We witness news happening near you. We want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. Can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndumdioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you, That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,006, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there's no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage, as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Healthcare professionals, researchers, and innovators gathered at the Landmark Center in Lagos for the World Health Expo 2026, showcasing technologies aimed at improving healthcare delivery. Among the innovations on display were advanced diagnostic and scanning systems, automated laboratory equipment, oxygen delivery devices, and medical training mannequins. Exhibitors also showcased infection control solutions, including hospital-grade disinfectants, sterilization products, and many others designed to improve patient safety.
We provide support services. We import equipment, medical equipment, to meet the yearning needs of Nigerians and meet all their needs in the hospitals and medical places and the laboratory as well.
I think Nigeria is the big demand for the medical equipment. Yeah, so we visit many hospitals in Nigeria, more than 100. So we see the basic medical equipment is not enough, such as our digital X-ray machine. Many bigger hospitals still don't have. They use the analog one. So we think they need the digital X-ray machine.
This is the ultrasound Akusin Sequoia. It's the latest from Siemens 2026. It comes with upgraded features and AI features specifically. For this machine, it measures for you automatically. Yeah. So, and also it tells you the organs you are measuring. So if you are the liver section, it tells you are the liver, the sagittal aspect, transverse aspect. If you are in the spleen, the kidney, to tell you this is the right kidney, this is the left kidney. For the cardiology, it measures for you your LAA, RAA automatically.
This machine is able to do ENA panel. You know, in the past, if you have systemic lupus, ENA issues or ANA issues, the samples are sent to Turkey, they're sent to UK. They were never done in Nigeria until recently that we introduced the autoimmune device. So right now, if you have a case of autoimmune, you can be diagnosed in Nigeria and get treatment. What these have successfully achieved is that it has reduced patient waiting time. So in place of waiting for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks to get results for a sample that be sent abroad, labs now do this in Nigeria. So you can walk into a lab that offers this service and get a shorter waiting time, thus improving the patient outcome.
GNCR represents 27 leading medical equipment technology brands that are leaders in their area of specialty. So for example, Canon Medical for imaging equipment, CT, X-ray, ultrasound, MRI, Electa for linear accelerators for cancer treatment, Gettinger AB for everything you need in your operating theaters, in your ICU, from the ventilators. So our solutions start from when a patient enters the hospital, from the ambulance that brings him to the hospital, to the stretcher he's on, to the bed he would lie down on, to when he gets into theater for surgery, the table he's on, the anesthesia machine, the instrumentation, everything around that, till he goes back to the ward and goes home on a wheelchair or walking out. We have equipment that can support the continuum of care from beginning to the end.
Stakeholders say the expo reflects Africa's growing embrace of precision medicine, medical automation, and technology-driven healthcare solutions.
Today I've gone around, I've seen machines, equipment that have AI in our robotics coming into their software. So they are futuristic machines. And this program, like I said, bring in time pass. Nigeria is always where we have things that happen 10 years in other places before they come to us. These days, this program, they are bringing this technology very close to us. So it's really, really helping us in the health sector.
They add that continued investment in innovation and capacity building will help improve healthcare access and outcomes across the continent. Today marks the final day of the World Health Expo 2026, bringing to an end 3 days of innovation, collaboration, and discussions aimed at strengthening the medical healthcare systems and improved patient outcomes. Stakeholders are now living with new partnerships, fresh insights, and renewed commitments to bringing healthcare delivery across the continent. From the Landmark Center, Lagos, I am Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live. Keep watching VOP. TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming up.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edge Dialogue,
We bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence, and
please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KGK loves sports.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher. And that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up. A lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,600, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there's no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop Tv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? Everybody that's shaking the man fine back with the Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
this particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to VOP This Morning. I am Chukwuma Okoro. In the next 2 hours or so, we'll take you through very interesting, trending political topics here in Nigeria. And we'll start this way. Minority Caucus urges Tinubu to prioritize security and economic recovery over 2027 politics. Away from that, London jury acquits the Zayani, Alison Madueke, and co-defendants of all bribery charges after high-profile trial. And after that, Court of Appeal upholds ban on NBC fines, strikes out broadcast sanctions case. Now, those are the major topics of discussion. Good morning, Jen.
Good morning, Mr. Okoro.
How are you? Good to see you.
Very well, thank you.
Well, before we get into all of this, let's take you into newspaper headlines this morning.
Let's begin with the Vanguard newspaper. Japa, only 55,000 doctors left to treat 220 Nigerians. That's the lead story on the front page of the Vanguard newspaper. No considerations for fuel, telecoms, taxes. Federal government replies IMF. My take on Kwara's next governor. How Showore lost in his alleged rights violation suit against SSS, its DG. This is according to Collins Oloko. Worry delineation, our position going forward. That's coming from the Ijo Robo leaders. UK court acquits ex-petroleum minister Alison Madueke of bribery charges. Those are the stories from the Vanguard newspaper.
Okay, now let's quickly run to the New Telegraph newspaper. NIBSS check transactions down 17.3% to 1.20 trillion naira in 5 months. Investment, ASRS targets $500 million new deals, unlocks over $1 billion. The window headlines, Tinubu, through judicial independence built on officers' dignity, commissions FHC judges' headquarters. Well, UK court clears Diziani of all charges in corruption trial. Oshomole moves to forestall Senate probe, denies forgery claim, says comments on Akpotu Uduahan's suspension misrepresented. No plans for new telecom, fuel taxes, federal government. Says it is IMF recommendation, not government. I like that. Well, the big story, minority caucus, insecurity, judicial chaos strengthening 2027 polls. That we'll talk about that in the course of the program. Accuses Tinubu's government of chasing elections over governance. Demands 72-hour rescue for Oyo abductees. APC afraid of election, wants coronation. Secondus, that's former PDP national chairman. Trump says Israel-Iran deal may be signed today as U.S. officials reveal packed details. Israel defies Trump, launches fresh strikes on Lebanon. INEC, 1.03 million to vote in Ekiti Goba poll. That's interesting. SDP, court adjourns Gabam's trial to July 28. Obedient movement belongs to Nigerians, not politicians. POMR. More story from the New Telegraph newspaper. Troops, veterans welfare. Reps review military overhaul as stakeholders advocate better health care. Gunmen kill 9 mourners, injure 11 in fresh attack on Kaduna community. Children constitute 75% of modern slavery victims in Africa. That's coming from NAPTIP. Very sad story. Senate urges African children to hold on to their dreams. Hold on to their dreams indeed. And the bottom strip, caffeine restores social memory after sleep deprivation. That's coming from a story. And that's it from the New Telegraph.
I think we can still take the Tribune.
Yeah, let's check.
From the Nigerian Tribune, Diziani free. London court clears her of bribery charges. Ex-minister says faith family sustained me through 11 years of traumatic journey. Alleged 2.8 billion naira contract fraud. How Sirika approved Nigerian air consultancy contract to associate. That's coming from the EFCC. Ekiti governorship poll. INEC reports 97.1% PVC collection as NAF early sensitive materials for Cuba and by-elections. Federal government launches free TV platform, targets jobs, investment, and growth. Health. Exercise is the closest treatment to slow Parkinson disease, says researchers. Nigeria's external reserves rise by $1 billion in 14 years, near CBN $51.4 billion 2026 target. Insecurity overtakes economy as Nigeria's top concern ahead of 2027 elections. That's coming from SMD Intelligence. Federal government commissions NADDC Automobile Training Center in Zamfara. Those are the lead stories on the front page of the
And that's pretty how far we can go this morning on Newspaper Headlines. We'll return at 10 o'clock for extended review of headlines and inside stories. In the meantime, let's go on a short break. And when we return, we'll get into our first major topic of discussion. Minority caucus urges Tinubu to prioritize security and economic recovery over 2027 politics. Please do join us again. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream, smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Vop TV.
Hi everyone, hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Toe Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they're doing, their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria. And it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms. And on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher. And that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up. A lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,006, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there is no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an overbloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the Voting.
Welcome back. The Minority Caucus in the House of Rep has accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of prioritizing preparations for the 2027 elections over addressing urgent national issues. The caucus cited worsening insecurity, economic hardship, kidnappings, and rising public concerns as evidence that governance is taking a backseat to political calculations. They have also called on the government to suspend all activities linked to the 2027 elections and instead focus on a 6-month national security and economic recovery plan. The lawmakers also raised concerns over recent judicial decisions affecting opposition political parties, alleging attempts to weaken democratic opposition ahead of the next general election. They called for reforms in the security sector, a transparent investigation into the death of retired military officer General Rabi Abubakar, and urgent action to secure the release of abducted school children and teachers, insisting that national security and citizens' welfare should take precedence over elections. We have in the studio this morning Mr. Dele Fanimo. He's a veteran reporter and political affairs analyst. We also have Mazi Amobi Ihegoro. He's a pharmacist and public affairs analyst. We'll be joined later on from our guests in our Benin studios, Liberty Omori and others. Good morning, Mr. Dele. Good to have you. What's your assessment of this? Do you think this is a worthy call at this time?
Sorry, before Dele goes on, I'm not a pharmacist. I've said it before.
Yes, okay. Mazi had said before that he's not a pharmacist. Okay. But he works in the pharmaceutical sector.
Okay. By proxy, you are. Okay, Mr. Fanimo, what's your view on this, please?
For me, it's coming a shade too late. This was the essential thing they should have been doing right from the word go. They were in opposition in the National Assembly, and they shouldn't all the time endorse everything that the majority party says or wants to do. But right now, a lot of meanings will be read to all of this. And I would have been so happy if this thing that is just coming less than 7 months into the next election had come earlier. Where were they when some of them that came from humble background before that election suddenly found affluence and decided to subsume themselves under the majority rule in the National Assembly? But as for the message, yes, governance and politics are two different things. Government should concentrate on governance. That is what we voted them to do for us. That's why we surrendered our sovereignty to them. Look, please, we are giving our life to you, quote and unquote. Make the best use of it for the betterment of the majority. And that was our expectation. But in the last 3 years, this is the administration that started politicking rather too early. In the life of any administration, out of these 4 years, from my own assessment and from what we have seen in the past, for those who didn't prepare for governance, who just happen on governance, the first 6 months after swearing in is to begin to group in the dark, looking for proposals, looking for everything, and then trying to stabilize, having meetings with permanent secretaries, having meetings with head of statutory boards and corporation. And then you start the real job of governance on the 7th month or thereabout. But by the time you turn the 2nd year to the 3rd year, politics begins.
Yeah.
And so, in the life of an average administration, you have between 1.5 years or 2 max as serious governance. You understand?
Okay.
But in this era, from day one, we have witnessed continuous politicking back to back. Right. Opposition will do its own. The government, as represented by APC, will respond, and there's so much distraction, and everything is placed within the presence of politics. Now we're talking about insecurity. Some people will say it's one of the ways of playing politics. How can you play politics with somebody's life?
All right.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
All right. Mazi, they have asked for a 6-month recovery plan. Realistically speaking, is that achievable? Would that achieve what they couldn't do in 10 years?
Well, the new minority leader, wants to, as it were, put the minority in the forefront, as it were. It's rather coming late. My problem is sustainability of this, what they have said yesterday. How can they sustain it? I will recall the role played by Lai Mohammed, of those days. He succeeded in keeping the ruling government on their toes. Now, because of politics of self-preservation, it has become increasingly difficult for the opposition to put their ass together. And that is what we get. The Nigerian people are changed in the scheme of things. So if they can sustain it, that will be better. But after 6 months, what can they do? They're not in the majority.
Okay.
They're not in the majority. Of course. Sorry, Mr.
No,
Goro.
go ahead.
Of course. After the expiration of the date, their ultimatum, as it were, they should be able to move something. Part of the parliamentary tools they can use is to, begin to probe the executive or begin to make moves to impeach the executive. Do they have what it takes to do such things? So I should think they should also, strategize. Nigerians have noted their concerns. After 6 months, we are waiting for what will be the next turn that they're likely to make.
What will be the next thought? Mazi, you and Dele seem to be on the same page, saying that this started a little too late, that they should have, I been doing this before now. But I do recall that on several occasions, it's a difficult thing to be a minority. It's a difficult thing to be in the opposition. If you look at the way governance is constructed, you will discover that even in the places like UK and probably in the United States, the opposition, they are hamstrung. You can only criticize, you can only talk, but you don't have the tools of authority. You don't have state power to do anything. And when you talk about impeachment, they don't even have the numbers. Because in Nigeria here, APC constitutes the majority in the National Assembly, both in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. You recall that on several occasions, the opposition has been shouting, we are going in a different trajectory and all of that. So my question is, what do you think that we should reconstruct our governance structure to the extent that, opposition will not just have a say, minority will not just have a say, their say will become actionable? Is it possible? How would that happen?
That will be standing democracy on its head. You see, for a few months ago, when the issue of Electoral Act was being tinkered with, I said here that part of it should be that there must be no defection. If you defect, you lose your seat. That will strengthen the political parties, as it were. Thank God NDC is buying into it. We'll see how that one will go. Assuming the opposition are still intact without these defections and what have you, then they could have pulled some, strings, as it were. So we missed that opportunity when we were, looking at the Electoral Act. We would have enshrined it that if you move, you lose your seat. It will make political parties to stay put and do the work for which they are supposed to do. Now the opposition has been so cut to sizes that it becomes impossible for them to do anything. They are just there, they will talk. Maybe in the next 3 weeks, the new minority leader will also talk. At the end of it all, at the end of the ultimatum, they will not be able to do something because they have been cut to sizes by their selfish interest. So if you ask my considered opinion, they just want to be heard.
Okay.
They cannot do significantly anything because of the majority of APC members in the House. And who says that majority cannot look, be swung to the opposition? They should also, because they are Nigerians. What the oppositions are saying are the true existential condition of Nigerians, of which the majority members of the House are also part of it.
Okay.
I want to see a situation where it will be fluid. The majority members of the House should also see issues from the minority point of view and act accordingly. But in Nigeria, it is very, very difficult.
I'm happy
because of the bread and butter politics.
every time you talk, you end up where you give something that looks realistic.
Yes.
You come back and say in Nigeria.
Yes.
Because in Nigeria, those things are they're workable. Because like now, the opposition, the minority leader is trying to assert himself. I'm happy that you brought us to the issue of what the NDC is trying to do, asking candidates to swear to an affidavit. I mean, if you leave this party, you lose your seat. Legally, morally, is it possible? Implementation, how is it going to work out?
Yeah, when policies like this are made, political parties are entities. They can make rules that governs them. But you also know that once their rules runs counter to the Constitution, to that extent, the Constitution takes precedence as the grand norm, of the country. But that was why I was saying that it could have been enshrined in the Electoral Act, making it, difficult for any person. Because what will happen, as a matter of fact, is that once you come into the House from NDC, and probably a governor in that state is from another party, before 6 months, you see every other person moving towards that direction, and then leaving the party that brought them into power, memberless, as it were. So the point we are making is that it will enrich our jurisprudence. Let it happen first.
Okay, let it happen first.
People defect, and they will go to court. The member that defected and the party that said you cannot defect, they will go to court and sort it out. And then at that point, the court will decide one way or the other whether it is feasible, whether it is constitutional for political parties to make rules that governs their members.
Okay.
And all that. So it's development.
It's development.
Yes,
it's going to
we are moving
strengthen
forward.
It's going to strengthen our jurisprudence, according to you, because people will go to court to contest all of that. Then I'd like for you to give us your reaction, to this development. We had a brief discussion of the air about what NDC is trying to do, swearing to an affidavit, going to court to legitimize it, and all of that. What do you think about this? Legally, morally, politically correct? Is it justiciable at the end of the day? What do you see coming?
We are going back to the era of Ngigi and his godfathers. And Ngigi, at the point of walking through electoral process, he acceded to the demands of his godfathers. But by the time he got to government, he realized that there was no way he could cope with the demands of his godfathers. And he reneged. And the whole thing became a mess to the point of kidnapping a sitting governor in the government house. Now, this particular invention, I call it an invention because no party has openly declared that you must sign an agreement that will not defect. Political parties in Nigeria are not political parties, they are just platforms. And when you stand on a platform and it becomes shaky, the ideal thing for you, if you want to survive, is to look for a platform that is not shaky. And so these politicians go through the history of these politicians, particularly the big ones today in Nigeria. They have changed political parties at one time or the other. Even those in NDC, they are still changing parties. So as long as it runs counter to the tenets of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and the electoral law as amended, it's not going to stand.
So what are the provisions of the Constitution and the electoral law on this matter, on the issues of defection?
Section 68, bracket 1, and Section 109 stated clearly that if you defect from one political party to another, you stand to lose that seat. But in furtherance to that, the Supreme Court and the electoral law also said the only reason why you can defect is when there is crisis within your political party. And it was not stated that it must be at the federal level, at the national level or at state level. Crisis in the world level is enough to say, because of this crisis, and who precipitates crisis? The politicians themselves. I could be in a world meeting and myself and the secretary of the party can orchestrate a problem, and I'll slap the chairman of the party. And then before the whole fracas, I would call a press conference and say, that man is now former chairman of the political party, while the secretary has been made interim chairman of that political party. At what level? But that is enough to say there is crisis, And so, if you have that in mind, you see, morally, there is nothing like morality in politics. It's a game of thrones.
No, there's morality in politics.
In Nigeria, there's no morality in politics.
Now, should we be talking about politics in general, or should we be talking
politics
about
in Nigeria?
Well, we are trying to build a democracy. So Nigeria should not be a standard.
No, you see, we are not saying it's a standard, but the reality is Nigerian politics is peculiar.
Okay.
And we cannot run away from it. It is only in Nigeria that the candidate is stronger than the party.
All right.
Because he has the war chest. But in other climes, the party still pretend over the candidate, no matter how big you are. Okay. And until 1999, parties were stronger than individuals. Look at the lives of Adisa Akinloye. Joseph Waya will come all the way from Lagos and come and see Adisa Akinloye in Ibadan to discuss what he wants to do at the National Assembly. But today, the Akpabio will call the party chairman to come to his residence at 2 a.m. because he wants to discuss with you.
I've not seen that happen. In any case, there are so many talking points in this because the legislators, also talked about insecurity, hard governance has taken a backseat and all of that. Let's quickly run to the guest from Benin City, Comrade Liberty Omori, who joins us as a political affairs analyst. Okay, so we'll take him and we'll come back in the studio so that we'll expand the discussion. Good morning, Mr. Omori, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
God bless you.
Oh, beautiful. Good to have you join us. Now, I'm sure you have followed this conversation. Minority caucus in the National Assembly says, well, Mr. President, the ruling party, politicians, we seem to concentrate more, on politics instead of governance. We need a rejigging, we need a re-engineering of the polity to the extent that governance will take precedence over politics. Insecurity, economic decline, and all of that. 2027 is on the radar. According to them, politics has taken precedence and governance seems to have been abandoned. How do you react to this development?
It's a step in the right direction, but it's coming too late. Coming very late. And from what I see from the minority leader is that, according to the previous speaker, he said that they just want to make a name, they just want to make a mark, they want to be heard. I think this discussion came from one of the arguments they were discussing about one-term tenure, so that elected officials can focus on administration rather than the next election. So we cannot be having somebody who was elected to serve Nigerians just 2 years into the administration is now focused on the next election. It does not serve the citizens well, it does not serve the country well, internally and externally. And on this the expression gave to the fact that he should lead or resign. Very important, because what we are seeing in the country now is terrible. Nobody is safe, whether in Lagos, in Abuja, nobody is safe. You cannot expect someone you elected to protect life and properties, and still is still in position of power. Is the GCFRO, head of state, the president, everything revolves around him, and still comfortable campaign. We are having city movements. We are having a first lady giving out cars, going to Akwa Ibom as if nothing concerns them. And these are the same set of people as at 2014, 2015 made huge promises to Nigerians that the government the government as in power then, we are not doing enough. There was a massive protest all over the country, Occupy Nigeria, and they are in power now, doing nothing. They are not even showing concern. That's the most painful part. They are not even showing concern. Imagine the head of state going to Jos, not even to the community where it was affected, to the airport, and tell the people that they don't have light, that you'll be leaving in 10 minutes. These people, it shows that they don't have sympathy.
All right, comrade, do you?
They don't have empathy.
Comrade, I need to get.
And it's disgusting because these are the same people that criticize the government.
Comrade, I need to get your take on this. If President Tinubu ignores this caucus and their demands, do you think that, or do you see Nigerians punishing him at the polls?
Please,
or do you
come
think
again.
it's
I know
just...
you. Come again.
Okay. Should President Bola Tinubu ignore the demands of the caucus and the minority leaders? Do you see Nigerians punishing him at the polls, or do you think this is just an opposition making noise?
If I would love to say time will tell, but if the opposition is not even careful, they will also be voted out of power in the polls. It's either they take this matter serious now, not just by words but by action. Like what I heard in minority said that if he refused to resign or lead, they will pursue every legislative means to usher him out. Or I believe it was just talking about impeachment. He himself has to be very careful and serious about his position, because the youth of this country made a statement in 2023, and it was heard, and they are going to make a statement in 2027. If the president is even ready to lead, people will go to the polls, sleep in the polling booths, go to the center until the result is announced. I'm not trying to campaign for the position or the opposition or the people in power. I'm just trying to tell the whole politicians and every public office holder over the country, it is time to get serious.
You actually sound...
With leadership.
You actually sound very confident that Nigerian youths will galvanize, stand up, and demand for the right thing. But you do know that, I mean, if you look at the presidents of this current administration, protests haven't really brought about good results. Neither have the opposition been able to hold the incumbency, to account.
How can you protest when there's no food in the belly? And those days of how to say Jonathan, those days you protest, there's food in their stomach, they will go to protest. When they come back, there's food to eat and go back again. But nowadays, when you go to protest and come back, no food at home, no food to feed your family, you just have to organize yourself, organize your people for one special day. And that day is election day. There's no need to be raising banners. When you raise the banners up and there, people are getting wiser, because what we have seen in this government for the past 10 years, those who are protesting is even at risk. They are against the barrier. They are against the bullet. They are fighting against the bullets. They are fighting against every forces of state, even the courts.
Okay.
Every parastatal of the state is against protest. So everybody have to challenge their way that let's play this game the way they have created for us, but better than them.
Okay, all right
That's
then. Thank you very much, Comrade
It's going to be an
Liberty
election of
Omori.
protest.
We would like for you to stay with us as we coast home onto the next conversation. In the meantime, before we leave, let's come back to the studio. Now, the Minority Caucus also asked for some form of, they say, security reforms. I mean,
This is a message to anyone who wants to make money with AI.
reforms, change
My name is Chris,
services,
and I'm
increased funding and all of that. Is it appropriate for people to come out and say, well, we need security reforms without having to more like give some kind of template? This is what we expect you to do. This is what we need you to do. Or is it just talk shop? People just need to talk, or what?
Talk is cheap. Most critics, if you want to put them off balance, when they criticize, they are very good at doing that. But ask them, what is the alternative? They draw blank. These people have been in government in the last 3 years. And the right thing for them to have done is to articulate alternatives to the current security architecture. If we are heavy on kinetic, they should be able to tell us that we should be slow on kinetic and get stronger on non-kinetic. If we have been strong on infantry armor, they should tell us, look, warfare in modern day space is more about airstrikes and all that. But if you are just saying that they should rejig, it's not just about removing service chiefs and putting another person there. The person you are removing is a product of that particular environment. And the person you are bringing in is not coming from heaven. It's also a product of that community. So,
okay, all right.
So for me, I would rather say that they have not said anything.
They have not said anything. Dele, you're a political analyst. You've done this for a very long time. So can you help us? Can you give us some prescriptions? I mean, if government comes to you to say, Mr. Fanimo, what can we do? I mean, we have tried this and this is not working. Do you have any idea of what you think the government should do?
Yeah. First, you see, I've taken time to look at what is really going on in the last 2, 3, 4 months.
Okay.
Now I discovered that the element of intelligence shouldn't be restricted to the military alone. Now, where the military has failed in the fight against Boko Haram, you can see that the police force is even getting stronger because they are trained as detectives.
But we also have military intelligence.
You have military intelligence, but military intelligence is about reconnaissance. But you see, the psychology of criminality is stronger with the police. So there should be a strong collaboration between the police and the armed forces in the fight against these terrorists. The policeman is local. The soldier can only come to the civilian environment when there is need for it. But the policeman lives with the criminals. They sleep together. So he knows. Look at the case of the Oyo kidnap. the former Minister of Power's sister and the two sons. Look at the way they went into it. They were able to detect the abode of those people.
Okay, so your prescription now is that we should do more of police intelligence.
Yes. To back up
in gathering
the military
information.
enforcement.
But I just want to quickly chip in here. But you do know that Nigerian police and the army have always had a love-hate relationship over the years. Do you think they can put that aside and that synergy can work in fighting this?
Well, for the good of the country, why not? All they need to do is to recalibrate the relationship and let them see reason why they need to work together. Where the police is weak in terms of firepower, then let the soldiers complement. Where the police is strong in local intelligence, let them complement the role of the military.
Okay, more like
that way,
interagency
synergy.
Okay.
You see,
All right,
that's
then.
one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dele. Okay, you still have more. Unfortunately, we
Mr.
don't
Bro,
have
let me
time.
come in
Oh,
here.
yes, I would like
Let me
the
come in here.
prescriptions
see,
that you have.
Dele has talked about, the police force being centrally placed to do this job of intelligence and all that. The government, in their wisdom, has also identified state police as a veritable tool to hedge against this problem we are having. It wouldn't have taken any serious government more than 14 days to pass this state police bill. It gets me worried when there is a bill that is capable of changing the narrative, is in the front burner. The government treats it with levity. But when there are issues that don't bother much on the welfare of the citizens, you see government, acting very fast. If we have identified state police as a way to go, I bet you any serious government will fast track this process. Within 2 weeks, it will be done. And then, the logistics, the other things that is associated with it. In the next 1-2 months, these things are in place to fight this menace called insurgents, terrorism, and what have you. But we are paying lip service to it. So it boils down to the political will, the seriousness of government to take head on this issue of terrorism and what have you. We should, as a matter, what does it take for a National Assembly to look at the first reading, the second reading, blah, 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 get it to the states? There will be a mandate. You suspend everything you're doing, look at it, come back to the National Assembly, and do what is necessary. In the next 2 weeks, the president will assent to that bill. So what I'm saying in effect is that there is I cannot from where I'm sitting, see the seriousness embedded in some of these things that will fast track the process of, stemming the tide of insecurity. I have not seen. Then to the other question you raised, I have not also seen any member of the avalanche group of spokespersons in the government trying to react to what the minority members of the House have said, which means they're taking it just like one of those things. If they think they are serious, you could have seen all those spokespersons could have reacted to it. Even the leadership of the House of Representatives have not reacted to it. So for them, it is just like one of those
business
things.
as usual.
Business as usual. They can talk and talk and talk. So there is need for government to take some steps that Nigerian citizens will see as being capable of, containing this insurgent. The thing is going wild. They are in the southeast. We have family members also. They are in the southeast. And the thing is going round. By the time it envelops the whole country, is at that time that we'll start doing something. It will not.
All right.
It will be too late.
Okay. It will be
so
too late.
we should act fast.
We should act fast. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Our analysts in the studio here have given their own prescriptions, and I just hope that the government is listening to them. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, Nigeria's former petroleum minister, Desiani Alison Madueke, and her co-defendants have been discharged and acquitted by the jury of all 6 bribery charges in the UK. Join us again. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. The former Petroleum Minister, Desiani Alison Madueke, has been cleared of all 6 bribery charges brought against her in a London court. Prosecutors had alleged that she accepted benefits and luxury gifts from oil and gas executives in exchange for influence over lucrative contracts during her time in office between 2010 and 2015, but she consistently denied the allegations. After more than 46 hours of deliberation, the jury returned unanimous not guilty verdicts on all counts. The ruling also cleared her co-defendants, oil executive Olatimbo Ayinde and her brother, Doye Agama, who were facing related bribery charges. The verdict marks the end of a high-profile corruption case that British authorities had pursued for over a decade. Over a decade, Dele, and she's been acquitted.
Well, the acquitter, if it had to be in Nigeria, a lot of reasons would have been adduced, but over there in UK. But the point is, it's just one of the many cases pending against her. I'm aware that Federal High Court has some cases. EFCC had preferred charges against her as soon as she left government in 2015. But as it is, it's a momentary relief for her in UK, at least. If the case had gone the other way, maybe by now she will be cooling her heels in one of the prisons, and possibly they might just use her as a high-profile Nigerian that can be moved down to Nigeria as a prisoner, exchange of prisoners, But she's lucky to have escaped that. But one thing I know about justice is, if you don't have enough evidence, even in your mind, you know that somebody has committed a crime. I've sat in a courtroom when I was covering judiciary, that a judge, when she wanted to pronounce judgment of acquittal, said, between you and I know you committed this offense. But the evidence before me is not strong enough to convict you. I hereby discharge you. Discharge and acquit you. But then, judgment is of God. That was the closing remark. So, all these monies, if Desiani feels strong about clearing her name, after the British court, then she should come back home.
She should come back home. Well, Dele, you have raised a very important point in this discussion. Mazi, let me come to you. 6 charges of bribery, discharged and acquitted by a UK court, by a London court. But like Dele said, this is just one of the many cases. Instructively and curiously, this same woman in the United States of America, monies have been recovered from her and sent to the Nigerian people. And so, is she going to gloat? I'm innocent of all the charges and all of that, knowing full well that she also still has cases here impending in Nigeria. And do you think that with this London judgment, she could come and wave it in front of Nigerian judiciary? See, I'm a free person. Is she going to come back?
Your gaze will be as good as mine.
Mas, I don't have a guess here.
Just like Dele said, it's a temporary relief and all that. I want to look at it rather morally speaking. If she has gotten acquittal, from a UK court, where we believe that they are so meticulous in issues like this. Recall that we found Nigerian court found James Ibori not guilty at a point, but the UK court found him guilty and what have you, and he has served the sentence. So what we are saying in effect is that it's a plus to her. It's a plus. So if the UK government cannot see sufficient evidence to nail her, then it's a plus. She can boldly walk into Nigeria and also begin her trial. based on the fact that, in a jurisdiction that we perceive not to, see white and call it black, has discharged and acquitted her, then she can, it's a good pedestal for her to begin to answer to some other charges in Nigeria.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
It's a plus to him.
It's a plus to her.
It's a plus.
All right. Comrade Liberty Omori, let's quickly run to you. Now, in this conversation, this woman that has been set free, more like on those bribery charges in the UK, still has questions to answer here. Like I said earlier, monies have been recovered from her, from the United States of America. And here in Nigeria, EFCC has, impounded some of her property and all of that based on evidence and court-ordered, impoundment and all of that. And so, in all of this judgment in the UK, does it exonerate her? What do you see?
The case in the UK is independent of the one in Nigeria. I'm not an expert in legal proceedings, but I read the commentary and I discovered that it was 3 persons the court in UK acquitted. She and her brother and one other person. Nigeria is independent of UK. The case in UK, she has been discharged, and it took 11 years for her to be acquitted. So I congratulate her for that one, at least for 11 years of trials and fight for justice. And finally, she got the justice she seeks. According to my fellow panelist there, he said he advised her to come back to Nigeria to start the process, because you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. I know properties have been forfeited, other things have been forfeited, houses, jewelries, and there have been legislative proceedings, investigation regarding this matter. For someone to be GMD of NNPC from 2010 to 2015, when the price of oil, nobody was on the high side. She should come and also account to Nigeria, just like the way they are still calling Mene Kyari. To come and still give account of all the monies was spent and everything was still spent. It's not witch hunting for me. It's not witch hunting for me, for her. But she should just come and clear her name so that everybody will be or they know on what really transpired, how money was moved, how properties was being exchanged, and it was exchanged. And in Nigeria, and until there's room for fair hearing for her.
Proof of fair hearing for
in
her.
Nigeria.
But do you have confidence in the Nigerian judiciary that they would actually do the right thing? I mean, she's been acquitted in the UK. Some Nigerians will say, okay, because it's the UK, maybe they did their due diligence. Do you think she might also be acquitted in Nigeria, or justice might be served?
That's a very big and technical question. Because as a Nigerian, we have to be patriotic at the same time.
Realistic.
We have to face reality. Because, the perception of seeing her, the media phrasing, everything has been there regarding this case. Meanwhile, there are other persons that have done the same thing, but no media coverage about that and no more investigation into that. But I'm not going to speak for the judiciary or speak for her, but I will speak as a citizen. And as a citizen of Nigeria, I believe in the justice system of this country. The only way the justice system in this country misbehave or there's judicial rascality is during when they are facing election matters. All that matters, they try to be very, very fair. They only have negative narrative during election matters. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's bring it back.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You see, in law, the way they look at evidence so seriously. Ordinarily, from a layman's point of view, from man on the street, you would think the person is guilty of the offense charged. But that is why some of us have asked, some of these agencies to do their due diligence very well, to gather their information solid, so that you can present it to the court. The court only looks at evidence before them. So if you don't have solid rock evidence that you put across to the judge cannot manufacture one for you.
Mazi, I'm happy that you brought us to this point, because I wanted to ask a question in line with that. This case dragged for
10 years.
10 years, almost 10, 11 years
11
and
years.
all of that. 11 years. And dragged on. Bribery case, should it have? I mean, on the strength of what you said, in terms of the evidence available, prosecutorial diligence, and all of that, do you in any way suspect that there might have been some kind of under-table dealings, that led to this case dragging? I mean, a jury had to find her innocent. I mean, so much money, in issue here, a lot of money, Nigeria's oil money. Like I said, hundreds of thousands of dollars have been recovered from this woman from the United States, and property seized here, on court orders. Why did the case have to drag for 11 good years?
You see, cases are isolative. One case, there must be some difference between case A and case B, and that makes a whole lot of difference in law. So you have to treat each case on its own merit. So when you, from a common viewpoint, you look at it as being similar. They are not similar. There must be something that distinguishes one case from the other. And that is why we talk about investigation. Your investigation must be thorough and proper. If you do a good job, like somebody, I was in court the other day, somebody, brought a witness, a prosecution witness. The complainant was complaining about something, about 35 million naira, whatever. And the lawyer on the other side, started cross-examining the prosecution witness, the complainant, the witness of the complainant. Said, are you sure that this is what evidence do you have? Do you have the evidence? You said in your deposition that, do you have any evidence to that effect? 5 questions the lawyer asked the witness, and he fell flat. The judge was hamstrung. He was looking at it. He said, lawyer, have you finished? He said, my
okay, so your case is as good as your
evidence. Yes, my case, what I'm saying in effect is that the weight of the evidence before the court will determine to a large extent, to the
how the jury will come
either one way or the other.
Mazi, so is it right to say that it was a weak case right from the start?
Of course, if you don't have evidence enough, sufficient evidence to nail her, you can't nail her. So what I'm saying in effect is that you must have to, we do a lot of media trials here. People are quick to, jump to the court for the optics and what have you. And there are lawyers on the other side too who will also punch holes on what you have done. So there must be, commitment by the prosecution to get solid rock evidence that can stand the test of time.
Okay, now, Dele, I would like for you to react. 11 years of prosecution. Case of bribery, why did it have to take that long? Do you smell any rats?
No rats. You see, why cases don't last this long in UK is the fact that if there are overwhelming evidence, your lawyer will even be the one to advise you that the longer this case go, the more your sentence. That was why at the second appearance in court, Ibori had to plead guilty. So it lightened his sentence. Perhaps, I'm sure this woman would have engaged a Queen's Counsel, equivalent of a son here. So that Queen's Counsel must have advised the client that you have a very strong case, and so let's go the whole hog. And that was why. And because it is not like Nigeria, where if a court, like equivalent of our own high court here, gives a judgment, and in no time, an appeal court, it tells on the integrity of the judge of the lower court. So he would want to be as meticulous as possible. Look at the case of Ekweremadu. the judge, despite appeals and interventions, he even had to mention the name of some of those people who intervened on behalf of Ekweremadu. But the overwhelming evidence against him, Ekweremadu, couldn't make him look the other way. Yeah. So, and he acknowledged all those things. You can see that that case is watertight. All right. The judgment was watertight. And so that's why Ekweremadu and the wife couldn't go on appeal. And they also had to hasten the process so that they don't spend, because every taxpayer's money spent on a case is considered as a loss to the British government.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fanimo. Let's go on a short break, and when we return, Court of Appeal upholds ban on NBC fines, strikes out defective appeal over broadcast sanctions case. Stay tuned. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has dismissed a National Broadcasting Commission (NBC) appeal upholding a federal high court judgment that bars the commission from imposing fines on broadcast stations without judicial approval. The court ruled that the NBC's appeal was fundamentally defective due to a naming inconsistency, making it legally incompetent and stripping the court of jurisdiction to hear it. The case stems from earlier judgments which found that the NBC acted unlawfully in imposing fines on media organizations, saying that such sanctions violated constitutional rights to freedom of expression. The latest ruling further strengthens judicial limits on the NBC's power to impose monetary penalties, reinforcing that only courts, not regulatory agencies, can lawfully issue such fines. Dele, let's have your take on this. What's your view?
So there are two
Illegal
sides to
fines
this.
is always been an issue, yeah.
Yes, as much as I am also a practitioner.
Yeah.
I understand the nitty-gritty of this. You see, there are two sides to it. On the side of the practitioners and on the side of the owners of the business. You see, for me, I am not too comfortable with this trend because it allows for impunity. I tell you, only few broadcasters, trained ones, adhere to the rules and tenets or ethics of this profession today. And you can imagine a radio station claiming that the OAP claiming that he can identify witches and he has been able to catch witches.
And maybe he can.
Maybe he can. He might be a witch doctor.
Chukuma, the way we were trained, I read mass communication. What cannot be proven? You can't come on here and say it. And NBC is the body charged with the responsibility of making sure that everybody is beaten to line. But when you allow it to get loose, then we may have the case of Rwanda in our hands in future.
Now, let's be very clear on this. The court is not saying that NBC cannot sanction, that NBC cannot fine. What the court is saying that you cannot do that without judicial approval.
Good.
It's like,
why is it? Sorry. It's like why is it not possible?
The court. It's like a governor waking up and saying, "Hey, pull down this house because it's been used by a kidnapper." You can't do that without the court approving of it. That is what this judgment is saying.
Now, what is sauce for the goose should be sauce for the gander? Why is it that road safety can impose fine without going through the court?
No, but there's a judgment banning road safety and even VIO from imposing fines.
Has it been
effected in Nigeria?
That's a different thing, but at least the court has said.
But there's a ruling on that.
You see, for instance, I gave my car to somebody last week to fix, and unfortunately, that guy didn't have a valid driver's license. And I had to pay a fine because he doesn't have the money to pay. What we are saying is, I am not saying that I wholeheartedly go against this law.
Okay.
I'm looking at the implication at the long run.
The implication at the long run. Like
Yes.
the excesses of
practitioners.
practitioners. Okay, all right. Maz, I would like for you to react to this judgment. Well, NBC, you cannot without judicial approval. How does it strike you?
Well, it's part of the checks and balances we have in the system. It is generally believed that if you concentrate power in the hands of one party or group of bodies, the tendency exists that human beings can overreach themselves. So probably that was why that aspect of cross-checking with the judiciary comes in. It's clear there is a qualitative difference between the regular media and the social media. So if you now want, issues that are not confirmed and all that, you can go to your social media and get avalanche of it. There are plenty of news, conjured by people and what have you, just for entertainment of the people. That is why any designing person, if you have not seen it on a regular media, you cannot go to the market with it. You cannot go to the bank with it. So I think, it's an attempt. It's just like, what is it called? The legislator, making laws and, wait for the executive to append their signature before it becomes law. I think that it's part of, an attempt so that if the NBC doesn't like the face of television A, they will not just impose sanctions and what have you. Of course, before the judiciary will okay it, they must have gone through the nitty-gritty of the matter and all that. So if there are lapses, if there are gray areas, the judiciary will always find a way to, bridge the gap. So I think it doesn't remove the authority from NBA to sanction the stations,
broadcasters.
and all that. So it's a welcome development. I think there must be sanity. There must be checks and balances in the system.
All
That
right.
is only one way that the country can make significant progress.
All right. Comrade Omori, let's have your take on this. Do you think this is a welcome development or it's going to give room for broadcasting chaos?
No, it's not going to give any chaos at all. It's a democratic country, and where we have seen over the years that some parastatals, when you give them full power or we say a semi-autonomy, they turn to the Idi Amin of Uganda. So they begin to wield some naked powers until another action is being taken by superior power. So just imagine a parastatal like a NNPC, what is going on now? NNPC, what is going on now? So just like Mazi said, it doesn't take anything from them. There are regulations, there will still be checks and balances, but it has to be done through the courts. If NBC sanctions someone, a station rather, or a broadcasting station rather, they can go to court. But not just doing it like the way the road safety have been doing it, VIO have been doing it. I don't like a particular station, or the government of the day does not like this particular broadcasting. Therefore, you ban them. That would be a power unchecked.
Okay, but that is
by the time you just begin to bring all that.
Yeah, but that is valid. Your argument is valid. But at this point, who checks fake news? Who checks hate speech? I mean, if everything has to go through the court of law, how do you curb it? I mean, as it happens, so to speak.
You know what social media days is? The fake news is not really about the media's house. It's more of even the social media. If a broadcasting station report a fake news, it is easy to even locate them, to even sanction them. and sanction them and send them to court. But when we now come to social media, I don't, that is another ball game which we have to start bringing some another regulatory body to be involved. But as at this one, on this one, fake news can still be regulated by NBC. And anybody can sue anybody.
All right.
And
Liberty.
get justice.
Comrade Liberty, let's do some experiments here. Now, as a Nigerian, when you want authentic information, where do you go get it from? Is it on social media? Is it on traditional media? Is it on TV? Is it on radio?
You go to newspapers and mass media, just like your station. Let me add. There are even some broadcasting stations we know that they are not that viable. But because of the quality of their producers, editors, broadcasters, newsmen, you know that whenever this person is saying something, you can hold it. Even when the person is no longer in that broadcasting station. So when we want quality news, we know where to go. Okay. Not social media. Not social media. Social media can do breaking news and deny and do other things they want.
Okay, so apparently you don't rely on social media. You don't rely on social media for information. Well, as a customer, I'd like for you to give us your concluding thoughts on this topic and the other topics that we discussed in the course of the program.
Okay. First of all, I would like to emphasize my submission on the minority leader. You should remove that idea that majority will have their way, while minority will have their say. It was saying on a sister station yesterday that minority will have their say, majority will have their way. You should remove that from his mind. Every public officer is accountable to Nigerians. And whatever they do and whatever they say will be judged on election day.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Liberty Omori. Okay.
Okay.
Land
Okay.
Land on your thought.
Okay. On this NBC matter session, I think it was on a report on a terrorist attack in Zamfara that brought it. Every parastatal that a regulatory agency should make sure that they should play a supportive role and a corrective role.
Okay.
Not just sanctioning with money and money.
Okay, to keep peace in the land. To keep peace in the land. Thank you very much, Comrade Liberty Omori. Thanks for joining us on this program. Now, Mazi, to you, your concluding thoughts.
Yeah, I will want a situation where nothing is impossible. If you have a good, strong, focused opposition, they can swear the majority. And the time is now. Look at the existential condition of Nigerians. If you have a very powerful, very visionary, very focused opposition and the leadership, particularly, you can speak to the House members. You can swear their votes. Because everything is also, the situation Nigeria is now is affecting all and sundry. So they should not, be almost always talking about a minority can have their say and majority will have their way and all that. There is a way a strong minority leader can speak in the House, and you will swear some members of the ruling party to your own side. It's possible. It's possible. They call it lobby.
Okay.
It's possible. They should also move in and begin to look at those people that are amenable to their own vision and the way they see
and bring them into
and
the
then
fold.
bring them into the discipline.
All right,
and
thank you very much.
you have a very robust conversation within the house.
All right,
so
thank
let's
you
not
very
pass
much,
on that
Mazi.
fact that minority will always have their say while the majority will have their way. It's not now.
It's not now. Okay, Dele, your concluding thoughts.
Yeah, on NBC, I think we should also show some level of responsibility by making sure that we operate within the ethics of the profession as professionals, so that there won't be any need for NBC to go to court to challenge a judgment or trying to be Armstrong somehow. So, but on the National Assembly, for me, I still see that it's a belated intervention from the minority group, and I don't think it would have much effect on the government as we move on.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dele Fanimo. This would be a good place to anchor this conversation. We've been speaking with first Dele Fanimo here in the studio, who joined us as a reporter, but he's a public affairs analyst as well. And Mazi Amobi Ihimboro, a public affairs analyst. And from our Benin station, we had Comrade Liberty Omori, a political affairs analyst. We must appreciate your presence here and would like for you to stay with us as we get into newspaper review on top of the hour of 10 o'clock. On behalf of the backroom staff and my colleague here, Jane Ogoye, I am Chukuma Okoro. I'll see you on top of the hour, 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
Thank you for watching. Please join us newspaper reviews at 10.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you're rocking with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philou Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People
TV.
Love ya.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
We got you on this because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KGK loves sports.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? That's Shaggy, the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Newspaper Review, and you're very much welcome. I'm Jane Ogoye, and in the studio with us this morning we have Mazi Ihegoro Amobi, a public affairs analyst, and Dele Fanimo, who loves to be described as a veteran reporter. Good morning. And Chukuma Okoro.
I wanted to tell you that I'm here.
I know. I know. I saved the best for the last. Thank you so much for joining us. So a lot has been happening, and I love that we touched on quite a bit of them this morning on the show. Guardian newspaper, conflicting court orders, weak oversight, raise credibility doubts. Federal government shuns IMF, rules out fuel telecom taxes. Electricity Act amendment sparks protest as state regulators warn of re-centralization. Nigeria listed among hotspots for acute food insecurity, greatest concern. Which would you like to go?
Let's get some context to the...
To which one? Which
to
of
the
them?
main story itself. There must be riders.
Okay.
To it,
Conflicting
the
court
riders
orders.
from inside.
Okay, let's go to page 6.
But while you do that, let's try to talk about the issue of the federal government has come to say, Nigerians, there's nothing like tax on fuel and telecom, so it's only IMF prescription. I mean, we are not for it. You know, so Mazi, I'd like for you to go first.
Yeah, we should be able to ask ourselves a simple question. Why are people apprehensive? You know, why do you have goose pimple on people? You know, why the reaction? It's because they lack, this trust deficit is so much in Nigeria, particularly the present administration. You know, people don't seem to believe, you know, what they are doing. That is why you have this reaction, you know, because, and more importantly, we have been taxed. Nigerians have been taxed so much, you know, in recent times than in the time past. So every little thing, people react, you know. It's good that the government have come to, allay the fears of Nigerians about this. But even at that, if you ask an average Nigerian, you know, what he or she thinks, he will tell you that we don't believe these people because it could be a harbinger for whatever. They're merely flying the kite. They said it's IMF. Are we free from IMF? That's the question. Are we free from these multilateral agencies? You know, because we are borrowing so much, we need their assistance. There is this belief that the Tinubu administration has borrowed sufficiently much that than 3 or 4 administrations in the past and all that. So the reactions are very genuine. They are very, in place. It's up to government to tell Nigerians that it is not so. But whether the country, the Nigerian people are paying so much for so little, that is it. So the point is that it will take Oyewole, the finance minister, a lot more time to really convince the people. Remember, he was the architect of our new tax regime and all that. You know, if you ask an average Nigerian, when they see the minister, on screen and all that, what they see is tax.
Yeah.
What they see is tax, and it's psychological. And they say perception is real many a times. So it will take a longer time for him to really convince Nigerians that they are not taking in that direction. Because anything now is taxable, even the air you take.
In fact, 2 days ago at the market, when I went to the market, the woman who sells foodstuff was telling me that from next week, she's not sure she will be coming. So I asked her why, and then she said because they have to be paying market levy now, market tax. I said, is it for the local government? She said, no, it's Tinubu. That was her understanding. She said, it's Tinubu, and we have to pay 20,000 naira every month for each store. There is a tax. I said, is it tax or levy? She kept saying it's tax. So that's even the mindset of the average Nigerian, that they are taxed for everything.
Everything.
Okay, so then let's have you react to.
Well, I think contrary to perception out there, as of today, Nigeria is not owing IMF. The last debt was about 3.5 billion that was paid last year. So if today the federal government is saying no to some of the prescription, then we know that maybe they are coming on strong on IMF. But other creditor agencies across the world, particularly in the Far East, Nigeria is heavily indebted to them. And so, for me, it would have been a tax too many if we have to start paying for telecom and the other one. What is it, the other one now? It will be a tax too many. Not Nigerian. It will be very difficult for Nigerians to. And more so, most of these telecom operators, they have a way of taking that opportunity to swindle Nigerians. You know what is happening in the banking sector today. You wake up in the morning, the deduction is always in the night. And they are not working in the night. The computers are programmed to deduct your money in the night. So you wake up in the morning and see a lot, 500 naira, 700 naira. And when somebody deducts 500 naira from an account that has about 2 million naira, you just let it slide. But 500 naira in 1 million accounts, that's 500 million in a day. So it is very easy for them to post 250 billion. It's very easy for them to post 250 billion in a quarter of just 3 months. And Nigerians will hardly challenge some of these things. So we let it go. Now, telecoms, if you say telecoms should tax, I can assure you that if they are meant to tax maybe 1 naira on a minute call, they will turn it to 5 naira on a minute call. And how much of time do you have to begin to track how much is deducted from each call as tax? And then those guys, they have a way of warehousing their money back to their parent company, parent companies and their parent countries. And then Nigerians, what are they getting? What are we getting in return for these humongous tax we pay? When the telecom operators said they wanted to increase tariff, the only condition they gave was that the services would be improved.
Better.
But you now have more of dropped calls. You now have SMS you send multiple times. It won't get to the destination.
Internet,
and as soon as you send, they deduct from 4 naira to 6 naira.
It's a lot. Let's go to, before we go to Benin, to get the take of our analyst, Liberty Omori. I'd like to correct one thing. The IMF, Nigeria paid off IMF $3.4 billion principal sum, but Nigeria still owes IMF about $30 million, which is special drawing rights, service fees, and all of that is still outstanding. But my worry is, if we could pay them $3.4 billion, why leave the outstanding $30 million? So technically speaking, Nigeria is still indebted to IMF because we still pay some kind of service charge, just $30 million. I think they should be able to clear that so that we just come out clean, from IMF. But like you said, quite right, Nigeria is still indebted to other creditor agencies, multilateral agencies, as a matter of fact, even some countries like China and all of that. So, Comrade Omori, let's get your thought on this. We are discussing the tax that IMF said, well, Nigerians should pay taxes on fuel and telecom. How do you react to this? Because the federal government has come out to say, hey, we are not on that lane. You know, it's IMF prescription now. We are not taking any of that.
The woes of African nations and troubles of African nations and economies started from IMF recommendations. These international organizations have no interest in Africa, neither do they have the best interest of the black race in their mind. Why do I say this? The structural adjustment program did more harm than good to Nigeria. Who give them the authority to even recommend to us? Every recommendation that been passing that to us has been nothing but trouble. It's not by going to Harvard and going and bring some Bretton Woods theories, the Keynesian economic theories. What have you imported that to Africa and point to Nigeria and say we should start practicing it? We should start doing. Why should we even be borrowing from them? Why should we even be hearing recommendations from them? When we have institutions in this country, universities in this country, with proven economists, homegrown, who are supposed to be advising us and recommending to us. So the federal government should not just say no to them. Should even stop hearing from them. Let's come home. I was like the former minister of Agric, Audu Ogbe, under the previous government. He said during the Shehu Shagari era, the IMF brought some, economists that went to Harvard, bring them that they convinced the Nigerian government that import is better than local production. That when we import a tomato paste, importing all these things, I don't even know what. Okay, look at even the MBS. I was reading at some reports yesterday that we spend more money on imported plastic, toothpick, earpiece, earrings, jewelries, up to the tune of 740 billion. And all this advice comes from IMF. We should not say no to tax. We should say no to the IMF.
Well, Nigeria has just said no to IMF that, well, we are not taking that prescription. That is what the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy said the other day. But it goes beyond that.
That's what they say on paper.
Oh, exactly. It goes beyond that because IMF and the World Bank, I think they are twins. It's either if we don't listen to IMF, we'll probably listen to IMF, the World Bank, the Bretton Woods institutions. For me, my take on this tax of a thing is that I've always said, as a, how can I describe myself now? Is it a neoliberal economist or what? I don't have problems with taxes, but my concern is more like a Democrat. The people that have problems with taxes are the Republicans. The Republicans will rather you tax the poor to feed the rich, while Democrats will like, no, you tax the rich, to feed the poor. But here, the problem we have is that we collect tax monies. Now, what do we do with the money? Like Dele made reference to call drops in the telecom sector. The internet flip-flop is everywhere. It keeps buffing. You can't, by the time you recharge your data, just open your phone, it's gone. And you can't even account for it. Drop calls, increase in charges and all of that. Banks are charging their own. For every SMS, you pay 6 naira. Like the other day I complained, in a month I had to pay over 1,700 and something naira, on SMS charges. And I'm like, how?
How many bank transactions?
Yes, away from bank. So how many transactions did I do? So if you divide it by 6 naira, it means that I did up to how many? 160 something transactions.
Yeah.
Am I a trader? I don't buy and sell.
You should actually check your account.
You know, you should check my account. So taxes are everywhere.
Yes.
You know, I think the only thing left for them to do is to say you are going to pay tax on the air that you breathe. The president doesn't hide it. The president has been a tax master right from his administration here in Lagos, you know. But that is not, and the other day they said, well, we need more taxes, you know, for revenue generation. That is not the way to generate revenue, because we are still talking about consumption. The guest from Benin outstation, Omori, made mention of, I think it's 204 billion naira that is used to import, you know, little things like umbrella, plastic, biro, and all of that, things that we can produce locally. Toothpick, we have melina everywhere. Like the primary school I attended, you still have melina trees standing there. And I understand that this is what they use in processing toothpick and all of that. It's everywhere in the southeast and other parts of the country. So why do you have to import something as little as toothpick?
But we have the infrastructure, no doubt. But you know, one of the issues, you know,
we have the raw materials.
We have the raw materials. The issue is infrastructure, mostly. Power is one of the limitations
even if you
for
have
industrialization in Nigeria.
If you have the machines,
yes,
you are contending with power.
Yeah, you have the levies, you have the taxes. Even the environment is not really enabling.
It's not conducive. It's not enabling for businesses to try. And so what people are asking this government to do is create the conditions. Government does not have any business in business. You know, only in certain instances where you talk about maybe ETA, Kenya Airlines, Ethiopia, South African Airlines, and all of that. But then government doesn't thrive in business. The only thing they do is to create the environment, you know, make it conducive for businesses to
and
thrive.
To attract foreign investors.
It is private investors that build businesses and not the government.
Yes.
When we are growing up, you know, we usually hear this phrase, IMF conditionalities, you know, in quotes. You know, it connotes, you know, stringent conditions. It connotes everything bad. In those days, when you are dealing with, or say, I will give you conditionalities, IMF conditionalities, and what have you. Now, IMF has said that they are considering imposing taxes on inelastic goods, such as telecoms and petroleum, whatever. These are the core issues that affects the majority of Nigerians. You cannot say you don't make calls. Every other person makes calls in this country. At the last lap, they said Nigeria has about 9, what is it called? We're about 220 million people. About 90 people are connected, you know, to some of these service providers, telecom providers. So about 90 million Nigerians are connected on their network. And then you say you are imposing tax. Now look at petroleum, movement. Our economy relies so much on movement also. And then you want to impose tax. We are already growing on the fact that what Nigerians are paying on fuel is so exorbitant that moving from point A to point B is very exorbitant. And you want us to pay more taxes. So what am I saying in effect? I'm saying in effect that some of these items that IMF has isolated are the items that affect directly to, you know, Nigerian citizens. And we should be able to say no. The point, again, is that do Nigerians have what it takes to say no to IMF? We have said they have paid some of their debt. The other one is remaining and what have you. Are you not seeing, based on the penchant for borrowing, this government can also go back to IMF? You see, most of these institutions are not just, they might have seen one thing or the other, which made them to make this prescription.
Yeah.
So I am not saying wholeheartedly that Nigerians will not succumb, Nigerian government will not succumb. What the important thing is that, do we have what it takes to say no to IMF? My submission here is that we might not have what it takes to say no to IMF.
Okay, so let's go back to the first news item. 2027 polls, conflicting court orders, weak oversight raise credibility doubts. INEC denies anti-opposition agenda, reaffirms electoral neutrality. Experts split on impact of court interventions on INEC. Reps Caucus warns against moves to weaken opposition. CUPP warns against shrinking democratic space.
There is a lot of... Okay, sorry, Deleka, go on.
For me, I don't know why it is so, but the reality on ground is that INEC has become a means and not an end to election processes. Whatever INEC does, some of the time, if not almost all the time, is subjected to the final validation of the courts. And lawyers are smart at ensuring that they know how to delay cases, they know how to seek, because the judge in Akure may not know, except if it is reported in the media, that that particular case is adjudicating on is also, going on in Abuja.
Or in Kano.
Or in Kano, anywhere in the country. So the man, based on the evidence in front of him, decides on that case. Meanwhile, the one in Kano is also deciding on that case based on evidence provided, and these are handled by different lawyers. So now you have a court of coordinate jurisdiction in two places giving two opposing judgments in a case. These judgments are enforceable as long as they are not vacated. So it becomes a dilemma that, and I stand to be corrected, it is these lawyers that are benefiting from this.
Yeah, the judiciary.
But they are not also mindful of the fact that it is also eroding the confidence of Nigerians in the electoral process. And once the electorate begins to lose confidence in the electoral process, then you are undermining democracy. And the ultimate loser will be the Nigerian people. The courts should at best try and harmonize their structures in such a way that there was a time a CGN cried out that enough of these injunctions will come from somewhere, even dead in the night. And the following morning you wake up, in fact, some lawyers, what they do is they even charge media and publicity as part of their brief. As one of the lawyers in the chamber is approaching the court to file a motion, it's already in the news. So you have plethora of cases, more than 3-5 cases in some cases, in one matter, in different courts. One will be holding it as his Bible. I have won this case. The other one will say, I have won this case. So who is the winner between the two or among the three in some of these instances? So it's a deliberate erosion of democratic values, and Nigerians will we are beginning to lose confidence in the judiciary.
Yeah. Let's look at it from this canvas also.
Okay.
If it is possible, if you are a lawyer, you want to file a case, you should be able to tell the judge whether you have a similar case in another court, a similar case going on in that court. It will be their responsibility. We should push this into the lawyers. If you are filing a case, A versus B, on a subject matter, it is left for you to find out whether you have similar cases, going around in one or two other causes. And you will swear to that affidavit that it is not. In that case, the judge or the court will be able to know, whether to assume jurisdiction or whether to continue with the case or allow it slide, as it were, and all that. There must be a way. The Judicial Service Commission, the NBA, and what have you, all those bodies within the judicial space should be able to fashion a way to get this information. It's not a rocket science. It's not. There must be a platform where if any case comes up, you go there, you find out, you screen, and find out whether you have similar case before a lawyer files a suit. In that case, it will reduce the preponderance of, a particular case being duplicated or, 1, 2, 3, or 4 places at a time.
Okay.
Be that as it may, you know that the issue of injunction, proliferation of injunction has reduced. If you watch the judicial system, the judicial ecosystem very well, you find out that the spectrum of, interlocutory injunction or whatever has reduced considerably, unlike what it was 6, 7, 1 year ago. So we can also achieve sanity in, course of coordinated jurisdiction, giving judgments and then creating confusion as it were. And then you go back to the court for interpretation and who, is successful or who is not successful. These things can be managed. I put it as a challenge to NBA, to the Judicial Commission.
Yes, Mazi, yes, I get your drift, because the question to ask now would be, the court processes in Nigeria, have they been digitalized? That is the question. Because if you don't do the digitalization of cases like this and harmonize it to the extent that state high court, federal high court, court of appeal, and the Supreme Court, they come under a particular platform where lawyers and judges, could fact check if this particular case, has it been filed somewhere, is it being heard somewhere, and all of that. I think, but at some point, we had the judiciary, the CJN says, well, we are in the process of digitalizing the court process and all of that. That would be one good thing that we'll do. I mean, technology is taking over everywhere. We are grappling with election, IREF, portal, and electronic transmission. But these are things that people in other climes, take for granted. People that are even smaller than us.
Haven't you seen videos of American elections?
In election, people just vote and walk away.
You think it's just a small meeting.
Kiosk, one small kiosk like that. People step in, cast his vote. And the moment he casts his vote, it strikes somewhere, bam. You begin to
so
wonder
why can't we get to that level?
Why can't we get to that level here? And so we are grappling with a lot of things, digitalizing the court processes, digitalizing elections. Maybe in the banking sector, we are getting it right because money is involved. People don't like to play with money. Even government. I keep saying, when government wants anything to work, it works. The only government platform that never fails. Have you tried using Remitter before?
Oh, Remitter
never fails. No matter how, even network, every other network,
it always works.
Remitter will always work.
Let's take Omori, Comrade Omori. Let's have your take on this, please. You may have to unmute yourself so we can hear you. Okay. We'll come back to you shortly.
Yes, Jen, I wanted to say something on this matter. The thing is that INEC itself, INEC has a burden, INEC has a lot of responsibilities. What is their staff strength? I'm not a placeholder. I'm not trying to make excuses for them, but they have their work cut out for them. Like Saturday will be Ekiti State election. How prepared are they and all of that? Is it going to be like we are prepared for Ekiti, and when you go to Ekiti, a lot of infamous things happen. Votes are bought, ballot boxes are stuffed, ballot boxes are snatched, and all of that. People walk away, with ballot boxes, thumbprints, and all of that. Are we able to do something like a forensic audit of ballot papers and all of that? So there should be some kind of collaboration between INEC and the judiciary as well. You recall that in 2023, during the trial, the Labour Party had to approach the court several times to even, authorize them to get into INEC, to say this is what we want. And even when the court gave that order, it was difficult for INEC to release those documents until there was some kind of force, persuasion before they did that. So it's a lot. At some point, INEC said, the legal department, they were so overwhelmed, so overburdened that they said, in the Port Harcourt case and in the PDP case, INEC spokesperson, that time said, we don't even know which law to follow because there are so many judgments, counter judgments. Before you walk in, somebody brings judgment, and as you walk out, another person brings judgment. So INEC said, we are hamstrung, we don't even know.
And there'll be
the
so
judgment.
many on the build up to the
In the build up to
2027
the
election.
2027 election.
Yeah. Do you know why? Do you know why we have plethora of cases? It's because the fundamentals are wrong. If you digitalize elections, 75%, 80%, you have less problems. You have less problems. We have talked about SMS going, remitter going, and all that, and all that. And we talked about elections in the United States where it seems seamless. You don't even know what is going on. You can stay in your office and say, okay, let me go and do my this. You just walk in and walk out. Everything. No, you don't shut down the nation because you're doing an election. The amount of money, 800 billion naira, that INEC wanted, can be used for other useful things. If you use it to have a robust IT infrastructure that can guarantee you 80, 85, 90%, electoral, free and fair election, you are better for it. So what we are saying is that if you want to reduce all those shenanigans like our legal department is overwhelmed, these glitches and all that, you have to invest massively in IT infrastructure that can give you about 80, 85, 90%
success.
Success story. In that case, it will be very difficult for about, there was, in the last elections, they said about 60% of the whatever, was decided, by the courts. It can reduce, it will be reduced. The point is that we do not want, look at ordinary transmission of results, and people were talking about a network not being in their area and all that, because it gives them opportunity to do what they want to do. If the system is watertight, there's no system that can be watertight anyway, but 85, 90% watertight, then we can run. In that case, no one will come and tell you I'm a very stubborn politician, I'm a dangerous politician, and all that, and things like that. They will all be submitted to the whims and caprices of the Nigerian people. That is what we are saying. So they must think, if we have the right leadership that can invest in IT infrastructure, anti-infrastructure, our elections will begin to become credible. But if it is this ragtag thing we are doing, it will not work.
Right.
Comrade
Omori. Comrade Omori, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. So, the first thing we need to know.
All right, we've lost connection with you, Mr. Comrade Omori. We'll come back to you before the end of the show. Let's take on Dele. There's this story I want you to take on. INEC, 1,559,360 registered voters to elect new governor for Ekiti, June 20th. That's on Saturday.
Well, from the feelers I'm getting, I'm going to be in my hometown, which is just about 45 minutes away from the state capital, Ekiti State, on that Saturday. And I will also take time to, since I'm a media person, I might just sometime after the voting exercise to fill the post. But the reality on ground is that there is no strong candidate against the APC candidate in Ekiti State.
Of course, because there's no strong party.
Yes. So it's just a one-horse race.
So it's a smooth sailing.
It's a smooth sail for Oyebamiji on Saturday. But it will also give us a glimpse of what INEC is capable of doing in the main election in January. Because if INEC is not able to deploy the equipment, the tech that we should be expecting in January.
So this will be like a litmus test for them.
Yes, it's a litmus test, because after Ekiti, the next state is Osun. And the funny thing is, the future of the current governor of Osun State, having defected to a court party that had been deregistered, is also hanging in the balance. And in a matter of weeks, that will be decided. So if it is not decided, that means Adeleke is not going to be on the ballot.
Wow.
Because after Ekiti, the next is Osun.
It's Osun State.
So we need to keep an eye on that state. I mean, those two states,
Right.
because we need to see the level of preparedness of INEC in
Towards
January
2027.
election.
Okay.
Yeah,
UK
then, you
courts-
just said that
okay.
there is no competitor for APC candidate in.
So it seems, because anything can happen in
So
politics.
it cannot be a litmus test. That is where I'm going.
No, we're talking about the
if,
deployment of...
if you don't have strong opposition, it can't be a litmus test. Where it becomes a litmus test is when you have strong opposition candidate that can challenge the status quo. Then you can now begin to look at Ekiti as a litmus test. So if it is Oyebanje all the way, APC all the way, then it becomes, it cannot be a litmus test. That's the point I want to make. When we look at areas where you have serious, of course, there will not be serious competitors because even the other opposition parties, 31 or 32 states are governed by APC. So they are the dominant parties in those states. And you know the influence of incumbency in electionary process. They will try to muzzle up every other person as it were. So being Ekiti, Osun, and whatever state that have off-season elections before the general election cannot be a litmus test. It is the only 2027 presidential election that can be a litmus test. And usually, the INEC will be overwhelmed because a lot of the whole country is having an election at the same time. And bearing in mind that the Chukuma was talking about, insufficiency of manpower and what have you. They also find solace in the NYAC
Yes, ad
hoc committee, staff members and what have you. And in recent times, even the NYAC is persuading their members to, work in the district based on the situation, general situation of insecurity in this country. A lot more NYAC members are very reluctant to do this national assignment.
That's true.
Yes.
So we have a lot of problems on our hands. If we want the NYSC to release their members to help, in this nationalistic efforts, you have to assure them of their safety. So what I'm saying in effect is that it is a chain, it's a system. If you do not get it right here, of course, at the end point, you might not get it right. So let us look at this thing holistically. Even the INEC chairman was talking about, election might not hold in certain places and all that because of the spread of insecurity. What we need to do between now and December, the election comes up on January 16. Between now and December, all hands must be on deck. This state police must come on stream. A lot more things must come so that we can see how we will, do what we can do to ensure that people come out to vote. Of course, the implication of that is that implication on Thursday, you said about 1.5 million voters. A governor will be elected with about 200 votes.
Or even less.
Or
That's
less,
the problem.
so the
Problem
apathy
of
will be so
apathy,
much.
yes.
Okay, UK courts clears ex-minister Alison Madueke, that's the This Day newspaper, of all graft charges. Decade of unrelenting unjust vilification finally concluded, says former minister. Pledges to address matter in detail, share intentions for the future. Jury arrived at decision after 46-hour deliberation. Notably, she said, God is not a man.
Jane, there's another thing she said I would like for you to read out.
I'm profoundly relieved. My name has been cleared and this ordeal has come to an end. This, however, is not the final chapter. In due course, I shall address this difficult period in greater detail and share my intentions for the future. For now, I intend to embrace the freedom that has been unjustly denied me for many years. That's the Zianin.
I think she should first migrate to America.
Yes, let's see.
Let's see
free.
if she's free.
You know,
Indeed.
so you know, it was one of our major topics of discussion.
Yes.
That time I was on the other side.
Yes.
Now I'm on
So you
this
can speak
side
your
now,
mind.
so I can say my mind now. Well, what has happened to Desiani Alison Madeke? Well, it's good for her. 11 years, but I'm worried that this case had to go on for 11 years. Like Mazi and Dele did say, you know, 11 years shows that probably the prosecutorial diligence, the strength of the evidence was not enough to nail her. I say that in the light of the fact that back home here in Nigeria, we understand that properties belonging to her have been seized on court order, you know, by the EFCC. Certain amounts of money have been recovered from her from the United States of America, where she's denying those monies are not mine and all of that.
Yeah.
But those monies were in your name and all of that. So, but again, we have to understand that this is just one case of bribery. I mean, it's possible that for lack of evidence or strong evidence, she could go free, you know, from this. But how about other cases? In our history, I think she has turned out, you know, because of the whatever that trailed her, you know, the bad stories that trailed her, she's come out as the worst Minister of Petroleum. That is, if you leave out the presidents who are also serving us or that serve as Minister of Petroleum, she's the one, you know, that. But at some point, we had the EFCC chairman, then the man that...
I think it was Lamode.
No, it wasn't Lamode. That young man.
You know,
was
Bauer.
Bauer.
With a short
Bauer.
term.
Yes, that had a short term.
Yeah.
But and you have a story about Bauer. What happened in Lagos here before he was catapulted?
In Port Harcourt.
In Port Harcourt.
They had a very big case.
Big case.
You know, he sold exhibits.
Recovered
from some people.
From suspects.
And he sold it at very ridiculous amounts. And so he was being investigated on that case.
And
then he was transferred to Lagos.
As the EFCC.
From Lagos, he became the chairman of
the EFCC. Yeah.
So you can imagine what we are dealing with and all of that. But that time, I remember I watched him on TV coming to say all those $1 million trinklets and braces and all of that they said we discovered, those things are not true. That I heard him, you know, on record say that. But based on, you know, his own character, can we rely on what he said to say, well, because I think it was a media bust, you know, that he conducted the investigation and discovered all of those things. So you begin to ask this thing that we call a primitive acquisition of wealth and all of that. What is the essence of all of those things? Somebody that had at some point served as executive director of SPDC, Shell Petroleum Development Corporation, Company of Nigeria in Port Harcourt. You need to go to Port Harcourt.
And also married to a rich man.
I'm also married to a former, you know, former minister, former governor, member of the Armed Forces Ruling Council.
You know, let me ride on what you have just said. Of late, I'm beginning to see that the more exposed you are to wealth, the more that primitive acquisition outweigh, you know, sense of reasoning.
Yeah.
People that you think have enough money, they are the ones that steal more.
Do you know why?
Why?
You recall there's this song by this Tupac and who they said, more money, the more money you have, the more problems you have. And so because they have money, they have more problems. So they need more money to solve more problems. Probably that could explain why.
Because this woman, she was already made before she ever came into government. Why would she go through that route? You know, there have been for features now of her property.
Here in Nigeria.
America still wants her. You know, there was a time she shaved her head.
And she had cancer.
Terminal cancer. Yeah. Terminal cancer that has not killed her up to today.
No, but people do survive cancer.
I said terminal.
No. Cancer itself is
let's take Omori's views because we are almost coasting home. Comrade Omori, let's hear your take on Desiani's.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, I've really missed some discussion.
Okay, we're talking about Desiani.
I can hear you.
Please go ahead.
Okay, on this matter of INEC, judiciary, and transparency of our nation, and ensuring a swift move for the opposition parties and the nation. The first I will say that there's a huge investment in underdevelopment in this country, disenfranchisement, and illiteracy in this country. There are people who are investing heavily in disenfranchisement of the citizens, in creating political apathy. And INEC is now becoming a tool to disorganize our democracy. If not for unseriousness and bad policies, as at 2026 of a new millennium, we are still doing analog voting. When we know the issues with these things, how can you say we are trying to beautify our democracy? INEC is being headed by professors, right from the days of Frinosu, Maurice Iwu, Atari Jega, and the professor of law now. There is no decisive action in fully making our electoral processes electronic, whereby we now reduce taking our democracy to the court.
All right, comrade. I actually did want
Imagine
you to...
5 million persons
Comrade, Omori. I actually did want
and
you
the court
to...
deciding.
I actually did want you to comment on Desiani Allison, but I understand that the network issue, so maybe it was delayed transmission for you. Desiani's issue, because we're actually out of time. Desiani's acquittal.
She has said that God be praised and she has thanked God, but she should come to Nigeria, her mother's land and her father's land, and she should come with the cancer and everything. She come and do Thanksgiving. All right. So that we join her to praise God.
All right.
Then on Monday, she will go to court.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, comrade. Mazi, any final words? Dele, final words?
I noticed a very new trend. Desiani, went spiritual, talking about God and what have you. Recall also that Emefiele, when he was being also had a very big Bible,
close to his chest.
So it's like this thing is teaching them some lessons, spirituality and all that. We want, government to do more of preventive,
and not
than
reactive.
Some of this thing. Because if you have measures that can sufficiently prevent public office holders from having their hands in the cookie jar, that will suffice for now. A situation where the whole thing is porous, and when they commit some of these crimes and what have you, you now begin to chase them around using public funds. Why can't we do a lot more? Put in a lot more effort towards prevention.
All right. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you, Dele Fanimo. Mr. Okoro Chukuma, thank you. I know you'll be returning later today.
Yes, at 6 o'clock. I'll make a return at 6 o'clock on Political Lens, and I'll be joined by Prince Francis Chilaka. We'll travel around the country to bring you interesting, trending political stories. Join me then, it promises to be quite interesting.
Thank you so much for joining us on Newspaper Review this morning. We'll be back tomorrow, and of course, VOP this morning will return bright and early tomorrow at 8 a.m. I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good day.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them, and the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Minded, but last, more than No Minded, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversation.
All right, and that is just the end of match round 1 of the FIFA World Cup 2026 in North America. And trust me, you've seen a lot of goals, red cards, records being set. The first hat-trick for a particular player, Lionel Messi for Argentina, when he got that up against Algeria. And shocks as well, Cabo Verde doing something that looked like the impossible up against La Furia Roja of Spain. And of course, the latest one, Democratic Republic of Congo, with everything that happened just off the pitch, just before the tournament, the Ebola stories and all of that. They still beat all of that and played one of the biggest contenders for this World Cup and this tournament in 2026. That's talking about the Seleção of Portugal, and it was 1-1 right there. Cristiano Ronaldo and his players not being able to get past the dogged DR Congo side, the Leopards, as we call them right here in Africa. Good morning and welcome to the Sports Republic show on Voice of the People Television. I'm Afiz Ogubanjo, and on this show we give you the very best of the sports stories right here for the next 15 minutes thereabouts. And of course, the biggest one, it is the World Cup. March round 1 has been ended. We've seen a lot of games. England also playing a fantastic game. A thriller it was up against Croatia, and it ended 4-2 in favor of the Three Lions. We also saw Colombia up against tournament debutants Uzbekistan. It ended 3-1 with Luis Diaz giving a performance that is worth giving a high praise for. Fantastic performance from the Colombian right there, Luis Diaz, the former Liverpool winger. And we're going to start with all the sporting stories. But before we go into the World Cup, let's talk about this man right there that has been doing well for himself. I'm talking about none other than Nigeria's Chukwuebuka Enekwechi. He took silver in the men's shot put at the Ostrava Golden Spike meeting on June 18, 2026, throwing a season's best of 21.43 meters in the third round. And Italy's Leonardo Fabri won with 21.91 meters, while New Zealand's Tom Walsh finished third at 21.26 meters. And the results adds to a strong run for Enekwechi, who has been consistently among the medalists on the international circuits this year. He won gold at the Znamensky Memorial in Russia earlier with a throw of 21.27 meters, beating Mexico's Juan Vasquez Gomez and Romania's Andrei Rarestoda at the LA Grand Prix. At the LA Grand Prix, he placed 5th with 21.33 meters in an event won by Jamaica's Rajendra Campbell. And the Ostrava Golden Spike is one of Euro's top athletic meetings and regularly attracts elite field event athletes, making his podium finish another step forward in his season. And Enekwechi remains one of Africa's most dependable shot putters, competing in a discipline that usually gets less attention on the continent compared to sprinting. And his performance in Ostrava keeps building momentum as he prepares for the major international championships coming up later this year. And that's a brilliant one for the man Enekwechi. He was part of the team that went for the African championships right there, and he did really, really well for himself. A good one right there for Enekwechi. And from there, we move on to another person that has been doing well in the track and field. And this time around is high jump record holder Temitope Adesina. She's still undecided about competing at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, despite finishing an unbeaten NCAA season. And the 27-year-old won every indoor and outdoor title available, capping it off with last Sunday in Eugene and Oregon by clearing 1.97 meters on her third attempt to claim her first NCAA outdoor championship. And it was a breakthrough moment after missing out in her previous 2 attempts. And even with that form making her a strong medal prospect for Nigeria, the Texas Tech athletes said she is not sure about competing after the NCAA season. And speaking to Making of Champions, she explained that our focus is already on the next World Championships and the Olympics, where our goal is to reach the podium. And at the Paris 2024 Olympics, she finished 19th overall and didn't make the final, and she's looking to improve on that. And since Paris, Adesina has bounced back by dominating the college circuit and setting national records in 2024, but she hasn't competed for Nigeria in that time. And she was the second Nigerian woman ever to compete in Olympic high jump after Doreen Amata, who represented the country in 2008 and 2016. Earlier this year, she also won the International Student Athlete Excellence Award for women at Texas Tech's Red and Black Gala. She's going to be a big miss for Nigeria right there. That's talking about Temitope Adesina. And still moving on, still talking tennis. This time around, Cameron Norrie. We are going to the Queens. That is going on right there, the tennis tournament. And Cameron Norrie of Great Britain lost to Alejandro Davidovich Fokina 7-6, 8-6, 6-2 at Queens in his first singles match since a rib injury forced him to retire from the French Open first round in May. And the British number one started well and took an early break against the world number 22, but couldn't maintain it. And Davidovich Fokina broke back immediately, held firm in the tie break, and then broke Norrie twice in the second set to close out the win. And Norrie had already returned to doubles at Queens on Monday with Alex de Minaur, but they fell 6-4, 7-5 to Yuki Bambri and Michael Venus. And despite multiple dives and slides that left him on the floor, Davidovich Fokina stayed composed to secure the victory. And for Norrie, this was his first competitive singles action since the injury, and he remains one of 5 Britons with direct entry into Wimbledon's main draw when it starts on Monday and, of course, the 29th of June. Elsewhere at Queens, Arthur Ferry beat friend and fellow wildcard Toby Samuel 6-0, 6-2 in an all-British match. And the two reached the junior doubles semi-finals at Wimbledon together in 2019, and both received main draw wildcards for this year's tournament. Ferry said it's never easy playing someone he knows, but he was happy with how he handled it. And third seed as well, Jakob Mensik, who did really well at the French Open. He got to the semi-finals. He was upset by Adrian Manarino, 5-7, 7-6, 7-3, 7-6, 7-5 right there in that match. And in Halle, French Open champion Alexander Zverev recovered from a second set dip to beat Vit Kopriva 6-3, 4-6, 6-2 in his first match since Paris. Defending champion Alexander Bublik was beaten 7-6, 8-6, 6-1 by Mattia Bellucci, and Andrei Rublev lost 6-3, 6-2 to Hubert Hurkacz. I mean, good one right there for Cameron Norrie. It's good to see him back, one of the best British tennis players. But unfortunately, he couldn't make it count because he lost that one right there to Davidovich Fokina. But he'll be looking to bounce back when Wimbledon starts right there in the UK. I mean, good one for him. England will be happy to see him back. Emma Raducanu as well, dealing with a loss of form. England will be looking to see what they can do when Wimbledon starts. And let's move on to football now. Well, nothing's bigger than the World Cup. But before we go into the World Cup games proper, let's take this one. It's a good news for Cabo Verde's hero, Vozinha, because his mother has been granted a visa to attend her son's next World Cup match in the US, according to House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. And the issue came up after Vozinha starred in a 0-0 draw with Spain, making 7 saves in Cape Verde's stunning debut, and saying afterward that his mother hadn't been able to secure a visa to see him play. And Jeffries said he spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and asked the State Department to ensure she could attend Sunday's game against Uruguay in Miami, and with all fees waived and travel arrangements being made. And the situation drew attention because Cabo Verde is one of the 50 countries whose citizens face bonds of up to $15,000 for a US visa under a Trump administration policy targeting nations with high overstay rates. And the administration has suspended the requirement for ticket holders from Cape Verde and 4 other World Cup nations last month. But critics said the change came too late for many fans, and the State Department said it had no record of Vozinha's mother applying and believed she didn't have a valid Cape Verde passport at the time. But she is now in the process of getting one. I think this is good news for the hero himself, Vozinha. I mean, having to see your mother on the stands, cheering you on, that's a brilliant one for Vozinha. And Jeffries thanked Rubio, the State Department officials, the Cape Verde government, and FIFA for working together to make it possible. And the department also said it had notified all players from affected World Cup countries that they and their families will be exempt from posting the $15,000 bond. And Vozinha's performance against Spain made him an early tournament sensation and pushed his follower count up sharply after the match. Yeah, it was on 50,000 followers right there on social media just before the game. But after that game, Vozinha has gotten to about 7 million followers right there. And that's a good one for him, making 7 saves against one of the biggest tournament contenders in Spain. Good one for him. Also, Alois, in the same group for Saudi Arabia, posted 9 saves up against Uruguay, and he also saw his stocks go up. Alois is 34, Vozinha is 40. It's all about the OG goalkeepers right there at the World Cup. All right, we'll be taking a short break, and when we come back, when we return, we'll be going into the World Cup proper to see how the teams have performed after match round 1. Stay with us. This is the Sports Republic, and we'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
It's your girl Arike the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence, and
please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now
All right, you are welcome from that break, and it's still the Sports Republic show on Voice of the People television. And this time around, we are going to the World Cup. Yeah, talking about football, and we are starting with the World Cup. Let me put it that way. And this time around, there's a big story where the contenders, one of the major contenders of this tournament, undoubtedly, that's talking about the Senegal of Portugal. They went up against, I don't know what to call them, tournament debutants in DR Congo. But of course, they haven't, been at that tournament in 52 years. The last time was in 1974, and they were not known as Congo at the time. They were known as Zaire, and this time around they are now the Democratic Republic of Congo, and let me say, using that name, they are now debutants. And of course, they played against Portugal, and they got their first ever point, even when they were Zaire and now Congo. Their first ever point was gotten in that game, and they marked their return to the World Cup after a 52-year absence with a 1-1 draw against Portugal, earning their first ever point at the tournament, like I said. And Johan Visa of Newcastle scored a fine equalizer to cancel out Joao Neves' 6-minute header for Portugal, ensuring the Leopards didn't crumble against one of the competition's favourites, despite spending most of the game without the ball. And Portugal dominated possession with 80% in the first half, forcing Congo to sit deep and stay compact, while Wissa and Cedric Bakambu tried to disrupt their backline. And even after falling behind early, Sebastian de Saab's side held their nerve and avoided the collapse that many feared, and showing intent and adventure whenever they managed to get on the ball. And the result carried extra weight given Congo's history. The country, then known as Zaire, endured a disastrous campaign in West Germany in 1974 that has loomed over Congolese football ever since. And this performance offered a clear break from that shadow, with the team standing firm against Portuguese pressure and Ronaldo's side. And by holding steady and taking the game to Portugal when chances came, the Leopards gave themselves a platform to build on as the group stage continues. And this point was a statement that this Congo team won't be overawed by big names or past failures. It was a fantastic performance for me. Up against Portugal, right there. A lot of people thought that Portugal were going to, roll them over. And of course, on the streets, after Messi's hat-trick, people were expecting Cristiano Ronaldo to turn up. Even at 41, we saw his exploits in the Saudi League, winning the league with Al Nassr. He is still a world-class player at 41, to be honest. Of course, you don't want to leave Cristiano Ronaldo alone, in your box. But I feel like tactically, Portugal and Roberto Martinez didn't get it right. Cristiano Ronaldo should have, dropped deep, put his team into play. When you're not getting ball in the box, come outside and, come and also for the ball, like we say right here, and, put your teammates in. But it was a good game, by the way, for Congo. They know that a game like this is not going to be easy. And let's just get our 1 point. And looking at it, that has been their story, even at the World Cup qualifiers, during the playoffs as well, when they played against Cameroon and Nigeria. They know that they are coming up against teams that maybe are better than them with the names, right? And they still came on, to seal up shop after they've gotten goals. And against Nigeria, we saw how that panned out. It was via penalties that they sealed the ticket for the World Cup. Via playoffs though, but they sealed that ticket at the expense of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, via penalties. And we saw all that happened with the likes of Eric Schell and all of that, saying different things. But of course, that's by the wayside now. Congo are now very much at the World Cup. Even a lot of people thought that tournament was going to be threatened. It was threatened, by the way, with Ebola and all of that, but they still managed to beat the odds, and they got right there on the world stage, and they still proved themselves against Portugal, and it was 1-1, at the end of the day. But brilliant performance, from Congo. You have to applaud them, the Leopards themselves, and it has given them a platform to build on as they go on against the likes of Uzbekistan and Colombia for the rest of their games in that group. But for Portugal, they have to look inwards, to be honest, because that was a game that a lot of people were expecting, them to get all 3 points. That was a world-class team, by the way, with Cristiano Ronaldo in there, Joao Neves and Vitinha of PSG. You have Joao Cancelo. There was Nuno Mendes. Their goalkeeper Diogo Costa. Brilliant team right there, Portugal, and they were expected to do well. Though they didn't have the likes of Ruben Diaz and Goncalo Inacio, but with Araujo and of course Renato Vega at the back, you'll still say that backline should be solid enough. Their midfield, one of the best. Bruno Fernandes, with his performance at Manchester United, he should have been also, be able to impact that game. Not until Francisco Conceição came on. That was when they started really to, break that dogged DR Congo, backline, and try to bring in Cristiano Ronaldo into play. He got his chances, but of course, he missed those chances. Pedro Neto also gave like an average performance as well. He got the assist for Joao Neves' goal, but then there was nothing more he could do after that. Congo, Africa, let me say, I'm really, really proud of you. You did really, really well for yourself. You know that kind of game, you can't attack it head on. So you had to, sit back, absorb all the pressure from the Portuguese, and they got that draw in the end for them. Their first ever point at the World Cup combined, even when they were Zaire, they got their first ever point. I think good one for them. And Johan Wissa has written his name in history as well, getting that brilliant goal. Good one for African teams at this World Cup. We saw Cabo Verde against Spain, keeping a clean sheet against one of the biggest teams, the top 3 teams in the world. You just have to give it to Vozinha and, of course, the Cabo Verde team led by their coach, Bubista. Still staying at the World Cup this time around, another game was played. Contenders again against potentially, let me say, dark horses this time around, because you won't really count Croatia as contenders for this tournament. Instead, you will say England are supposed to be the ones to be the contenders. And they met in the Group L, that's the last group of the World Cup. And of course, England opened their World Cup campaign with a 4-2 win over Croatia in Dallas, producing an end-to-end match that set the tone for Thomas Tuchel's tournament debut. And Harry Kane puts England ahead from a retaking 12-minute penalty after his first effort was saved. But Martin Baturina, equalized with a calling strike from outside the box in the 36th minute. And Kane restored the lead with a header from Declan Rice's corner, only for Petar Musa to finish a sleek Croatia move and level it again in first half stoppage time. And Jude Bellingham swung the game back England's way with 2 minutes into the second half, driving onto Elliot Anderson's pass and finishing low across Dominik Livakovic and in off the far post. And England then created a flurry of chances, with Livakovic making 6 saves in a 5-minute spell to keep Croatia in it. And Marcus Rashford sealed the points in the 85th minute, calling in a 4th goal just 13 minutes after coming off the bench, with Bukayo Saka providing the assist. And Kane's double puts him alongside Erling Haaland, Lionel Messi and Kylian Mbappe on the Erling scoring charts. And his performance showed he is more than just a finisher. He dropped deep to help build play and scored with a well-taken header and made a crucial block on Josko Vardio in stoppage time to preserve the 2-goal lead. I mean, brilliant performance from England, let me say, especially from Harry Kane. From the whole team, trust me, it was a below-par performance for me, even though they got 4 goals. But Croatia, at some points, they were coming back into that game and they felt like they could get something out of it. But Jude Bellingham's early goal made the difference. That was the game winner before Marcus Rashford put a seal on it with that assist from Bukayo Saka. I mean, England, they could have done better. In the first game, it was a balanced first half. In the first half, rather, it was a balanced first half. 2-2 was played in 45 minutes. Brilliant equalizer from Martin Baturina of Como right there. I mean, the assist maker puts the English defender John Stones, on the floor and laid it off for Baturina, who himself still had a lot to do. But he found that top corner, picked it out, and beat Jordan Pickford. I think that was a good one for Croatia. But England, proved that, we are going into this tournament as contenders. Our first trophy in 60 years. We are looking at it. We have to achieve it right there. They last won in 1966, by the way, and they are looking for another one. That's why they hired Thomas Tuchel, the former Chelsea, Paris Saint-Germain, and Bayern Munich manager, to be able to get this dream fulfilled. But then Croatia were standing in their way, and they know that at this point, nothing has to stand in their way. Anything that stands in their way is going down, starting with the Croatian team, with Luka Modric also giving away a penalty right there. Is unlike him, by the way, bringing down Arsenal's Noni Madueke. And Harry Kane, he stepped up for the penalty, took the first one, was saved by the goalkeeper, but he felt that, look, he had the point to make to the referee that the goalkeeper was off his line just before he took that penalty. The referee saw that, consulted with the VAR, the penalty was retaken, and Harry Kane this time, he doesn't miss twice, and he scored that one right there to put England, up. But then, Baturina equalized. Then it was a corner again from an Arsenal player this time around, so you won't be surprised. It was Declan Rice who whipped in the corner, and Harry Kane's free header, guided it into the back post for England to take a 2-1 lead. But of course, that didn't last long, because just before the end of the first half, Petar Musa, who plays in Dallas, FC Dallas, by the way, in USA, gave his performance at home. Not his home stadium, but of course his home city right there in Dallas. And fantastic build-up from the Croatians. Ivan Perisic, maybe offside, but of course it wasn't checked by the VAR, and it was given eventually. He laid the assist off for Petar Musa to get that equalizer for Croatia. But when it came into the second half, it looked like one-way traffic. Dominik Livakovic, Croatians have to thank him, to be very, very honest. They have to thank him, because if not for his crucial saves, that game could have been very, very bad. It could have ended badly for the Croatians. He made save after save from Nico O'Reilly, from Harry Kane, from Jude Bellingham, from Declan Rice himself, even from Jet Spence. Brilliant performance, brilliant individual performance, from Dominik Livakovic. And it was a good one for England at the end of the day. Good one for them. They have to build on this time around. They still have Ghana and Panama to play. But you want to say, after this win, they will go into games like that and you expect them to get a win. And Tuchel's halftime adjustment pushed England higher up the pitch and shortened the spaces between the players, unlocking the combination play that overwhelmed Croatia after the break. And for Croatia, Luka Modric made history as the third outfield player over 40 to appear at a World Cup, but struggled for impact and was taken off after 57 minutes. And Martin Baturina was their main threat in midfield, while Ivan Perisic caused problems on the flank. And Livakovic, like I said, he kept the scoreline respectable with a string of saves, including stopping follow-ups from Anthony Gordon and Ezri Konsa, although he couldn't do much about any of England's goals. Brilliant goals, by the way, from Jude Bellingham, also from Harry Kane as well. And his reflexes proved, again, vital, echoing his heroics from the 2022 tournament. Of course, you can remember him stopping 3 penalties against Japan, also stopping penalties against Brazil as well to lead them to the semi-finals. All right, I understand that my guest is in, Abiodun Akpino. Of course, we've been seeing games at the World Cup so far. Match round 1 has ended. And of course, before I go into the review, let's just go into the review, by the way. But before we do that, let me say good morning and welcome to the show. Which game has struck you so far at this World Cup? Aside that, which player has also struck you at this World Cup, so far in 2026? Because going into the World Cup, really, we were like, how is this World Cup going to look like with everything that has been happening behind the scene? But from the first blast of the whistle, I mean, it's been all action tournament. Even from the minnows, they've been giving a fantastic tournament for themselves so far. And match round 1 has already ended. We are going into match round 2. South Africa up against Czechia. But for match round 1, Abiodun, what game has really struck you and which player as well has struck you? Good morning and welcome to Sports Public Show.
Good morning to you. It's good to be back on.
It's good to have you back.
The program.
It's good to have you back.
Thank you very much. Well, for me, the World Cup and some of the matches we've been able to experience so far have been really, really interesting. I must, commend what FIFA has put in place. Even though we want to bash them for, whatever shenanigans that have been happening, in Canada, not letting a certain Thomas Partey into their country, and Donald Trump also are doing his own stuff also. So all of that has been, about the World Cup. But then the game started, and of course we've been enjoying some of these games. But going straight to your question, for me, I think I'll go back to the Morocco-Brazil game. Yes, that game, it was, an end-to-end stuff for me. In fact, for the neutrals, I want to believe they enjoyed that game, looking at what Morocco did in that game. And of course, the 18-year-old boy, I'll talk about Ayub Boadi. Fantastic performance for the young man in that particular encounter against almighty Brazil. But looking at other games also, the France game against Senegal also live up to expectation, and particularly the game between England and Croatia also. It was an end-to-end stuff. We saw 6 goals in that particular game. And the big boys have also been living up to expectation. You look at Lionel Messi scoring an hat-trick and breaking the record of Miroslav Klose. You look at Erling Braut Haaland, Kylian Mbappe. These are guys that you expect to, lit up the World Cup on a good day. And they've delivered so far. So I'm really impressed with the big boys. But then if you talk about the minnows also, some of them have also come to the party. You look at, Cape Verde. You look at the likes of Morocco, even though they got to the semi-final the last time. But going into that game, you would expect Brazil at least to get something over them. But then they stood their ground. They ruffled feathers with the Brazilians, and they picked a point in that game. So kudos to the African country generally. But we still have a lot to do going forward. Match day 2 is going to be for South Africa against Czechia, and they need to get the job done if they do not want to kiss, the competition goodbye. But for the other Africans, you look at DR Congo against Portugal. They also held their own also in that game. So I'm really impressed so far with all of the African teams. But then, like I said, I'm still expecting a lot from them in terms of their second games, and that is where we can now start, you can have that conversation about them, going all the way to the round of 32 and the likes. But right now, trust me, the Brazil game and Morocco game has been, the best for me in terms of the young man. Talk about Ayub Boadi performance. against the Brazilian national team.
I mean, Ayub Boadi has actually been very, very fantastic. That game, a lot of people, French journalists were coming out to say, France actually made a mistake, that it should have been part of that French team. But maybe they were looking at him that, he's still so young. He's about 18 years of age. But he's been given fantastic performances for Lille, even when he was 16. He played in the Champions League up against Real Madrid. And he gave a fantastic account of himself. I don't know why, France looked to have fumbled on him. Good performance against the likes of Casemiro and Bruno Guimaraes in the midfield. And he held his own.
Yeah.
And we also saw the likes of Ismail Saibari as well, who Bayern Munich have actually gone on to, to sign. Fantastic performance from the Moroccan side. But let's stick with the African teams now. 10 African teams, you've only seen 2 wins. I know that's the poor performance if you look at it. But of course, you look at the African side and you say, oh, they're supposed to go into this tournament. Are they supposed to go into this tournament and be mixing with the big boys? Algeria, I mean, you wouldn't have fancied them, to defeat, their defending champions Argentina, but they still gave good account of themselves. But it was a poor game, by the way, and they will still, build forward. But let's look at the 2 teams, or let me look at 4 teams. 2 teams that have gotten draws, and 2 teams that have gotten the wins. Let me start with the draws. 2 unfancied sides, right? Cabo Verde, their first ever World Cup, going into this one in 2026, their first ever World Cup, up against Spain. That was a potential David versus Goliath fixture. And at the end of the day, David got a draw in that one.
Yeah, no one saw that one coming. But then, if you look at the build-up to whatever Cabo Verde has achieved so far as their World Cup is concerned, I will start with their qualifier. They had the likes of Cameroon in their group, and they were able to get the job done over Cameroon. You would have thought Cameroon would go on, to qualify for the World Cup. But then they picked the ticket over Cameroon. That shows they have something to prove at the World Cup. And against the Spanish national team, they were compact. They defended really well. And their goalkeeper, Vozinha, for me, that man was just out of this world. He kept those boys in that game. They had the belief that they can ruffle feathers with, the Spanish national team. But on a good day, you would argue that going into that game that Spain would drop points. No one actually saw that one coming. But then it was an impressive performance for Cape Verde, and I'm really looking forward to their second game. And speaking of the likes of DR Congo also, against Portugal, they had a lot of chances, but the goalkeeper also was top notch. And if you look at how composed, how compact they were in their defense, also in the midfield, also they were really, really solid. Even though the likes of Vitinha was controlling the tempo of the Portuguese national team, but they couldn't break out to get
it was to no avail.
So yes, it's an impressive performance for this African team so far. But if you look at the teams who have been able to pick all 3 points in this competition,
Ivory Coast and Ghana,
Cote d'Ivoire, and of course Ghana, that is an impressive start for them. That gives you confidence going into your second game. But for Ghana, I don't know. I don't envy them, because going into their second game, they are playing against a tough opponent. That will give them, a lot to think about. Maybe Carlos Queiroz, we have something to, look into going forward into that game. But then it's an impressive performance for them. At least they got the job done in the first game. The second game, they have to think about how to navigate that one. And for Ivory Coast, well, what more can we say about them? We've seen this trajectory over time. And you look at the young players are coming into the national team right now. So it's just like a fresh, season for them, a fresh campaign for them with the young boys. And interestingly, Amad Diallo, got the goal for them to secure 3 points. Yes, so I'm looking forward to, these two teams who got 3 points in their first game. But then it's going to be difficult for Ghana. Yes, it's going to be difficult for them. But for Ivory Coast, I think I have my eyes on them. I'm looking forward to see what they are going to do in their second game. But all in all, the African teams are really, holding their own. Hopefully, they will progress to the round of 32. At least that should be, the minimum for them. For some who want to push above their weight, maybe the quarterfinal, just like we've seen before.
Yeah, we've seen about 3 losses and about 5 draws and 2 wins. I think that's good enough, for the African side going to this tournament. I mean, you expect the likes of Sweden to at least be able to defeat Tunisia. Well, maybe the biggest one, Mexico up against South Africa. They are co-hosts, right? And you expect Mexico to actually go on, get all the home advantage and defeat the South African side. Even because South Africa, they've not played since they last hosted in 2010. So they will still look like they are, World Cup rusty, sort of. But for Mexico, they are perennial attendees at the World Cup. And for the likes of Egypt, good performance up against Belgium as well. They almost won that game too, by the way. It took an own goal for Belgium to get back into that one. And for Ghana, that Ghana game, I will second your point. That game against Panama as well. Panama actually played really, really well. And Ghana, it was like against the run of play, and they got that goal. And that's how football can be. Sometimes we say football can be very, very cool. And it happened for Panama. And they know that if they can't get that scalp over Ghana, up against Croatia and England is even going to be much more tougher. But they can beat themselves, on the shoulder and say, look, we can go again, even against England and Croatia. And as for Algeria, which is going to lead us into our next story, it was a very, very poor game. You expect the likes of Mahrez, the likes of Isamandi, the likes of Ben Rama to turn up, Mohamed Amoura. You expect them to turn up in this game, but of course, it is the RB Celeste. It is Lionel Messi. It is Enzo Fernandez. It is Alexis McAllister. Emiliano Martinez. I mean, stars upon stars upon stars. And they did well. I mean, it is 4 losses, by the way. Let me quickly correct that one. Because Senegal as well, one of Africa's hope, actually, one of their hopes in this World Cup. They also lost against France. But it was a good first half, from the Teranga Lions. But of course, when you come up against quality like that, look at France's score depth. A lot of talk was about their attack going into this tournament, right? And you look at the likes of Desiree Doué, Ousmane Dembele, who even had a poor game, by the way. Michael Olise. Let me quickly touch on Michael Olise before we go into our next story, Abiodun. If France goes on to win this World Cup, do you think Michael Olise is a big contender? Does he have a shout for the Ballon d'Or?
Absolutely. Absolutely. What more can you say about Michael Olise? Right. You look at his performance. The just concluded season with Bayern Munich, goal, assist, combined, it was crazy. And the way, he takes on his opponents, is just out of this world. And when this young man was at Crystal Palace, there's always these talks about, he's still developing, he's not there yet. But then he got that move to Bayern Munich, and since then, he's been on the rise in terms of his performance, in terms of his delivery, in terms of end-to-end finish. So you just want to put him on that pedestal. For me, no disrespect to all of the players who have done really well so far this season, but trust me, if Michael Olise is not in that conversation for the Ballon d'Or, then I don't know what those who are voting what they are really thinking about, because this man has been very, very consistent. Right. And we all saw the story about him joining Real Madrid. Right. And maybe that will happen in the future or not.
you would want that to happen, right?
Fantastic footballer.
Personally, you would want that to happen.
Absolutely. I would want that to happen, but trust me, it will be crazy for Bayern Munich to let him go. Honestly, it will be crazy. But like I said, maybe in the future that will happen. But right now, I still think he's going to be a Bayern Munich player next season.
Absolutely. He should remain at Bayern Munich because his link-up play with Harry Kane is actually second to none. What a player he was. When he was, shifted tactically by Didier Deschamps into that number 10 role, that was when France were able to get into their grooves. And I was talking about their attacking options. Bradley Bakula, who wasn't even starting at Paris Saint-Germain, he even started the game. He came on as well to get the second goal. But brilliant goal by Ibrahima Mbaye to be talked about. That was a fantastic goal, putting Theo Hernandez, on the ground, and of course getting a brilliant goal. But of course, Kylian Mbappe, the star of the show, that's a man that you will say if France should go on to win the World Cup, he's actually in contention for the Ballon d'Or. I mean, fantastic goal, from outside the area. And that game looked like it had PSG written all over it. PSG past and present, right? Kylian Mbappe is not playing for PSG anymore, but Ibrahim Mbaye is still very much at Paris Saint-Germain. And of course, the man who got France's second goal, Bradley Bakula. Let's talk about Algeria and Argentina this time around because Lionel Messi, remember he scores against Nigeria almost every time. It was in 2010 that he didn't score when we faced at the World Cup. But Algeria have now become the African nation that Lionel Messi has scored against most after his hat-trick helped Argentina beat them 3-0 in their Group J opener in Kansas City on Tuesday. And the result pushed Algeria ahead of Nigeria on Messi's all-time scoring list against African sides. And before the game, Messi had netted 3 times in 4 World Cup meetings with Nigeria. But his latest treble takes him to 5 goals in just 2 matches against Algeria. And the 38-year-old opened the scoring in the 17th minute with a calling 25-yard strike after Rodrigo de Paul found him outside the box. He had scored earlier, but he doubled the lead on the hour mark by pouncing on a rebound from Lucas Zidane and after Alexis McAllister's shot, and completed his hat-trick in the 76th minute with a trademark finish following a 1-2 with McAllister. I mean, what can you say about the man Lionel Messi, right? So you remember in 2014 when he came up against a spirited Vincent Eyama. When that free kick went in, Eyama was like, there's nothing I can do to stop this man. And this time around, he did it again at 38 with a hat-trick. His first hat-trick at the World Cup. He's now level with Miroslav Klose, 16 goals. And trust me, with the way he's going, he's actually going to break that record. I think it's personally going to be a battle between him and, of course, Kylian Mbappe for this World Cup. Somebody's going to get to 20 goals. But what can you say about this 38-year-old, maestro, Lionel Messi, still doing well in the MLS and still doing well for Argentina as they look to defend this World Cup title?
If you had to, write a script about Lionel Messi, you could go on and on and on, putting those words together.
Right.
For what he's done in world football, right from his time at Barca, going to Paris Saint-Germain, now in the MLS. But for Messi, I really don't know. I'm short of word. Going into that, particular game, there were reports that it might not be 100% fit. But then I think they were able to, to speed everything up. He was fit enough for that game. We saw what Lionel Messi would do on a good day. He tends to deliver when it really matters. And for me, I think the whole of Argentina squad right now, they want to play for him because, of course, he is won the World Cup. They are the current champion. But then it's also going to be a win-win situation for them if they go on to defend the World Cup, even though it might be a bit difficult for them to actually go on to achieve. But for me, I think Lionel Messi is the leader in that team. Every other player, want to play for him because they know what he can bring to the table. And anytime, any day, he's going to deliver when he has those chances. So let's look forward to their second game. In as much as I want to fancy them to go on, to get around, somewhere in the quarterfinal, the semi-final. For me, I still don't see them, in my opinion, I still don't see them, as the favorites to go on and win this World Cup. I might be wrong at the end of the day, but it is still the first game. Let's see their second game. Let's see how they progress into the tournament. Then we can now have that conversation.
I mean, it was a brilliant game. And Abiodun, we saw something earlier. A lot of people were already talking about that foul on that Algerian player, Aissa Mandi, by Lionel Messi. In your opinion, quickly, in about 2 words, was that a red card for you?
Absolutely, a red card.
Wow.
Yes, it's a red card.
But people were saying it wasn't a malicious challenge.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I saw the highlight again, and I saw a particular video where a certain referee was actually analyzing, the stamp on the Algerian player. It's a red card. We saw the game against South Africa.
Right.
I think it was a red card to the Mexican player.
No, it was to South Africa's player. Okay, it was a red card to the Mexican player, but it was taken back.
Yeah, so that wasn't a red card. But then if you look clearly, for me, it's a red card for Lionel Messi. But then maybe because, it is Lionel Messi, and, the referee decided to, use his discretion and just say, okay, let me let it go.
Let me let it go. Okay.
It's a red card.
Absolutely. I mean, that was a stamp on the back of Aissa Mandi, and the Algeria captain was actually talking. He said, look, the player had gotten away. What if I had broken my leg? The player will still go away and he come back and say sorry. But I don't think that was a malicious challenge by Lionel Messi, by the way. But of course, there are 2 sides to everything. This time around, Abiodun, thank you so much for coming in. But before I let you go, there's a game, today. South Africa up against the Czech Republic. They'll be looking to bounce back from that loss, up against the co-host Mexico. But this time around, the South Africa captain, Ronwen Williams, their goalkeeper, has said it has been painful to hear former internationals criticizing the team after their 2-0 defeat to Mexico in their World Cup opener last Thursday. And speaking ahead of their match against Czechia in Atlanta, Williams acknowledged that while it's fair to question the performance, he took issues with criticism of the squad's attitude and spirit, especially after playing half the game a man down against the host nation. Does he have a fair point, Abiodun? Because that game was actually very, very poor. And a lot of people are quickly pointed out to their last team. That was in 2010, the likes of Shabalala, the likes of Steven Pina, the likes of Bongani Kumalo, I think Atlego Mfela as well. People were quick to compare this current team, the likes of our police and all of that, and Themba Zwane, who got the red card. People compared them quickly to that team of 2010. That team of 2010 got a draw against Mexico at the time. But this South African team in 2026, they lost. And they have, a game today against Czech Republic. Do you think redemption can be achieved?
I don't think so, because we are talking about two wounded teams going into their second game. Croatia lost their first game against South Korea. And South Africa, for me, I think they respected the Mexican in that game. Too much respect for the Mexican. They controlled the tempo of the game at some point. They were playing from the back, and it shows the intent of a team that really understand what they want to do in a tournament. So if you had that confidence, why not take, the Mexican to their game? But at some point, they decided, to tone down their performance. But for those who are comparing, come on, I think it's just unfair. You cannot compare the recent or the current South African team with those legends. We are talking about Steven Pina. Who would you want to compare
in this current team?
Yes, in this era, none of their players in the midfield come close to Steven Pina, one of the greatest South African players, fantastic footballer. But then they should take a chill pill. They should look forward to their second game and go on to back them. Maybe the performance will improve. But trust me, Czech Republic are wounded. South Africa are also wounded. So it boils down to who really want to take on this game. So let's see how the game pans out. But
all right, quickly, Abiodun, give me a scoreline. Give me a scoreline quickly before I let you go.
I think it's the end of the road for South Africa. I think Czech Republic will win this one.
You think the Czech Republic will win this one? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll be waiting to see. That time will tell when the game happens tonight. Thank you so much, Abiodun, for joining me on the show today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right. And I also want to say thank you to the guys behind the scene for making this show a wonderful one. Thank you so much for joining also the viewers. It's been the Sport Republic. Up next is the Midday News. I'm Afiz Ogubanja, and I'm saying have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines,
News breaks and events happens. We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they're doing, their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and say, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,600, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there's no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KGK loves sports.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Corey, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a brother shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the streets,
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Governors renew support for state police. Army revises training to tackle terrorism. Ribadu service chiefs set for NUJ summit. Edo government demolishes ritual den. Northern groups demand probe of former governor poison plot. Kwankwasia says Guazo backed Mustafa Kwankwaso. And in business, MTN Group CEO warns against anti-African business backlash. In sports, Ghana defeats Panama 1-0. And in entertainment, Aruchukwu mourns as Alex Ekubo's body arrives. And now the news in full. The Nigerian Governors Forum has reaffirmed its support for key national reforms, including state police, the National Solar Power Grid Initiative, and agricultural development programs aimed at boosting security, food production, and citizens' welfare. Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun announced this while presenting the communique issued after the forum's second meeting of 2026 in Abuja. The communique signed by NGF's chairman Abdulrahman Abdulrazak said the reforms are essential to tackling Nigeria's security challenges and promoting sustainable economic growth. The forum noted that insecurity linked to Boko Haram, armed banditry, and other criminal groups has persisted for more than 2 decades, particularly in northern Nigeria, resulting in thousands of deaths and widespread displacement. It added the threat has spread to parts of southern Nigeria. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Army has reviewed its recruit training curriculum to strengthen the capacity of newly enlisted soldiers to tackle terrorism, insurgency, and other emerging security threats across the country. The commandant of the Nigerian Defense Academy, Major General Oluyemi Olatoye, disclosed this during the beating of retreat, an award ceremony for the 90 regular recruits intakes at the Depot Nigerian Army in Zaria. Major General Olatoye said the review was aimed at aligning recruits training with Nigeria's evolving security environment. He noted that the revised curriculum equipped recruits with the knowledge, discipline, and professional skills needed for modern military operations. Olatoye added that greater emphasis has been placed on counterterrorism and counterinsurgency training to prepare soldiers for emerging threats and strengthening the Army's response to security challenges. He said the training has equipped recruits to support ongoing operations against terrorists, bandits, and other criminal elements threatening national security and public safety. In the meantime, the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and other service chiefs are among key stakeholders expected at the Nigerian Union of Journalists National Security Summit in Abuja today. The summit aims to strengthen collaboration between the media and security situations and institutions in addressing Nigeria's security challenges. Speaking in Abuja, NUJ National President Alassane Yahya said the summit themed Media and Security Partnership in Nation Building will bring together journalists, security experts, government officials, development partners, and civil society organizations. Yahya said discussions will focus on responsible security reporting, tackling misinformation and disinformation, protecting national interest without undermining press freedom, improving access to credible information, and strengthening cooperation between journalists and security agencies. Moving on, the Edo State government has demolished a building in Uromi, Esan Northeast local government area of the state, suspected to have been used for cult and ritual activities. The demolition is part of the state's operations Flush Out Kidnappers and Cultists, launched after authorities discovered the decomposed body of a gate man on the property. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
Operation followed intelligence reports and investigations, including the discovery of the decomposed body of a gate man in one of the properties on June 2, 2026. It disclosed that suspects connected to the case are currently at large and have been given 72 hours to report to the police for further investigation.
Edo State Special Security Squad is concluding a serious investigation going on since 2nd of June. We are in Evoje, Afuda, Uromi, and neighbors around whisper to communities around who whisper to police that a putrid smell is coming out of this compound. And upon investigation, the police from Uromi discovered a decaying corpse in this building. And further investigation showed that victim is called Mida Danladi, the security man here. And these premises we are in belongs to one Ewe Favor and Ewe Bright. Upon discreet investigation by the police of Uromi, they discovered that the putrid smell is coming from a decaying body that his head has been severed right here in this compound behind us. And it has been decaying for over a month plus, according to experts morticians. And upon discovery, it was discovered that some vital parts of his body is missing. And that led us to come here from government house, from the marching order of the governor, to find out what is really going on. And upon the professional information from Uromi Division of the Police Force, we discovered it has been a murder and a ritual killing.
Ezekigbe said the demolition was intended to serve as a deterrent while assuring residents that the state government would continue efforts to dismantle criminal networks and improve security across Edo State.
Senator Monday Okwebolo says no hiding place for cultists and cultism and all sundry social vices. This is exactly what it means. You can see the carnage that is going on behind us now. It's exactly what it means. There's no hiding place for cultists and cult-related vices. And this is exactly what the governor has sent us to do.
Brother Johnny, Vop TV News.
Well, thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. In another development, a coalition of northern groups and associates of former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai is calling for an immediate investigation into allegations of a plot to poison him while in detention. The group, led by Ibrahim Sanusi, co-convener of the coalition of a rebel youth group, made the call at the news conference in Abuja. They also condemned El-Rufai's continued detention, citing what they described as stringent and unrealistic bail conditions imposed by the court. The coalition further urged authorities to guarantee the former governor's safety and access to adequate medical care, noting that he has been in detention for more than 100 days. Our correspondent, Memunat Salihu, has more on this report.
A hustling city.
Is not optional. The rule of law must never become a selective weapon.
The federal government must immediately investigate the serious allegation made by Timi Frank regarding a plot to poison Malam Nasir El-Rufai. This investigation must be independent, thorough, and its findings must be made public. The second demand is review of bail condition. The court should urgently review the current bail condition imposed on Malam Nasir Ahmed El-Rufai and grant him reasonable bail in accordance with the law. Prolonged detention through unrealistic condition is violation of his fundamental human right as a Nigerian and as a human being. Our third demand, the federal government must guarantee Malam Nasir El-Rufai's safety. While our fourth demand is end to selective persecution. The federal government and relevant agencies must stop targeted harassment and prosecution of opposition figures, particularly those coming from Arewa region, who appear to be bearing the brunt of this crackdown. Our fifth demand, respect for court orders. All court orders granting access to medical care, family and legal counsel must be respected without further hindrance or excuse.
What we are saying is we are amplifying what such a prominent member of APC could say, could tell the world. To please, let us escalate this, if possible, and we demand with empathy, vehemently, that please, there should be an investigation in that particular claim, so that it is the right of this individual who has been denied access. Now, to answer your question, if anybody from his family, yes, like the question asked, which my fellow comrade here was also responding to, one of the wives of Malam made it categorically clear she was denied access to this man to give him food and drugs. In fact, she sat with his doctor for 3 hours. Now, the doctor could not access this, not until that woman raised the alarm.
The coalition concluded by urging the federal government to either press charges if there is evidence or immediately release El-Rufai, reinforcing that Nigeria is a constitutional democracy, not a police state. It warned that any action outside these legal options would be illegal and unconstitutional, rendering continued detention an abuse of state power and a violation of citizens' constitutional right. I am Salihu Maimunat, reporting for Vop TV in Abuja.
Thank you so very much, Maimunat, for that report. And in politics, the Kwankwasiya movement has dismissed allegations of nepotism over the emergence of Mustafa Kwankwaso as the deputy governorship candidate in Kano State, insisting that his nomination followed due process and was solely the decision of the party's governorship candidate, Aminu Abdulsalam Gwazo. The movement's spokesperson, Habib Salah Muhammad, stated this in an interview with journalists, saying criticism of the nomination, particularly by the All Progressive Congress, were based on misconceptions and personal opinions. On Monday, the Nigerian Democratic Congress, that's the NDC, announced Mustafa Kwankwaso, son of the vice presidential candidate Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, as Gwazo's running mate. Before his nomination, Mustafa served as Kano State Commissioner for Youth and Sports Development under Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf. The announcement has generated mixed reactions, with supporters describing it as a boost for youth inclusion, while critics, including the APC, argue it reflects an attempt by Kwankwaso to wield influence by proxy. Mohammed further disclosed that the NDC had initially approached Rabi Musa Kwankwaso before political alignments were finalized. Moving on, the chairman of the Abuja Municipal Area Council, Christopher Maikalangu, has inaugurated newly elected councillors for the council's 12 wards, urging them to prioritize grassroots development and uphold government confidentiality. The inauguration ceremony was held at the council secretariat in Abuja. Our correspondent at the capital, Maimunat Salihu, has more in this report.
And well-being of the people of Nigeria. So help me God.
Vop TV reports that the ceremony following the swearing-in of AMAC leadership by the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Mr. Nyesom Wike, earlier in the day. Addressing the councillors, May Kalangu said their 4-year tenure had commenced, stressing that their primary responsibility was to serve their constituencies diligently and address their needs. The chairman urged the councillors to uphold the oath of office they had taken and conduct themselves in accordance with the Constitution and the responsibilities of public office. He also advised them against leaking official secrets, adding that as government representatives, their statement would be heavily scrutinized by the public. May Kalungu further urged the councillors to prepare for the demands of the public office and remain accessible to the people who elected them.
Please respect the Constitution of Nigeria. Keep the secrecy of the federal government. Whatever you are saying here belongs to government. And whatever you say will be taken out. And it will be interpreted to people in different ways. So you have to watch whatever you are saying to your people. Because you are like government. Anywhere you are like government material.
Councillor Abubakar Usman, Gwagwa Ward Councillor.
I am Maimunat Salihu, reporting for Vop TV in Abuja.
Thank you so very much, Maimunat. Elsewhere, residents of Benin City have expressed mixed reactions to the policies introduced by the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, while some acknowledge ongoing reforms and government efforts to stabilize the economy. Many say rising fuel, transportation, and food costs have increased pressure on households and businesses. Several residents noted that the higher cost of living has made it increasingly difficult to meet daily needs and sustain livelihood. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
Myself, service, and well-being.
Food now cost about 4,000 naira. He stressed the need. Speaking on the rising cost of food production, Tochi, who manages an eatery in Oka, lamented the sharp increase in the prices of tomatoes. According to him, a basket of tomatoes, which previously sold for between 19,000 naira and 20,000 naira, now cost as much as 33,000 naira. He noted that the increase has significantly affected food businesses, as customers often complain when informed that a plate of food now costs about 4,000 naira.
Residents of Benin City have shared mixed reactions to the impact of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's policies nearly 3 years after he assumed office, citing rising living costs and economic challenges as key concerns. Speaking to Vop Tv, many residents said the removal of first subsidy and subsequent increase in transportation and food prices have placed significant pressure on households and small businesses.
Nigeria is passing through difficulties because of some of the policies that the president put up. So, to me, he has not done anything to be celebrated. And most of the policies has been inimical to our well-being, like the issue of oil subsidy. For the past 3 years, Tinubu said he removed oil subsidy, and he has acquired so much money from it. But generally, he can't account for it. There's no achievement, no investment, nothing whatsoever. And he keep on borrowing. And the money he has borrowed for these 3 years surpassed the one that was borrowed, that the past government has borrowed for over 16 years. Yet, nothing to show for it.
From Tinubu regime, it's like from fire to frying pan. We are talking of Tinubu, Buhari. We don't know that Buhari regime is being more better than Jagaban. Jagaban regime didn't benefit anything because everything is on the high side. Business, transportation. If you travel to buy goods, as you come back, both the profit that you're supposed to earn as a businessman, you enter for transportation and other expenditure. Would they achieve it? Would they enjoy his regime? His regime, is it food? Everything is on the high side. The poor masses are complaining much about it. It's not encouraging.
Some respondents noted that meeting daily needs has become more difficult despite ongoing government reforms.
I'm not benefiting anything. So, and apart from that one, Nigeria, even though you go to school, you go to primary school 6 years, you go to secondary school 6 years, you go to university 6 years. That is 18 years. And after 18 years, there's no job for you. Are you getting me? And you graduate as NYSC. What is the meaning of NYSC? Now your struggle continue in Nigeria because your father did not build company for you and your mother did not build company for you in Nigeria. Nigeria produced more than 6 million graduates and there's no 1 million job.
While a few residents express optimism that the policies could yield long-term economic benefits, others called on the federal government to implement measures that would ease hardship, reduce inflation, and improve the welfare of ordinary Nigerians. Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
But moving on, Nigerian families say feeding their households has become increasingly difficult due to rising food prices and the high cost of cooking fuel. Residents of Oka, Anambra State, told VOP reporter Chisom Namchi that the prices of cooking gas, kerosene, firewood, and food items have risen sharply. Many said they now struggle to afford basic meals and meet their daily nutritional needs. Our correspondent in Anambra State has more in this report.
Food production. Tochi, who manages an eatery in Oka, lamented the sharp increase in the prices of tomatoes. According to him, a basket of tomatoes, which previously sold for between 19,000 naira and 20,000 naira, now cost as much as 33,000 naira. He noted that the increase has significantly affected food businesses, as customers often complain when informed that a plate of food now costs about 4,000 naira. He stressed the need for government support and encouragement of agricultural activities to boost food production and reduce prices.
Like tomatoes, when you get to the market now, a basket of tomatoes, the smallest basket, initially we used to buy like 19,000, 17,000, but now it's 33,000, 37,000. Okay, just look at the onions. Onions, what's it called? The painter, the bigger painter, is about 9,000, 8,000. And they will tell you that most of these stuffs now are not from Nigeria. They are from Cameroon.
Also speaking, Mary Obonna, a food vendor known for preparing banga soup and tomato stew, expressed concern over the soaring prices of cooking ingredients. She stated that items such as stockfish and palm fruits have become increasingly expensive, with palm fruits costing up to 4,000 naira per purchase. According to her, buying ingredients at such high prices is negatively affecting profit margins and making business operations more challenging.
Everything is very costly. What I sell is ofako and tomato stew. Do you know that palm fruit is very costly? One for that tomato, this thing is 2,000 naira, and the one I buy every day is almost 40,000 that I used to cook my ofako. It's very costly. Is it from the stock fish, from the dry fish, is it pepper, tomato, everything is costly. I don't even know. For even gas.
Similarly, two meat sellers, Mr. Anibogo and Mr. Miller, complained about the rising cost of meat. They revealed that the cost of transporting cattle has increased drastically, with expenses rising from about 600,000 naira to 1.2 million naira. They attributed the increase to the numerous checkpoints along major roads and the high cost of fuel. According to them, by the time cattle reaches the eastern part of the country, the accumulated transportation costs make meat significantly more expensive for customers.
Produce is in the highway. When they pay the tax from year to year is checking point. From year to year is checking point. A lot of checking points on the road collecting money from the vehicles. Fare is very cost. After they will put all those things in the one cow head. That's made the cow to cost much.
Chisom Namche reporting from Oka.
Well, thank you so very much, Chisom, for that report. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo, and thank you for joining the conversation.
David. My pleasure.
All right, then let's start off with this particular story that emanated from Edo State, where the government of Edo State has demolished a building in Oromi. That's the Essen Northeast local government area, suspected to have been used for cult and ritual activities. First off, commendable efforts by the government and, of course, the people around, because when it comes to cultism, insecurity, and all of that, inclusiveness is needed at a time like this. But then, what do you make of the story? A lot have been saying, why demolish a building? Is it that the government does not need the building to possibly use it for something very meaningful for the government? Why demolish the building? Now, you would recall, same thing happened with the building where the former Minister of Power, the sister, also was kidnapped from. What do you make of this as well, Mr. Fanimo?
You see, the government's intention is to sound a note of warning and to also use that as deterrent.
Okay.
For those who had decided to go the wrong way against the law. Now, it also tells you that for every crime, at least 85 to 90% of crimes committed, there is a willing collaborator to support the prime suspect. What I mean is, if there was no abode secured enough to commit those crimes,
Okay.
it could serve as deterrent because they don't have anywhere to go to do it. And there's this Yoruba saying that the thief is as good as those who abetted him or her. You know, Yoruba will say, "Agbópo lọ́jà kì í ṣe onìkan ló lè, ẹni tó gbà á sílẹ̀."
Right.
You know, somebody who stole from the roof of the house couldn't have lifted a heavy load and still jumped to the floor. He would have injured himself. But somebody aided and abetted that crime by supporting him to bring it down to the floor. So, to that extent, demolition is right. But on the flip side, why not arrest the culprits, let them face the law, clear up the building, and let government acquire it for a purpose? The house that we saw in that video is enough to provide primary health care.
I knew you were going to go there. And of course, that was a place I also was going to. Because if that particular environment can have a major primary health care as powered by the state, maybe it's even going to help the people even more.
You know? So if you have a primary health care center in that particular environment, near house by this house that was demolished, it would have been better. Because to government, yes, you are doing that as a form of deterrent. But in terms of benefit, that house could still be useful for the people of that particular locality. And it's also a note of warning to landlords and agents. The banks will say, know your customer, KYC. The military will say, KYE, know your environment. I think to the landlords and the agents now, you should know your tenant. So it will be KYT. You should know your tenants, do due diligence on your would-be tenants before you give them your accommodation. And then even when you give them accommodation, try to monitor them. If you give somebody a 3-bedroom flat and you notice over a period of time that it's a pattern that about 20 people sleep in that house, then that should raise a red flag.
What if you don't stay in the apartment as a landlord?
No, I'm not saying. I said you should have a way. Most landlords now have agents who live around that community.
Right.
The agent should monitor the particular building, not just collecting rent, and see the influx of people into that apartment, and then the kind of people who flock the apartment. And once you are able to monitor this, you can avert this kind of incident that has just happened. I'm not too sure that those who committed this offense were the owners of that building.
Even from the report, they were not.
It might be a rented apartment.
Right. Because the report also almost stated something like that, even though they identified who owned the apartment. But of course, they are not the people who were arrested. All right, then let's move from that story to still talking security matters. The National Security Advisor is going to be meeting alongside key stakeholders, particularly with the Nigerian Union of Journalists today. And one of the major conversations of this summit is the inclusiveness of the media in terms of enlightening the people even more. But looking at this development, how much of an impact do you think this conversation is going to have with the people and, of course, the media?
See, it's a thumb up for AUJ.
Okay.
They got it right this time around. You see, like 40% of those who practice journalism in this country today, they are not schooled in journalism. You know, you could read Yoruba, find yourself in a newsroom. You could read, unlike law, if you don't go through law school, you can't call yourself a lawyer. If you don't go through medical school, you can't call yourself a doctor. But it's an not-common affair. This media job is an not-common affair. But aside from that, even when you are a quack, even when you are a practitioner, because NUJ states it clearly that even if you have PhD, you must have a diploma in communication-related course before you can practice the job and be recognized as a media practitioner. You know, so having said that, it is the responsibility of the body like NUJ, the Press Council, Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria, to give updates on training, research and development. Because sometimes the way we report the Boko Haram issue, insurgency, it calls for concern. Sometimes I shudder. When I was news editor, that kind of story will not go past me. I will either kill it or ask the reporter to give me another perspective.
Are you talking in terms of reportage or in terms of writing?
In terms of course, it is what you write that you report.
Right.
Now, some disclosures are made in the media that runs counter to national security ethos.
Okay, I get you now.
It is wrong for you to promote non-state actors over state actors. You may think you are getting the bylines, but you are undermining your country. What happened to us in this country today was partly as a result of unrestrained and immature reportage of the media. Okay. To the extent that, and also, I also blame the military. It's unfortunate that I'm not part of the faculty for this kind of summit, but I would have brought up certain things. For instance, how can the chief of army staff or chief of air staff come to the media and begin to address the media of new acquisition of military warfare? No.
That's
you recall that
an internal thing.
That's not the ideal. So the military should also be schooled on the kind of information, particularly the public relations department of the three arms of the military and even paramilitary.
I think this part of this conversation is a good way to end the analysis segment because, yes, so much is to be talked about when it comes to insecurity in Nigeria. Yeah. And like you said, the military also needs to be schooled. Hopefully, this would be the conversation going into that summit with the National Security Advisor. Unfortunately, because of our time, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the midday news. We'll be talking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much.
Always my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the media news, both in business, sports, and entertainment. Please stay with us.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember,
we're glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. MTN Group President and Chief Executive Officer Ralph Mopita has warned against growing calls in parts of Africa to boycott Pan-African businesses, saying such actions could harm youth employment, digital transformation, and regional economic integration. Mopita made the remarks in an interview with Bloomberg while discussing the corporate impact of recent protests targeting some businesses. His comments come amid social media campaigns in Nigeria and other African countries calling for the expulsion of foreign-owned African businesses following renewed incidents of anti-immigrant sentiments in South Africa. He stressed that businesses operating across multiple African markets are vital to the success of the African continent free trade area and should not be judged solely by their country of origin. Mobita also noted that MTN earns most of its revenue outside South Africa, underscoring its pan-African footprint. He urged governments, businesses, and citizens to embrace dialogue rather than rhetoric measures, arguing that migration and unemployment challenges cannot be solved through economic isolation. For business, we'll move straight to talking sports. Ghana opened their World Cup Group L campaign with a dramatic 1-0 victory over Panama in Toronto on Wednesday. Caleb Yarinki scored the winner in the 5th minute of stoppage time, sparkling celebration among Ghanaian fans and sealing hard-fought contest. Clear scoring chances were limited, with both sides struggling to create opportunities for much of the match. Panama came closest earlier on, but goalkeeper Lawrence Atizigi produced a fine save to deny Cecilio Waterman in the 2nd minute. Ghana secured the victory despite the absence of Villarreal midfielder Thomas Partey, who was not part of the squad after being denied a World Cup visa by Canadian authorities. And to wrap up the midday news, we go straight talking entertainment. Tears and sorrow filled Arochukwu, Abia State, as the remains of Nollywood actor Alex Okubo arrived for burial. His body was brought home in a convoy and made a brief stop at the palace of the Eze Arochukwu before proceeding to his family compound. In a viral video, the monarch and one of his chiefs were seen offering prayers over the coffin. Emotions ran high when his sister saw the casket. She broke down in tears and had to be restrained as she tried to reach the ambulance carrying his remains. The emotional scene drew crowds of sympathizers who lined the streets to pay their last respect. Several colleagues also attended the burial, including Ike Ogbonna, Kelvin Ikeduba, Iniedo Omoni Oboli, and Yomi Kajo, who joined the solemn procession through the village. Burial rites continue in Arochukwu, his hometown. And with that particular entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Oburu na mbụ ezigbo nwa afọ Nigeria ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugo ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Nigeria ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ. Asaa bụ onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo Igbo kwezuenu o. Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme. Na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile. Na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu. Na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa. Nwa ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra. Menugwu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza. Ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike. Ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ. Ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi n'Imo. Ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu. Ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị. Ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza. Ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ. Ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị ọlịba. Onye agbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo. Anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hi everyone, yes, welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And guess what? See, today, I always say that every day on the Spotlight Show is always a special day. No dulling, no dull moment. And yes, get ready everyone, because we're about to write through stories that matter. And yes, you know, you're always doing this with your beautiful host, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Pressy. I see they waiting, I see they be E for the word energy. So yes, get ready everyone, because we're about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And why did I even say that today is really special? Because I have a guest joining me today. And yes, our guest today is a talented musical artist known for her creativity, passion, and dedication to music. She has continued to inspire and entertain audiences through her unique style and artistic expression. And it's a pleasure to have her with us today to share her journey, experiences, and insights from the music industry. Please join me in warmly welcoming our special guest, Zippo Way, to the show. I need the drum rolls. Like, this is the time where we get it. Oh, wow. Zippo Way, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Ooh, how do you feel? Tell me.
I feel special. I feel good.
You see, I always tell you guys that in the Spotlight Show, on the Spotlight Show, it's always a special time. And you know, when we talk about special time, we talk about special people like Zippo Way. But come to think of it, Zippo Way, this is your name, man. When I first heard the name, I'm like, oh, this is South African. I'm not going. I don't want to talk too much, but it's a lot happening between South Africa and Nigeria. But please tell me about this name, because I'm interested. I want to know.
Please, I am fully Nigerian.
Okay.
Pure to the core. But yeah, so I'm from Delta State. Ooh. I'm half Ijo and half Ukwani. So Zippo Way is an Ijo name. South.
Okay. Well,
South girl.
Oh, wow.
Representing.
All right. She has actually, you know, told who she is. So I don't want to talk more, because a lot of people are already saying, oh, Zippo is like this from South Africa. You should be coming down. This thing you are carrying your heart. Relax. Just breathe in and breathe out. Welcome to the show once again.
Thank you.
So tell me, how has your week been for you?
Ooh, my week was actually well, the week's just starting. It's Monday.
Actually. You know, the weekend starting towards Saturday.
The weekend was a lot. It was a lot. It was
I would love to hear
so
something
fun. It was so fun.
I like the sound of that. It was, you know, when someone just says it was so fun with the expression on the face, you know that it was really fun.
It was really fun.
Wow.
I'm telling you. I had a performance, then I went to a rave, and then I went to an after party. Jesus. So I was just
Jesus.
Party after party.
That's the sound of it. Party after. If you don't get it, forget about it. So Zippo, we are going to play a game. I hope you're ready.
Oh, I'm sure I'm going to be ready as I am.
So I just want to check how energetic you are.
Oh, okay. I slept on Sunday.
So yes, it's the spotlight game, and yes, we're having Zippo and we're going to do this together. Okay. Yes, so Zippo, I'd just love to ask you, a few questions. So tell me, tea or coffee?
Matcha. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
I'm a matcha girly. I'm so sorry.
All right. Okay. Fame or fortune?
I mean, don't they go together? Can I have both?
Easy collabo.
Best of both worlds. I want them both.
All right. What about beach and vacation or city vacation?
Beach. Beach.
I love people too like water things. I don't understand, but the feeling is always like I get the feeling.
I can't even swim. I just want to be there.
No too shouting. Just hide your face, hide out. So tell me, this particular one, I hope you love it. Old school music or new school music?
Ooh, I grew up on old school music, but I make new school music.
Ooh,
but
so
I'm gonna say new school.
Oh,
it's changing. Music is ever evolving. So yeah, there's always gonna be new school music, and I'll be old school eventually.
So we're going to come back to that. Okay. All right, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still have Zippo with us. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
From memories and emotions and feelings. That's the kind of music that I make and I love to make.
See, if you love doing something, you just always have the passion
to do it. Yes,
like no stress
at all. You love doing what you do for work, and amazing.
It's amazing. All right. So please, Zippo, we'd love to know, when did you discover your passion? Because a lot of people do music and basically they just do it because of the way it looks, and people are really loving the vibe. Not that they love doing it for passion. So when did you discover that music was your calling?
Since I was a little girl.
Ooh.
Like I said, I grew up listening to the oldies with my mom and my dad. So they really put the music in me. In secondary school, I used to hijack my classmates and sing for them. Like, hey, sit down there. We're going to sing a song today.
So it's by fire, by
fire. You're going to hear it today. But yeah, that kind of thing. So from secondary school time, then uni, I started dancing. So I was still involved in music.
So you have the dance and the music together.
I was still involved in music. That's how passionate I am about it. And eventually I was like, you know what? I want to make this music. Like what I'm dancing to, what's saving my life, what's helping me. Let me try to do that for other people. And that's really what I try to do.
Wow. So tell me, what really inspired you to become, to doing music?
Okay. So I say something. I say music saved my life. Okay. Yeah. So we talk about dance.
I can't wait. All right, let's hear it.
Let's give you a little bit of that.
Right now? Yes, right now.
You want to hear it? Okay. All right, here we go. I didn't drink tea. Wow. All right. The night is young, let's get on the dance floor. I live my life now with your wonka tell me so. YOLO, let's make the most out of this. Let's make the most out of this. Get up and dance. Ooh. The way the music makes me feel. It's so electric, this can't be real. The lights are flashing and parties sway. I don't ever want this night to fade.
I don't want to. Like, oh God, please don't.
You want to get up and dance?
Don't stop. There's a reason to get up and dance. I mean,
oh my gosh.
With everything happening in Nigeria now, a lot of people being sad, the economy, the children actually that right now that we are soliciting for, we need them back.
Yes.
So it's a lot, and I feel people are questioning that. Why are people still making music? Why are people still making movies? Why are people still doing things when we don't have a better place in Nigeria now? And a lot of people are still saying, is it necessary? So what's your take on that?
I'd say art is necessary. Absolutely. We cannot give up hope.
Yeah.
We can't let the darkness win. Bad things are happening, yes, but we have to look to the future. We have to keep pushing. That's why we have artists at every point in time that kept making music no matter what was going on in the world.
Yeah.
Wars, fights. During COVID, there was so much bad things happening, but artists kept pushing, gave us hope with art, music, films, different kinds of art, right? We need it. We need that hope to keep hoping for a better future.
All right, guys, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we still have Zipowe with us. So please don't go anywhere, because we're still going to dive into a lot of gist and stories. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Edouard, mon kébé, le kata mi po, o ti ń dá mi láàmú. Inú mi ràn mí lọ́wọ́, kò dẹ̀ sí fún.
Producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching, don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Ariko here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bond.
My name is Vidya Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People TV. Love ya.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. It's still happening here on Vop TV. And yes, with your host Precious Akumaru, aka call me Prezi, as they waiting, as they be. And guess what? We still have our guest with us, Zipo Way. She has been zipping us away. Yes. So tell me, Zipo Way. You know, we've been talking about music, talking about this. You know, there's a question that someone asked me right now. I said, please ask Zipo Way if she loves love.
Oh, I love love. Ooh. I'm a lover girl. I wear my heart on my sleeve.
I mean, I'm a lover girl. I like the sound of that. Yeah. So do we have a lover? Do we have a love?
Jesus.
Jesus? Jesus? I mean, people are asking that. They said I should ask. So I'm doing what the people say.
I understand that. Jesus.
You know that time when they ask you, oh, who are you loving? I'm in love with Jesus. Jesus is the main person. Jesus is the man. If you don't get it, forget about it.
Forget about it.
All right. So we're going to talk about your career. I'm going to talk about your growth. What has been the most memorable moment for you in music career?
Oof. There's so many. I told you one already.
Okay.
The one at National Theatre.
Yes.
Last year, my friend Syntax invited me to perform back in my school, my uni. Wow. So it was like an alumni performance. Yes. And I was seeing all these youngins that were there where I was. And they're dancing to my song. And I'm like, oh my God, guys.
How do you even feel when people vibe to your song?
I feel amazing. Ooh. Because that's my goal. Like, yes, let's sing along. Let's dance together. You guys, let's dance.
All right. So what lessons have you learned from your journey in music? And what are the things you want to, if you're given the opportunity to undo some things and redo some things, what are the things you would really want to?
I'd say my biggest lesson so far is trusting myself.
Okay.
I have a really good intuition, right? I want to thank my parents for that and my life experiences, but I need to trust myself to know what's right for me. Okay. Right? As an indie artist, so many people will come to you with advice. Oh, I think you should do this. And they feel like they know what's best for you. So you can take advice. You can listen to people, consider what they're saying. But at the end of the day, I think you know what's best for you. You can make your decisions yourself. Yeah. And if you succeed and if you fail, you learn from that failure. Of course. You make better decisions. So it just ties all into itself to trust yourself.
Yes.
Trust me.
You know, talk about you're talking about people, advising and the rest of them. You know, a lot of people have, 100 advices to give to you as a person in your career. So, but basically, I'd love to ask this question. How do you face criticism?
Ooh, criticism.
Yes.
So, like I said, I listen to people's critiques and advice. Sometimes somebody's coming from a well-meaning place. Yeah. They want what's best for you. They might not necessarily know what's best for you, so they're giving you that advice from that position, right? So I don't try to push away criticism. I take it in. What is this person trying to tell me? What can I gain from what they're telling me? Yeah. I don't know everything. Like, I trust myself and I try to listen to myself, but I don't know everything. So I need to listen and take in from around me so I can get better.
Okay. So apart from the music you told me, the song you told me that you're about to do, is there another project you're working on right now?
Ooh, there's other projects coming, you guys.
Okay.
Songs featuring different artists that I can't quite talk about now. Hush, hush.
Oh my God. Oh my God, I feel like crying right now. So you don't want to tell us?
Not yet. Coming soon.
So what should we expect?
Right now, Get Up and Dance. Out on Friday. Stream everywhere.
Oh my God. You said Get Up and Dance. So what particular song would you be doing for us again?
You want me to do it?
Of course, because a lot of people say, I love her song, so I want more of it.
More. Okay, I'm going to do Stuck on You for you.
How do you even get the
name?
Telling you. What?
Okay, this one it's a love song though.
Okay.
So you like the song?
All right, let's hear it.
All right, now. This feeling in my body got a hold on me. Rose petals on the floor when you walk by me. Kilo shades, your loving at me pass by me. Cause I'm stuck on you. Ooh,
I'm stuck on you. Please. You know when if you love a boy and you have your partner, these are the kind of songs you would love to sing.
You'd love to.
You vibe to it.
Put me on your playlist. Set the mood.
All right, a lot of young ones are striving so hard to do music, especially young ladies. So, what would be your advice to young folks who want to, venture into music?
I'd say stay grounded. There's a lot of times when you want to take a risk or something looks too good to be true and you're like, I could do this opportunity, da da da. No. Stay grounded. Trust yourself. Take it beat by beat. Don't rush and dive in, because you want something so bad, you're willing to risk so much to get it. No, it'll happen. Just take your time. Do it right.
And do it right. All right, guys. So we're going to talk about right now. We've been talking about a lot of things that are happening in the celebrity lifestyle and a lot of things that are been happening recently.
Yeah.
And for the past few months, I know this year has been really tough one for everyone. We talked about that. We talked about a lot of people that have passed. We talked about the economy, and really something really happened recently. So it happened to be that CEO Limni, she's actually expecting a child with Baba Ijesha. So and wow, that's the expression. So a lot of people, we recently know that Baba Ijesha, recently came out of prison.
Yeah.
And it's a lot. And people are asking, is this right? All of a sudden you get pregnant and you're about to have a baby with Baba Ijesha. And that's a lot of people are questioning. What do you feel about that?
Oof. I am shocked. Taken aback. This is the first I've heard of this.
Yeah.
Right? But I feel like at the end of the day, people make decisions for themselves.
Yeah.
You can try to look in and give advice and say, I think this might be, like I said, everybody thinks they know what's right for them. So she's doing what she thinks is right for her right now, right? Based on the information she has and everything. And we can't really force her to do something else with her life. You can just hope and pray that she makes the right decision for herself.
Okay. All right. See, we have a lot of comments, and people really came out to speak about this whole thing. And let's take some comments and see what people have to say about Baba Ijesha and Lumni welcoming a baby boy. All right, let's see this.
Risky baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Chloe Storms out here. And this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Wow, I'm even shocked. A lot of our celebrities are really shocked about this whole thing, and even Blessing actually came out and said, "Oh, that wow, really?" All right, but we have a lot of comments. Let's see the comments because a lot of people are really they are shocked at this whole this whole thing. Let's take some comments and see what people have for them. And Star Girl Haid said, "Another day to remind you all that my gender can open leg for anything." Olorumi Majeki, Ashofa Chineke. Okay, and Real Woman Luxury said, "Where you na day forward this over 78K." Okay, and Tunina said, "Bro, this is fucking insane." And the Angel Smith said, "How can you, as a woman, have a baby with this person, knowing his crime? You had a child with someone who committed such a visceral crime to another child." Okay, let's take some more comments. People are really not happy about this. And I mean, okay, Boss Lady said, "Congratulations to CEO and Baba Ijesha on the arrival of your precious bundle of joy." Really? May this beautiful blessing bring endless happiness, laughter, and love into your home. May this joy be permanent, and may your child grow in good health, wisdom, grace, and favor. Wishing your family God's abundance. Wow, that's a lot. And Fumi Tech said, "A big congratulations." Okay. We still have people that are wow. People are still congratulating them. While people are some people are surprised at the whole issue. All right, and Miriam said, "God on when welcome baby boy." He's the on when for me. And Rick Ike said, "No level at all. Now they rate you guys anyways." Okay, and Sonali said, "He who is without a sin among you, or let him or her be the first to throw a stone at them." Really? Okay. Becky Gold said, "Truly everywhere first blow." I can't zoom. Because seriously, that was the first thing that actually got to my mind. When I saw the video, I was like, what? Really? But I mean, who am I to say anything? Okay. Yes, it's a lot. I mean, everybody, I don't know. Everybody have the right to have happiness. If she says that is what she desires for herself, who are we to, question? And I'm not going to speak for her. It's a choice. All right. And yes, that takes us to our next story. And we're talking about Derenle Edun marries himself at 40. So this particular story, I saw a video of Derenle. Like, you are celebrating your birthday and somebody actually get married to himself. That's weird. Really? See? I've seen this and I'm like, what? You're celebrating your 45th birthday and 45th birthday and you're saying you're getting married to yourself. Wow. What happened to all the ladies? Ooh. What happened to the finies we have? And the baddies? What happened to us? What?
It's self-love. She's happy.
So guys, popular media personality and actor Derenle Edun has sparked widespread reactions on social media after unveiling wedding-themed photos and videos to mark his 45th birthday. So the entertainer, known for his flamboyant style, and appeared as both the bride and groom in the symbolic self-marriage ceremony, prompting speculations among fans and about his relationship status. So yes, Derenle had later clarified that the gesture was a celebration of self-love, wow, okay, personal growth and self-acceptance rather than a legal marriage. So the unique birthday concept has turned to generate conversations online with many fans celebrating and praising his creativity, while others express surprise at the unusual announcement. But seriously, this is a lot. See the gown with suit inside. What is this? But come to think of it, let's talk about Derenle's fashion sense. It's wild. What?
Barrier breaking.
What?
Next level. I mean,
I don't know how they do this, but Derenle, I know Derenle for something that he's when it comes to fashion, man, he's always killing it.
Always.
On the red carpet, he's killing it.
Look after look after look.
He gave us a shock of our life. Like, what is this? Please, if you're not going to love yourself, love yourself. This is the thing. He has actually told you guys, you should value yourself. Because, I mean, the first self-love is just the best love ever. Yes. Because a lot of people have given so much that they don't even think about themselves, that they don't even value themselves. But talking about Derenle giving us this idea, man, I think I agree with you. Yes.
Take yourself out. treat yourself.
So when it comes to those people that get, during the time of Valentine, a lot of people had to find that the act that they had to get gifts themselves, even when they don't have anybody gifting them.
A support.
What?
Yes.
What?
Love yourself. You should be your first love. Love yourself.
Wait,
so
really?
other people can love you.
So you're in the line with people that actually go beyond their way, gifting themselves and say, "Oh, my boyfriend got me this."
Treat me. Love me.
But seriously, they really went overboard. Like, this is amazing. I actually love the fact that he had this kind of concept, because what is not to love is the way he just walks there. What?
One thing about him is he's unapologetically himself.
Yes.
And we'd love to see it.
Yes, he's always there. Well, congratulations to Daryl for loving yourself that way. Me, I'm rooting for you, bro. All right, guys. We have some comments. A lot of people are really happy for Jerry Lee's, concept of him loving himself and unapologetically. So let's take some comments and see what people are really saying about Jerry Lee. And Daniel Onyizu said, "Now you be salt, now you be pepper. Abio, now you be everything. In fact, you be Maggie Joy." And Chef Ruti said, "There's a lot the presence of God can do in a person's life. Actually, please get closer to your creator and see how your life choices will be impacted." Okay, where is this? I don't know what you're talking about. Where is this leading us to? Is it choices for him? He's away. All right, and then Tommy Olola said, "Where your craze gets full stop." Nadia, another person. Oh my God! Please, people should leave there, because that guy is so creative. When it comes to creative, he's creative, because this particular one, it was a shock. And yes, Tommy Lola said, "Where?" Okay, and Oluwo Fela said, "There are levels to this craze of a thing." You better say people where they crazy themselves. Now in a better pass. Normal people are not okay again.
Who is normal? No, seriously.
Oh my God, people when you call me that. Who is? I'm telling you.
Normal is a social construct. Everybody has their own version.
Yeah. And yes, Dimeji Roland said, "Just when you think you've seen it all, then boom, it can't be like saying Nigeria is the global headquarters of crazy people. Away. And yes, someone said, Delulu Pro Max, pray to be a man again and get you a family, bro." I mean, he's a stain. People should leave him alone. He loves himself. And yes, and Lagos vendor said, "Please, it is too early for this, I beg." How is it too early? To celebrate yourself is too early. Really? And Tommy Lola said, "Every malam with his kettle. Abio, everybody with their own issue. Leave the alone. Let him have his. Yeah, he's actually celebrating himself. And I mean, he's his thing. Let him do it the way he wants to do it." And yes, somebody said, "This is so Sylvester coded." Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about Denirele, and it's really lovely. Oh yes, and Mickey's Pride said, "Awada Keri Keri." It's well with you people though. Only that said, "No, now you be fufu, now you be okra swallow." Oh my God, head boy where said, "We're a Pro Max." You see, I don't tell you, I say people wait. Like what the poet said, people wait no man now, no plenty again. Even if you just start your own craze like this, everything all soft for you. All right, and Lolin said, "Madness just day in different form." Abio. And yes, somebody said Olorun Adawo Leio, and somebody said mental illness. How you should see, you people should just rest. When is your time to celebrate your own birthday? You can actually do it the way you want to do it. As for generally, he has found his own goal, and I think that is what is best for him. All right, yes, guys, that takes us to our next story, and we are talking about Elon Musk. You know when we hear the name Elon Musk, what comes to your mind, Tipoe?
A lot.
What's the lot?
I don't even want.
I don't want. Oh my God. Okay, and yes, Elon Musk has reportedly become the world's first trillionaire after his estimated net worth crossed the 1 trillion mark. So driven largely by the rising valuation of his aerospace company, SpaceX. The historic milestone placed Musk ahead of other billionaires and marks a new record in global wealth. So the achievement reflects the growth of Musk's major business interests, including SpaceX and Tesla. Through much of his wealth remains tied to company shares rather than, cash. So his fortune has actually continued to change as market value rises and fall. Get money, oh, you get why. You get waiting, you get why. See, a lot of people are happy that, I don't know how to say that. People say they don't take advice again. And the advice when they want to take now for Elon Musk. Say if Elon Musk advise them now, straight ahead, they're going to be doing it. Wait till you want to make I talk for this one. But seriously, money is good. Let's tell ourselves the truth. Money is good. Money is sweet. When they see me now, they say, Prezi, you too like money. I say, you too like venting. I say, allow me, oh, in peace to love venting. Me, I like it like that. In peace, I love the venting. Let's enjoy ourselves. Everybody go do all right. All right, guys. So, Zippo, wait, tell me. You said you don't want to be in this kind of category. Tell me, is it because of the fame? What exactly are you scared of?
For me, I want to make my own money, with my music. That's where my focus is.
Everybody out there.
Everybody down.
Oh my God. All right, guys, let's take some comments and see what they have for us in the comment section. A lot of people are, happy, and they said they're not going to take instructions again. It's only from Elon Musk that they want to, get advice from. I mean, okay, see. Now only this mafia advised me. What's law? And Naomi Classic said, Naomi now human being like you be that too, okay? And Liviv and said, Baba, they motivates me. Jesus Christ. And Kelvin for God said, you can never see him shouting money now what? God. You see this part where people they shout, money now what? I beg, no that they stop her. Maybe I say this is not too much. See her now. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments, and a lot of people are really talking about Elon Musk's net worth. And yes, First Lady Glamour said this is who is supposed to be shouting money na water, not one Indomie bellyful. And comedian said, I will be the second. Amen to that. I mean, all right. Ephraim Book said, I claim my own. Okay. And Wesley George said, Wesley George official said, Kuba, Una don't start. You see the fact that people are calling names now. You people have started. People should be coming down in peace now. What's all this mentioning of names? If you want to say you want to have the money, it's fine. We understand you that you will have the money. But come on now. Please, you should leave Kubana out of this. You should allow the man to rest. Let's take more comments. Yes, we have a lot of people talking about, Elon Musk. And people are saying they don't need advice again. It's only his advice that they need. And Olukun Prophetess said, this is what we call a J, 100%. May this type of wealth locate me. And anyone saying this, he say. And yes, Chinanya Immaculate said, God, I need ideas that will yield such amounts. That's the main thing. It's ideas. People feel like it's just, you might put so much work. You might put so much work, but what are you? Are you being creative?
What are you bringing? What's new?
What's new? Because it's a game changer. A lot of people are,
Yeah.
I mean, that's true. And yes, somebody said, Miss Sophie said, make it buy mansion for heaven. You meant to buy something for heaven. Now that you die. Oh my God. And Tife Hassan said, is the next in Jesus' name. Okay. And yes, somebody said, Ona sure say na human being. Wait, not be human being before. I mean, want to turn out to ghost. God help you. All right, we have more comments. Let's take more comments from our comment section. People, a lot of people are, talking about Elon Musk. And Zuri Mustafa said, I will not be broke. Amen. I support you, bro. I support you in Jesus' name. And Clement Bayo said, please come and buy Nigeria. Otilo. And Hype Man Eater said, is the for me because that's what I just. Well, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people, still talking about this. We have a lot of people, talking about Elon Musk and, praying for their own money. And Blessed Mickey said in dollars. So, do you get? The money is in dollars. That's why I'm surprised, Oga Musk, I beg, how will you take the account normal knowing you own this wealth as well? And Nora Tompkins said, one man amazing $1 trillion isn't innovation. It's a systemic failure. This fortune was built on taxpayer subsidized tax loopholes and the labor of thousands who will never see a fraction of that wealth. $1 trillion is in one pocket while thousands of his employees can't afford healthcare, housing, or even save for retirement. This is not a flex. Okay, at Nora Tompkins, are you sure of that? I mean, for him to even what everybody works for their money. I mean, you work, you get paid. That's what you're paid for. So a lot of people will feel that, oh, because you have all the money, you must. It's not by force. People actually learn when they can.
Yeah.
It takes someone that has, there's something I always say to somebody. I said that it's normal that someone might have a lot of money, but not still be able to give.
Yeah.
But you can actually don't have so many, but you learned and you give people.
Yeah.
So it's a different thing. It's your choice. It's your choice to make. I mean,
Yeah.
so but then the only thing I always tell people is that please work hard for your money.
Hustle.
Hustle will pay. Yes, hustle. Definitely. Even if you're not getting to that particular place you are, maybe you want to get to. But definitely somehow.
Baby steps.
Steps by steps. So yes. So Z4. Your name, this your
Analysts get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us.
Hi, everyone.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trendy news stories. We begin the African news from the story where donors have pledged $910 million to support the Ebola response in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. The African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, announced this on Thursday. Africa CDC said the pledges, including $80 million from African Union member states, were mobilized during an AU high-level emergency meeting in Bujumbura. The funding targets the Bujumbura strain outbreak, declared a public health emergency of international concern by World Health Organization on May the 15th. The Africa CDC said leaders endorsed urgent action to mobilize $580 million needed for the Joint Continental Response Plan, covering surveillance, case management, and community engagement through November. Away from that, Ugandan lawyer Erias Lugwago has been charged with misprision of treason and remanded in custody. Lugwago, a senior opposition figure and former Kampala mayor, denies filing to report treason. He was arrested days ago by security forces. Lugwago is representing detained opposition leader Kizza Besigye in an ongoing treason trial and in a separate suit against military chief Muhoozi Kainerugaba, son of President Museveni. Opposition leader Bobby Wine says Lugwago was seized while trying to serve a summons on Kainerugaba. Elsewhere, Zimbabwean Constitutional Court has dismissed a challenge by war veterans and declared reforms to extend presidential terms from 5 to 7 years. The ruling could allow President Emerson Mnangagwa to stay in office until 2030. Government supporters welcomed the judgment in Harare on Wednesday, but war veterans and opposition lawyers say that undeterred, they will keep fighting political analysts and warned that the decision threatens Zimbabwe's democracy. Still on legal matters, Senegal's Constitutional Court has declined to hear a challenge against Ousmane Sonko's reinstatement to Parliament. The ruling on Wednesday cements Sonko's position as National Assembly Speaker, weeks after President Bassirou Diomaye Faye dismissed him as Prime Minister. The court's decision is final. Sonko was reinstated to the Assembly and overwhelmingly elected Speaker after his falling out with Faye. Analysts say this new role could now check the president's power. Moving on, Orange Democratic Movement, that's the ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, has been removed from Kenya's Senate Energy Committee. Senate Majority Leader Aaron Cheruiyot announced the reshuffle on Wednesday, de-whipping Sifuna from the committee chaired by party leader Oburu Odinga. Homa Bay Senator Moses Kajwang replaces him. This, analysts say, the move weakens Sifuna's influence as ODM Secretary General. Sifuna insists he remains Secretary General and vows to defend Raila Odinga's legacy amid parties' tension. Still in Kenya, Kenya's National Assembly Finance Committee is pushing back on President Ruto's tax plan. The committee has rejected several proposals in the Finance Bill 2026, citing flaws in aggressive tax measures. Analysts say it set up a standoff with the executive, which needs new revenue to close a widening budget deficit. The committee's resistance may reflect public anger after last year's Gen Z-led protest against tax hikes. In the meantime, President William Ruto and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has agreed to strengthen cooperation in technology, agriculture, investment, and education. The leaders met on the sidelines of the G7 summit in Avian, France on Wednesday. Zelensky said Ukraine was ready to share exercise and implement joint projects with Kenya. He thanked Kenya for supporting Ukraine-backed UN resolutions. Ruto reaffirmed Kenya's commitment to diplomacy and international law to resolve the Russian conflict. We're glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo, and thank you for the conversation. Also joined us virtually all the way from Nairobi, Kenya, is Mr. Nicholas Oyo. Mr. Nicholas is a human rights activist and also the Secretary General, Free Kenyan Movement in Kenya. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Nicholas, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right, then. Also joined us from Kenya is Professor XN Iraki. Prof is the professor with the University of Nairobi. Prof, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon. I've been teaching you Swahili in Jambo.
Jambo, thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Well, again, I need to put this out there. The analysts in the studio have consistently said that I'm from Kenya, and I'm liking the view because when you understand the language, it tends to give you much more freedom amongst the people. Don't you think so, Prof?
If you walked along the streets of Nairobi, everybody will talk to you in Swahili.
All right, then. Maybe I'm going to learn that.
You need a DNA.
Thank you so very much, Prof, for being
Thanks
here.
for providing that information. We'll work at it.
He's always been taking on me on that. I mean, all of the time. But let's get to the news proper. And let me start off with you, Prof. This conversation coming from the news that your president, William Ruto, and of course the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has agreed to strengthen cooperation in technology, agriculture, investment, and even education. Well, again, this is coming from the point where Zelensky has clearly pledged that Ukraine is ready to share expertise and, of course, implement joint projects in Kenya. How much of a news is this? Now, some opposition are saying that this looks good on paper, but on implementation, it might not see the light of the day. What do you make of this, Prof?
I think there's no question about it that Kenya can benefit a lot from Ukraine's technology, Ukraine's agriculture, and Ukraine's skills. Like we have been importing wheat from Ukraine. I see a lot of some cooking oil from Ukraine. So Ukraine definitely is ahead of us technologically in many other ways. The question, in my opinion, is how Russia is going to react to that. I always see Russia very active in Kenyan political and economic scene. So one of the things I'm very interested to see is how Russia is going to react. I think in Kenya we have we like balancing on both sides. We talk to this side, we talk to this side. But I'm very glad to see how Russia will
It's interesting you mentioned the reaction. It's interesting you're mentioning the reaction of Russia. And we've seen over time that when it comes to these bilateral cooperation, Russia sometimes they're having the exceptions to all of this. But then we're talking international law and, of course, diplomacy as well, because law to resolve the Russia-Ukraine conflict is on one hand, But the part of bilateral diplomacy and all of that is on another hand. Do you think a country that is coming out of a war with Russia can carefully deliver on its statements as regards the promises made, and not, like some are saying, a mineral for expertise deal?
Because I've seen Ukraine giving a lot of skills, a lot of technology to some Gulf states because it is advanced in war technology, and it's very good. I have no doubt about it. Ukraine is very advanced in terms of agriculture. The question is whether Ukraine has enough money, enough reserves from the war to come and start doing business with us. So I think that's my biggest question, because Ukraine has its own problems. But even more curious to us is how Russia is going to react, because these two countries are disagreeing with one another. So people might interpret our siding with Ukraine as going against Russia, and Russia might have its own reaction. So what I'm interested in is that balancing act and how it's going to work out.
Okay, then let me go to Comrade Nicholas. Now, looking at these conversations, particularly on the fact that, yes, Russia on one hand might want to react by possibly cutting ties with Kenya at this point, but Russia and Kenya has, had a relatively good relationship. But we're also talking about the recent development that was uncovered, that some Kenyans were at the front line fighting for Russia against Ukraine. And now we're seeing Ukraine say, look, at this point, I want to have to share my expertise with you. And of course, in joint projects. Ukraine, on one hand, also has a very, very good experience when it comes to farming, whether mechanized or not. Is this particular joint venture going to see the light of the day? Plus, do you have an idea what is the likelihood of the reaction of Russia in all of these conversations?
First, I would start by saying where you just left it, by saying that Kenyans participating in war against Ukraine for Russia. Probably this is what has prompted Ukraine to come and look for Kenya, in the realization that probably they need to see if they can participate in helping Kenya deal with the situation, because most of the people who ended up in that war were people who basically went there because it's like an employment for them. It's like a job. Somebody going there because they feel that they need to raise funds, and in that war they can raise the funds. Of course, they may also die. They may also suffer serious injuries and all that stuff. But they're taking the risk to go there. So maybe Ukraine felt that it is important that they come and engage. Now, on the question of how, first of all, Ukraine has a lot of expertise in some of these things. And our industries will be very much served well if Ukraine comes and actually this is implemented. But then again, as the professor has raised the question of how Russia reacts, I think the Kenyan government must basically be able to explain that bilateral agreements are bilateral agreements. We are in agreement with China. We are in agreement with even Iran at some point. We have been in agreement with the US. We have agreements with other countries. So it should not be taken out of context that having bilateral engagements with any country is a declaration that we don't want to engage with someone else. I think it is time now to understand that bilateral agreements are just those agreements. And the government must be able to maybe give that communication out. I really worry about communication from our government. I hope that they can communicate this out and explain that this is not anything to do with refusing to work with one country over the other. Those are Cold War kind of engagements that now don't have a place in the new world, I think.
Now, still staying with you, Mr. Nicholas, at the backdrop of all of this is the fact that there is presently the call for reducing of tax in the country. Now, some are saying with these conversations with Ukraine, there's a possibility that there might be some level of major FDIs coming into the country. But do you see this as a visibility in happening? I mean, in reality, if it's going to happen at all, plus, do you think it's going to really benefit the Kenyan people in terms of possibly funding an FDI?
I really hope it brings benefits. But I'm one person who always looks at FDI as a I'm always a bit reluctant because foreign direct investment is just that. It is investment. And what it usually means is that before you go outside, you need to look home if there's anything you can do home before you go outside, instead of always running out to go and get somebody. And when somebody is going to invest, it means that they are going to make money. They are going to make profits out of what the engagement is. So usually it has to be, call it regulated in a way that it also benefits the people who are going to give this money out. Because if it's an investment, that is then means that they have to make their own sense in it. So I hope that it works out in a way that it is going to be beneficial to Kenyans. But the other question is, we always have these things happen, and we don't see our parliament or the foreign committee in our parliament coming out and laying the law on the ground. Because you see, these kinds of engagements, it is a foreign relations committee that should come and basically put down the question to ensure that whatever has been agreed is out there for Kenyans to see if it's going to be beneficial to them or not.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to Nigeria here. Mr. Fanimo, this level of bilateral talks is something that you are fully aware of. And of course, as a reporter right here in Nigeria, over time, you've also uncovered how much of these kind of bilateral agreements come to the limelight in its full existence. But some are saying that these kind of agreements on paper looks okay and fine and could benefit the people. But on the other hand, it is not seen. The dotted lines that are not seen might be very much questioning on the part of what is the country standing to gain even more, aside what we hear, that is for technology, education, and the likes.
You see, there are some things that are embedded in agreements. They are just giving us the executive brief of this agreement. You see, technology transfer is different from wholesale importation of transfer from another country. Now, let me give you, most Far East countries, they give you infrastructure, they build themselves, they engage their citizens, creating jobs in another land. I'm aware that Ukraine is one of the leading countries in terms of medical tourism for Africans. I would have expected that they would be talking about that in their agreement. For instance, Kenya is a bit central in Africa.
And it's just one of the biggest when it comes to the health sector in the entire East Africa.
Tourism and all that. I would have expected that they should have focused on that for us to have. Now, if there is world class, just maybe 2 world class hospitals in Kenya, it's easier for somebody to travel from Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali to Kenya than having to go to the extreme part of the world in the Eastern Europe of Ukraine, Russia, and the likes. So, and again, another thing is, if you are bringing technology, the Far East, when they were growing, they were not receptive to bringing technology to their domain. What they did was to send their people to that particular country, understudy them, and then replicate that technology in their country. There was a time we were saying anything from Japan, China, were fake products. But over time, they mastered it. Today, most of the things, our appliances at home, our cars, are either built in Japan, China, or in that region. So what I would have expected was that It's not a question of, it's not just signing agreement, bilateral agreement alone. What are the needs? It doesn't make any sense for you to tell me that when I have a bowl in my house, but I need a road to get to my house, you are now saying you are bringing another bowl. It doesn't make sense to me.
Would you agree?
How much of discussion did they have before they went into this agreement? And I've seen it before that a particular organization in Nigeria went to China to go and sign dotted papers. And when that agreement turned Ori, you know what they said? They said, we didn't know the content of the letter because it was written in Mandarin and you signed. Till today, they couldn't wriggle out of that problem.
So looking at this particular analogy you just gave, can we say that strategically, it is just Ukraine that might be gaining more in this agreement?
It will definitely, Ukraine will gain more. It will gain more. Because we are always the junior partner in such agreements. And they have not told us. And you know, African presidents, they never tell you what they are giving in return for such agreements.
Interesting. Let me take this conversation back to Prof. Prof, let me switch gears a bit, but I'm still going to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Fanimo in the studio. How much of a strategic win is this level of bilateral agreement between the president of your country and the Ukrainian president? That's on one hand. Secondly, let's talk about a bit about the National Assembly's Finance Committee pushing back President William Ruto's tax plan. The committee, again, like you would recall, has rejected several proposals by the Finance Bill 2026, citing flaws in aggressive tax measures. What do you make of this as well?
I think that let me start with Ukraine, because I agree with your friend in the studio there that we should not have foreign direct investments. China developed so fast because of foreign direct investment. That was conditional. But just come and invest in China, but we have joint ventures so that at the end of the day, there's technology transfer. Today, China is a leading power in terms of electric vehicles and in terms of solar. And I'm sure that's a bit of technology transfer. So the interaction between Ukraine and Kenya would be okay if there is technology transfer. We don't become dependent. I'm very okay with that, so that there is win-win situation.
Right.
Now, in terms of what is happening in Kenya and the finance bill, everybody remembers what happened in 2024. There were protests on the streets, and the 2024 finance bill was withdrawn. But anytime you think about 2025, 2026 finance bill, you must always have that 2024 protest at the back. So when parliamentarians push against new tax measures, they're simply saying, you know what happened in 2024. And now the parliament, the presidency, the executive, they are very worried about those tax proposals. Remember, one reason why the parliamentarians are pushing so hard against new taxes is because 2027 is just next year, and they will be going to the polls. So what I suspect is that the parliamentarians are trying to redeem themselves because some of them supported 2024 finance bill. They're saying, wait a minute, you can see I'm opposing it. You can see I'm on your side. So we should see some political angle in that. But number two, the economy is not doing very well. So some people are saying, if the economy is not doing very well, instead of bringing new taxes, you should actually cut taxes so that you can stimulate the economy. So the push has economic angle and has political angle.
Interesting. Let me go to Comrade Nicholas, who again is also standing by. Now, looking at the pushback by some of the parliaments with these finance bill, do you also share the sentiment about the fact that they are doing this carefully with the 2024 protests at the back of their head, and of course knowing for a fact that the Gen Zs are also watching these particular bill should it see the light of the day, and how much is going to impact on the economy and of course the young people of Kenya? What's your position with this as well?
There's a lot of balancing that has to happen for government and for MPs. Because first of all, there is a lot of push. They are looking for resources as government because there's a lot of debt question that they are trying to answer. But then the issue also is also that there is also a lot of wastage of finances that creates a situation where there's a lot of a lot of noise around the way they are using resources. And so there is a way that the MPs are trying to look good in front of people, and of course, because it has to do with elections. But I think Kenyans should reach a point to understand that there is opportunities, and our organization, Free Kenya, has been one of those who are saying that there are certain things that we have as Article 43 of the Constitution, which basically says that there are some certain things that we should not be getting taxed on. Article 43 talks about dignity of life and social and economic rights. And so we went out and said that we are going to collect signatures on those things in our website, www.freekenya.co.ke, and it's an online system where we are saying that we must reach a point as the people of this republic to understand Article 1 and Article 257 tells us that if we are not satisfied with what's happening in leadership, we can actually act directly and do a referendum and basically put the law, lay the law in the sand. Because you see, the issue with the politics is that once politics ends, once 2027 ends, you go back to the reality of people who probably got elected because they said sweet things and talked the way they expected you, they knew that you're going to hear, and it's going to make you make a decision that is a decision that you would otherwise have not have made. So we end up with people who go to parliament and they don't work for the people, they work for other forces. So for me, it's a matter of the Gen Z themselves now to realize that instead of continuing to look at parliament for solutions when there seem not to be solutions coming there, it is Gen Z to unite and organize themselves and take charge of this situation. It doesn't have always to be protest on the streets. Sometimes you can do protest using the pen and paper.
All right, then let me still stay with you, Mr. Nicholas. I'm shifting gears now to Zimbabwe, where the Constitutional Court has dismissed the challenge by war veterans and, of course, cleared reforms to extend presidential terms from 5 to 7 years. Now, this clearly would be allowing President Emerson Mnangagwa to stay in office until 2030. Now, that is against what it was before he got into power. Looking at these judgments, plus the fact that these war veterans and other opposition lawyers have been very vocal about this, but of course, the Constitutional Court has given their verdict on this. Do you think, just like we're seeing almost across some parts of Africa, governments consistently stay in power and consistently tweak the Constitution to stay in power? Is this what we're seeing in Zimbabwe? And how much of democracy are we still witnessing across Africa?
There's a lot of pushback in democracy in Africa. It's very unfortunate that we are beginning to roll back a lot of gains that we have had because I don't see it. It doesn't make sense for somebody to think that they are the only one who has the answers. I can tell you for free that any person who is of right thinking can actually lead a country. So this question of thinking that I'm the only one who knows what to do and I must be there is very unfortunate. People have seen countries where they've changed government severally, and even some with prime ministers who have always even changed in a few months, and still you find progress is going on. So for me, I feel that it's very unfortunate in Zimbabwe. The court has not done justice to Zimbabweans, but I think it is the Zimbabweans and the people in Zimbabwe now to ask themselves which way forward, because you cannot continue this way.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio. Mr. Fanimo, I like to bring you on this table because you've covered not just election, you've covered even to some sectors of the country. Looking at these decisions made by the Constitutional Court in Zimbabwe, of course, this simply means that constitutionally, the president or incoming president in Zimbabwe will be staying for 7 years. That's against the 5 years. Now, this, again, like opposition figures are saying, was a trajectory at which the likes of Cameroon, Uganda, and some other countries across Africa have been doing. What do you make of this particular decision by the court?
You see, when you want to make this kind of decision, especially bypassing the legislative arm of government, it's it's something that is worrisome in a way. And you see, I'm worried because such templates would always attract the attention of who will be dictators in other countries in Africa. It is only on that premise that you see them exchanging notes, doing peer review. You will be surprised. I mean, you won't be surprised if in the next 6 months, 1 year, you see another country tweaking their constitution to accommodate all this. And then, before you know it, almost half of African countries, even when, as we speak, there are some that are also using that, but they just use elections as smooth screen. It's not as if elections are free, fair. Opposition figures are camped in detention, some killed, and you can't even explain. You are not even allowed to do autopsy to ascertain the cause of the death and all that. So, you see, it's still a jungle. Leadership is like the Obesian era in Africa. And the question I keep asking myself is, if you have stayed in power for 5 years, possibly you get maybe another term, which must be 10 years. Now, what kind of ideas do you now want to have if you are going to extend your tenure beyond those 10 years that would form the fulcrum of governance in your country that you have not been able to do in the first 10 years of being in the saddle? Most times, you don't find anything.
Let me still stay with you. And I want to still ask on the part of institution. The parliament are in on this as well, because the parliament were already dilly-dallying with it. And of course, the war veterans took it to court, the constitutional court, which again, we're seeing this judgment. How much of an institutional decay are we seeing in countries like this? Plus, is democracy still the bane of societies like this on and across Africa, as we can see today?
You see, save for the shenanigans of some of these presidents in South Africa, relatively, South Africa still enjoys some level of functional system, unlike other countries.
Okay.
That is why, as a matter of fact, if not for institutional strength in South Africa, somebody like Zuma would have gone down in history as the worst president, apart from Dean Fidel Bokassa and his likes. But because institutions that the apartheid regime over the years had instituted, that's why he couldn't go beyond the level he went when he was in government. And as soon as he left government, he was called to question. He was challenged. You know, he went to court. So, Ramaphosa also, you can see that the only limiting factor is the institutional bedrock.
Interestingly, Zimbabwe also is a Southern African country.
Yes, I know.
What we're looking at is...
Because, and you can see, this xenophobia is more on Zimbabweans in South Africa, because South Africa had all the opportunities. I mean, Zimbabwe had the opportunities in the world to excel, to come out after the struggle of Mugabe, who later became a despot in his latter years, because he felt the government house should be transformed to a palace. And that is the result they're getting now. Because in most shops, I've been to South Africa on a number of occasions, the most supermarkets, you find Zimbabweans as shop attendants.
Interesting. Let me take this conversation to Prof. And because of our time, really, because, I mean, we have so much to talk about, but I will be wrapping up with this. Prof, looking at this conversation in Zimbabwe, interestingly, the war veterans and opposition lawyers are saying, look, we're undeterred with all of this. We will keep fighting and we will make sure that we get justice. But can justice still be gotten? Hence, the Constitutional Court and even the Parliament, I dare say, are standing strong on this decision of tweaking the Constitution to allow the president stay more than the 5 years that he signed in for.
So it's very interesting because Emerson is not a young man. And I would also ask what is he going to do that he has not done for the time he has been a president? And it's very unfortunate that we never ran from the past because Mugabe was there for a very long time and everybody knows what happens in Zimbabwe. So Zimbabwe would be the last country to want to extend the presidential rule looking at what happened during Mobutu era, or not Mobutu, but during Mugabe era. So what we should be doing in Africa is to strengthen our institutions to make sure that we don't have one man rule. The courts, the parliament, all those should stand up against any attempt to dilute institutionalism, because institutions run countries. They make sure that there is a transition from one presidency to another, from one parliament to another, and they always balance the extremes. So I'm very unhappy to see Zimbabwe having suffered under Mugabe, and they want to continue suffering like that.
Interesting.
So that institutions in Zimbabwe should stand up against that.
Now, you spoke about the institution in Zimbabwe. Let's take it extensively. African Union as a body. Isn't it about time that we start having sanctions for institutions and, of course, leadership across African states that go with this level of trajectory? Because this, again, is not only installing dictatorship, but also destroying democracy in Africa. What's your position with the silence of the African Union? Let's wrap up with that.
Because they are collaborators. So if you call African leaders to start talking against what's happening in Zimbabwe, you discover that they are doing the same. And if you tell African Union to start giving sanctions against other African countries, it doesn't have a lot of power, because do they have any economic power, any political power? So the best way to make sure that constitutionalism works in Africa is for the Africans in their own countries to rise up and say, this is the way things should be done. After all, it is their country. Other countries don't bother much. So I want the next generation of African voters to stand up and say, this is our country. We want things to go right. We must have a future for our children.
All right,
that is the way to go. Otherwise, if you let these leaders make their decisions, they will be in power forever.
All right, then. Let me go to Comrade Nicholas. In 30 seconds, do you also think that the likes of the African Union, as a very strong organization across Africa, is also collaborators with these kind of leaders who consistently try to track and trample on democracy in Africa? In 30 seconds, because of our time. Are your concluding thoughts?
Actually, the reason for it, because most of those people in African Union who are leading it are presidents, and they don't talk about their colleagues. So it's very unfortunate that is a kind of scenario we have.
All right, then. Thank you so very much for your time. Let me come back to the studio. Mr. Fanimo, your take as well. You think African Union as a body is also major collaborators in all of these kind of conversations as well?
African Union does not have a standing army to bring down the neck of these dictators.
Is it about the army?
Yes, an economic front. And they don't even have that strength. So they are just playing advisory role. And a dictator does not listen to advice.
Quite unfortunate, really. This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. We've been talking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Also, Comrade Nicholas Oyor, all the way from Kenya. He's the Secretary General, Free Kenyan Movement. Thank you so very much for your time as well, Comrade, for always having your voice. Also, Professor XN Iraqi, thank you so very much. He is the prof with the University of Nairobi in Kenya. Thank you so very much, Prof, for your time as well. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, business and sports of the African News will be up next. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. Sierra Leone Central Bank has shut down Union Trust Bank, that's the UTB, the country's only privately owned indigenous bank. The The Bank of Sierra Leone said on Wednesday, UTB no longer met statutory requirements after 5 years of supervisory measures. Governor Ibrahim Stevens said Raquel Commercial Bank, majority state-owned, has acquired UTB under a purchase and assumption agreement. Shareholders criticized the move as premature and said they had secured capital to recapitalize the lender. They have filed a court challenge to the regulator's decision. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. Ghana snatched a 95th minute winner to beat Panama 1-0 in Toronto. Caleb Yerenki tapped in after Brandon Thomas Asante's cross in 6 minutes of added time. The result denied Panama their first World Cup point. Panama had matched the four-time African champions and created early chances through Waterman and Martinez. Ghana's keeper, Lawrence Atizigi, was injured in the first half and replaced by Benjamin Asare. Ghana's next face Group L leaders, England, in Boston on Wednesday. Panama play Croatia in Toronto on same Wednesday. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
For many Korokwe and Kekemarawa drivers, fuel is the backbone of their daily operations. With the steady rise in fuel prices, drivers say sustaining their business has become increasingly challenging. They explain that the cost of running their vehicles has gone up significantly, leaving them with little or no profit at the end of the day. Many also say they have been forced to increase transport fares, a move they claim is necessary to stay afloat in the face of rising expenses.
The fuel price is too exorbitant. We cannot abide to it. Look at us. Formerly, when we used to buy fuel at the rate of, let's assume we fill our tank with 1.5, 1.8, 1.9. Then when we come work, we can make 10,000 naira. If you make 10,000 naira and pay the Agboro money for, let's assume, 2,000 naira buy fuel, at least when you get to home, you go with at least 6,000 or 5,000 naira. But for now, Before you fill up this keke now, you spend almost 10 to 11,000 naira. Then let's assume you work 15,000 naira, you pay abro, buy another fuel for tomorrow business. You see, when you get to home now, the money will not be okay again. Let them bring down the price now so that everybody will start enjoying.
It's affecting us very bad because passengers don't enter transport anymore. They prefer using their leg, you know. And if we work money now, like about, let's just say maybe 8,000, if we buy about 5,000, 5 liter, it's almost everything. So the only money you just left with maybe just change. Unlike before, we will use like 5,000 to fill our tank and we still have extra. 8,000 cannot fill your tank. Oh. It's very, very crazy. So we are begging the government if they can look into it and do something so that the fuel price to come down, so that everything will be okay, because it's really, really affecting a lot of things.
While drivers struggle to cope, they say the increase in fares has led to tension with passengers, many of whom are also battling with high cost of living. Some drivers note that fewer passengers are willing to travel frequently, which has further reduced their daily earnings. Others are calling on the government to intervene by providing support or implementing measures to cushion the effect of the fuel price hike.
Before we normally load 200 naira, but now we are loading 300 naira due to the fuel price. We can't buy fuel 1,350 and we carry somebody for 200. It won't work out. So that is why it affects our business in anywhere we go. Sometimes, luckily we see passengers. Luckily we do not see passengers. Because sometimes we may stay here for 1 hour. I've been here for 1 hour 30 minutes now before getting to my turn for loading. So it affects us. We are begging the president to do something to please assist us by bringing down the fuel price to consider the country.
We used to carry 300, and the other pack is carry 400. So, and we're trying to pull money to 400. So, but if the fuel is going down now, we will still carry 300. So please the government to at least lower the price so that everything should come down.
As fuel price continue to rise, both drivers and commuters are left to navigate the growing economic pressure, with many hoping to relieve in the near future. Oyindamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Good afternoon, Nigerians. My name is Ferdinand Igba. Welcome to today's edition of Vantage, a program where we bring policymakers and decision makers to highlight topical issues happening in and around our country. It's a great pleasure today because we'll be looking at a very crucial topic and somebody who is in the space to ensure that he enlightens Nigerians on some of the conversation is the person that we have today as our guest. For years, Nigerians have debated one question: should we have a state police? With the rising insecurities on our tax, farms, land, communities, and many say a centralized police force is stretched thin. Others want that state police could mean abuse and political control. This afternoon, we are getting clarity from a man chairing the conversation in person of Professor Olu Ogusekin, who is a DG of the Nigeria Police Reform Secretariat and chairman of the Sterling Committee on State Police. Professor, you're welcome to Vantage.
Thank you very much.
All right. Sir, briefly, can you tell us or tell our audiences what Police Reform Secretariat and your committee mandate is all about?
Okay, thank you very much for meeting me this afternoon. It's always a pleasure to talk to Nigerians. The old debate has been ranging for over 2 or 3 decades about should we have a state police or should we not have a state police. And I think with the inception of Mr. President, what we now have is a way forward on implementing state police. I believe this afternoon the Senate and the House will be passing the motion on progressing with the state police, meaning that they will vote on it. So the mandate for us basically is to look at frameworks on how to set up the state police. So because you need a roadmap that takes it forward. So this is where we are. And the roadmap looks at different concerns that have been raised by Nigerians over the years about what should we do about the supposed abuse and all those kind of stuff.
All right, Prof. Now let's look at it in a very simple term. What is state police and how will it differ from current police force structure in its operation entirety?
Okay, state police itself. Well, let me look at the current one, then I'll tell you what state police is. Presently, we are operating a federal policing system where everything goes towards the head. And then the decisions are made from the top down. But the difference for us is state police actually looks at accountability, responsibility for individual states to be responsible for policing their citizens. And that is the key fact. The federal police, the whole country as one. But now you're now going to have a state police where each chief of security, meaning the governor of each state, will be responsible for policing his or her state. That's what it means.
All right. Our audience are getting enlightened about what the state police stands and what they represent. And when they come into effect, what their modus of operation will be. Now, what are some of the specific gaps that Nigeria today make the case for state police based on data from your secretariat?
Well, the issue for us is more or less about the experiences. Because when you look at the whole concept of federal policing, we realize that with the population of Nigeria and the landmass is so wide that you cannot really control it from the top. So it's better that it's divided based on the states that has been created. So each state will now be responsible for policing their own citizens. And more so, they'll be more accountable to the individual groups within their own state. And the state map will not be changed, but the way policing service is given to the people will change. Historically, we come from the top down, but now we are going from the bottom up. So the local people, the citizens, the average person will have a say in how he or she is policed.
All right. We are still going to be looking at when it comes to concept of this formation of state police. In many countries, that run state police, it has been effective, that's proven to be people-oriented, community-based. Are you looking at a specific, maybe country or system that think it has really worked, and then you want to also implement that in Nigeria?
The challenge we've had in the past is copying a system that is not localized. Yes, in Europe, like in Britain, in Germany, in Italy, and then you go to US, you go to Canada, the system works. But this is over many years of practice. And when you talk about the democratization of policing, it's making sure that each person has a say in how they are policed, no matter how different or their expectations are. So we are not following a specific country. We have to devise something that is suitable to Nigerians. And I think that is the key. We're going to be looking at community policing as the basis of our own state police, where the community will have a say. Because in essence, what we're looking at is a community knows where the shoe pains and hurts them. So they'll be able to identify where the problem, the hotspots are. Then the police in that particular state will now work with that community to have what we call a joint solution. Then they will implement the solution. So rather than coming from the top now, so the local people can actually have a say in how their police, and I think that is the key difference.
All right, and then that is also worthwhile because Nigerians will now know that they own the security themselves, because like you rightly highlighted earlier, each community has its own peculiarity or kinds of challenges that they may have. Now let's look at issues on structures. Who will control state police? Is it governors, state assemblies, or an independent commission? How do we prevent political abuse? Because that is a lot of that is one of the reasons why a lot of people are so concerned about state police.
And I think before now, the debate has been ranging about what's going to happen. In as much as those are conversations, now you have written something down that is the template that we can look into. And those kind of abuse, one of the debates is the generalization that comes with it. Yes, some governors will abuse state police, but not all governors will abuse state police. So what we've been able to do is to have a multi-layered approach to prevent or to minimize. And as time goes on, you will be seeing how that manifests. But one of the debates we're looking at is to concentrate on setting up a state police commission, then look at setting up the ombudsman, then look at setting up different agencies within, which is led by the citizens of the state, not federal. So those people will now act as barriers that will enable the governor to abuse. And I think one of the most important things we've been able to introduce is the fact that the commissioner himself or herself will be liable to face disciplinary action if he or she takes illegal directives from the governor. Remember, the governors are immune, but the state commissioner or chief of police, no matter what we want to call them, will be responsible for the law. So he or she cannot take illegal directive from the governors. And I think that is one of the key aspects. And the fact that the governor himself or herself cannot terminate the employment of the state police commissioner, because you have to go through several stages before it can actually terminate. And then the recruitment, which a lot of people are thinking is not going to be chosen by the state governor. This will go through a set of criteria as well that will be implemented by the state assembly, the ombudsman, the standard police board. Then we have other boards as well that will ratify the appointment. And at the end, they will give the commissioner of police 3 names from which he or she will choose from.
Oh, that is commendable. Now, let's look at issues of trying to safeguard some of these laws, in as much they are very pleasant to hear. Let's look at issues also. How do we ensure that there's no intimidation by all tools made to intimidate these people who have to carry out these very important tasks?
I think for us, where you have law, and I think this is where we need to understand the rule of law reigns supreme. You need to be able to trust the judiciary to implement and to make sure that the laws are obeyed. In as much as human beings are created to obey law, and some will decide to break the law, this is where you have these barriers, this is where you have these networks of waste. And I mean, when I say network, different networks that can actually assist us to streamline it. The social media is one of the ones that people are using now. Historically, when something happens, there is no graphic evidence. It's just a statement. Now you can see it happen and you can see it conclude. And I think that's the way forward.
All right, it's Vantage on Vop TV. We are taking a look at the creation of state police, the implications, and ways forward for Nigeria. Of course, our guests have been doing a human job bringing us to speed. Before we go on a short break, how will command recruitment oversight between the Nigerian police force, state police, and existing state security outfits like vigilantes, come true in all of these arrangements so far?
Well, what we have to look at is you have a state, presently we have a federal police council. Now we have a state police council. And we have other security apparatus that are working together. This is not just based on Nigeria police alone. When you're talking about architecture, to look at the policing or security architecture, you're looking at the different non-state actors that will be coming in, and those people can come in under the community aspect of policing, but everything they do still have to be managed by the police officers, because they cannot take somebody to court. They have to work directly with the police. And I think this is the key, because the Constitution, which is being amended, which is going to be amended, will look at the supreme power of the police. So all those creations like the vigilantes, we have to work hand in hand with the police. And even when it comes to arrest, they have to make sure that they inform the police, so they cannot operate on their own. So everything still have to be managed by the police. That's the key.
All right, that is the key. Stay glued to our #1 television station, VOP. My name is Ferdinand, and we are still looking at the issues. When we come back from this short break, we'll be looking at things concerning funding of the state police, and then what are some of the criteria. We'll be right back. Go nowhere. Welcome back. It's still Vintage on VOP TV, and my name is Ferdinand Igba, and our guest has been Professor Olu Ogunsakin, who has been doing a yeoman's job looking at the issues concerning state police and its creation. Now, we talked about structural control about state police. Now we're looking at funding and then capacity. Now, funding is a major concern. How will state police be funded, and what is the projected cost implication of creating the state police?
Thank you for asking that. I think for us, that's the big elephant in the room. That's what people want to know. How is it going to be funded? The challenge we've had in the past is not being able to strategically look at the compositions of the state, the geographical site, and the population of each state, and then their IGP. But in this case now, we are looking at the reality whereby money is the determinant of if you are going to be successful. And so basic assessments are being undertaken now, where we are looking at each state requirement. And I think when it comes to the table, we're looking at a contributing factor from the federal government. We are proposing 3% initially. They might reduce it, they might increase it. We are proposing 15% for the state as well, and this is from the national budget. Then the government security votes as well, and the other areas, because when you talk into funding apparatus for these organizations, it depends on the amount of crime and then the incidences within each state. For instance, you might want to look at Delta State, you might want to look at Kano State or Jigawa, and there are some of those areas where you have different crime fluctuation, and then the means to policing them. But in terms of standard equipment that will be made available, we are creating a board called the Standard Board that will look at the states, the requirements, and then the most interesting bit for us is the conditions that each state have to meet before they are given the go-ahead to set up their own state police, which will be managed by the Inspector General of Police.
All right, but it is clear, it is obvious, and then it is practicable. Looking at what Prof is saying now, Prof, we're looking at what would be the standard, for training equipment, warfare, and recommendation to avoid repeating some of the things that we might have seen from the federal police.
I think for that one, you have to manage the training from the top. We have training schools and colleges in Nigeria that will be providing training for all the police officers, the federal police officers, which we are calling the Federal Police Service, then the State Police Service as well. So we have a standard training for them. And in those areas, like the riverine areas, we will have a different curriculum and syllabus for them as well. It's in terms of like when you talk about fleet management, how do we procure vehicles? Historically, we procure vehicles for everybody without thinking about the riverine area that might need a jet ski or a boat. So the training will differ to those people, but in type of custody, everything will be based under the umbrella of human rights. And that is the first basic one, and how people are treated. And the custodial time will be the same throughout the state. So the requirements will be very similar, but the training will be standard one that is procured by the federal government.
All right, let's look at the issue around the constitutional framework of creating a state police, because constitutional amendment is required, like you said earlier. Now, what is the current status of your committees and the entire recommendation that has been made?
Again, if you listen to the news, last Thursday, we met with the Chief of Staff to the President, the Attorney General, the Senate Deputy President, and the Deputy Speaker of the House, I think the Inspector General of Police and myself. The issue that was tabled at that point is the constitutional amendment. And before you even do that, you need to pass a vote. And I believe the vote is taking place today or tomorrow. So once the vote is passed, then the real job begins. And I think this is where we are. But for my own committee, our responsibility does not have to do with the constitutional amendment. We are the practitioners. So once the constitution is amended, the vote is passed, it gets the assent of the president, they will now hand over to the Inspector General of Police, okay, come up with the framework that you have provided, and then let us start looking at implementation. But the implementation for the Nigerian is not going to start overnight. There will be some preconditions, because in our report, we said 5 years. It doesn't mean that it's going to take place in 5 years. The real job starts in day one. The first 12 months, we'll be looking at the different bodies, changing the law, enacting State Police Act, enacting State Police Regulation, getting up the State Police Council, the Standard Board, the Police State Police Commission. Then you move on into the infrastructure, because you need to be able to have the infrastructure in place. Then after that, we look into creating a system of intelligence gathering. Because when you have, presently we have one federal intelligence, then suddenly you have 36 plus 1 states. So each state will now have a hub where intelligence is shared. And that takes a while. But from the 13th month to 24th month, we will start making sure that the officers, which is under what we call officer voluntary transfer. And the officer voluntary transfer will be the ones that they come up to say, okay, I want to go to this state, I want to go to this state. So that will start on the 13th month. So people can start deploying. The deployment will start the 13th month. So by this time next year, we should be looking at deployment taking place all over the country. And the way it's been rated is we have 40% who will remain in the federal police service, 60% that will go to the states. And then the recurrent recruitment will take place afterwards.
Right. Now, let's look at issues of jurisdiction. During national emergencies, interstate crime, terrorism that crosses state lines, hope there will be no conflict, hope there will be an harmonization?
Yes, there will be harmonization, but the bit that people need to be aware of, there will be different responsibilities accorded to each. You have the federal police service that will be responsible for interstate crime, that will be responsible for cyber crime, that will be responsible for terrorism. Those category of officers, they are going to be specialists. The 40% that will be given to the federal police service will be specialists. Then the remaining 60% will be general duties that seconded or transferred voluntarily to the states. Then when you look at the interstate crime, this is where the jurisdictional issue comes into play. Each state will have their own law, they will have their own acts that prevent that. But then you can be talking about child custody, for instance, where the dad is in Lagos State and the mother is in Kano State. And then issue comes in and there will be a settlement board. There will be a way that other systems have been seen to be successful in this element. So those things that we think are problematic are actually not problematic until you start working with them.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let's look at some public concerns, for instance.
Right.
You know, critics will say that state police will deepen ethnic and religious political divisions. What's your response based on your committee finding?
It will not. And I think the fear itself is less than when people think and speak of it. Okay, it's about perception. But the reality, when you get to it, looks at it this way. There are already safeguards for that. For instance, what people are saying is, so if you are from Kogi State, only citizens of Kogi will be employed as police officers. The answer is no. For you to be engaged as a police officer in Kogi State, you only need to have 10 years residency. So you can come from anywhere as long as you have lived in the state for 10 years, and this will enable us to do background check and everything. So that's the way it works. And so no state, because look at other states where they have the minority group and the majority group. There's got to be a functional relationship, and it's not something that is political. This is about law, and law does not think you are yellow or you are black or white. The reality is, as long as there is a rule of law and the template is there, anyone can serve as a police officer in any state in Nigeria as long as you have a 10 years residency in that state.
All right, let's look at what mechanisms now for civilian oversight, complaints are being built to protect citizens' rights. Some of those things that will, ensure or give the citizens the guarantee that their rights will be protected at that level.
Presently, you have the Human Rights Commission. What we are looking at, apart from the State Service Commission, we are looking at the Ombudsman. And this is one area that, an Ombudsman is somebody who's independent. So each state will have that. Then there is a judicial overview of the cases. Then you're looking at the National Policing Body that will assist. You have a regulatory body. So the rights of the citizens are paramount. And this is where they are under the umbrella of the human rights. So every action and step will be taken to make sure that their rights are not trampled upon and their rights are safeguarded and respected.
All right. So let's see, if state police were to be approved today, what would be the rollout timeline? Like, looking at which state do you think will be ready to pilot these affairs?
At this point, it's difficult to say because, like I said, there are conditions each state have to meet. And having said that, you need to understand that, yes, there is urgency. And one of the bits I've learned is that because you have the tools does not lead to transformation. You need to create a proper assessment of each states and their readiness, because you cannot just say you want to start policing in particular state without measuring and assessing their measurement, their readiness. So it's about the readiness of each state. But it's not something that if they say it starts today, we need to now go to the drawing board to say, okay, have they met the conditions to enable them to implement state police? Those conditions are the standard guidelines that each states will need. So it's not just going to happen overnight.
All right, finally, before we call it a wrap this afternoon, let's look at now, on your own assessment, looking at the holistic job you have done at the time and the painstaking to ensure that the country has a template. Where do you see state police in the next 5 years by your own assessment?
I think in the next 5 years, we're looking at state police functioning. And I think for Nigerians, one of the bits we need to understand before the clamor for state police is the fact that state police on its own, and I need to say this, is not going to work. You need the support. State police will work only if the people support state police. State police is only a policing style that is needed. The community policing will be part of it. The data-driven policing will be part of it. The intelligence gathering will be part of it. So it's when we bring everything together, then you have a successful state police.
Thank you, Prof, for this wonderful time and this wonderful moment with the VOP.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, security is everybody's business, whether state police or reform of the current system. The goal is the same: safer communities, safer society. Join us same time next week. My name is Ferdinand Igba.
TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Phyno is a Nigerian rapper and songwriter known for his unique blend of hip-hop and Igbo culture. Born as Zubike Chivukulu in 1986, Phyno grew up in Enugu, surrounded by music and culture. His breakthrough came with Ghost Mode and Man of the Year, solidifying his position in Nigerian hip-hop music career. Phyno's music often highlights Nigerian culture and language, earning him a loyal fan base. He is a recipient of several awards, including the Headies and Nigerian Entertainment Awards. Phyno's impact on Nigerian music is clear.
For your face and you can't touch. If the bar shot and I buffer back up, top floor, or the landlord.
Phyno's worked with top artists like Wizkid, Tiwa Savage, and Olamide, showcasing his versatility. Phyno is a trailblazer in Nigerian hip-hop, connecting cultures and inspiring a generation.
Blessings follow you and them on
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Children are among the most vulnerable members of society, and in today's rapidly changing world, many are exposed to bullying, abuse, peer pressure, and harmful influences at very tender ages. To mark this year's Children's Day celebration, the Edge Foundation, in collaboration with St. John the Evangelist Catholic Church, Lagos, organized a sensitization program aimed at educating, empowering children to speak up and stay safe. The program began with a Holy Mass held within the church premises before participants proceeded to the sensitization session. Centered on the theme Speak Up, building confidence against bullying, abuse, and peer pressure. The event brought together children, parents, church leaders, and safeguarding advocates in a collective effort towards child protection and awareness. Guest speaker Casimir, who spoke on the topic End Child Sexual Abuse, educated the children on the dangers of remaining silent in the face of abuse. According to him, abusers often use threats and fear to silence victims, making it important for children to understand the power of speaking up.
Every adult that is always close to their children should study them and know the stage of children. There are some children, normally they don't talk, some talk, but at the point where you find those that they are kind of jovial, they always talk, at the point you find them where they cannot talk, they stay moody and all that, something has gone wrong. There is a need to call them and ask what is happening. Because of that, discover, and also call them to a private place, stop their appeal, and see, because sometimes when men and boys try to abuse the girl child, and when there's a resistance, there will always be a compelling impression, force applied, that there will be signs of interest and all that. When we see this, we know that it's not just that this child felt to be done and all that. And the best way to let them know, the best way to keep them off from all this, or to see it and say it's always educate them, tell them about it. Just like because of that we are here today. Today's Children's Day, we are here telling them about it. In case somebody touch it this way, I need that. By God, it's very easy to notify it.
Using practical illustrations and demonstrations, the children were taught how to protect their private parts, avoid dangerous situations, and report suspicious behaviors through trusted channels. The sensitization also emphasized the see something, say something approach, encouraging children to report abuse, bullying, and criminal activities to parents, teachers, school counselors, and other trusted adults. Children were equally advised against following bad company, engaging in criminal activities, or keeping dangerous secrets from their parents. The interactive session featured questions, answers, and educational games with gifts and prizes presented to children who participated actively.
Tell us, what are the 4 things you're supposed to do if someone sexually harasses you? And I want you to speak up and look at the camera.
I will tell my parents. I will tell my counselor of my school. I will tell my teacher. I will tell the trusted adults.
Please put your hands.
What I learned from the
topic is that when we see any sexual abuse, that we should always report to any trusted adult or anybody you trust or your parents that or a nearby police station. And what I like this is that the topic is that they teach me very well and I learned something particular from there, how to end sexual abuse. Thank you.
This program today was, I would say, a very beautiful one because it teaches us many things that if you're sexually abused, you have to run, say no, be able to be confident, be able to say no, run, tell the trusted adults, your parents. Don't hide things from your parents. Even when they give you something, you have to say no. You have to run away. Tell trusted adults. If you cannot tell your parents, your teachers are there. Or you can tell someone which you know that yes, person will help you. We even have the safeguarding team in the church. You can tell one of them and will help you fight the case. And also, I won this prize for answering the question. I feel very happy today for winning this prize. I will advise parents out there that they should try giving a listening ear to their parents. It's not everything that is work or money. Yes, that money can be there, but your children, you don't know what they are suffering out there. You should be able to give them a listening ear, be able to let them free talking to you. Thank you.
The Associate Parish Priest of St. John the Evangelist Catholic Church highlighted the critical role of faith-based institutions in raising morally sound and confident children.
Having seen what is happening in the world, the rate of abuse and the rate of peer groups, the challenges, the negative aspect of it, I think it's really necessary for the church to cue in to save the children, secure their future, so that they will not experience also experiencing the trauma and the other things. The church needs also to keep in to create awareness so that they will be aware. Children who are, because most of the times those children, to those who are ignorant of some of what this is, some of them fall victim of them. So having checked the experience of the past, the mistake of the past, so the church is necessary to also to keep me to create awareness and let children when to speak up and when to take necessary actions to curtail this excess abuse.
The leadership of the Edge Foundation says the program was designed to equip children with life-saving information capable of protecting them from abuse and harmful societal influences.
So this initiative is the continuation of something that I've always had in mind since I was little. I decided to go up a bit with, looking at what is happening around us. 6 out of 10 Nigerian children must have experienced child abuse of incest before they turn 18. So you can imagine that statistic is quite high, right? 6 out of 10. So when you look at Nigeria as well, you see that Nigeria has the highest number of child marriage in West Africa. It took 3 million every marriage in Nigeria alone. 23 million is some countries' numbers. So imagine having 23 million children giving out in marriage. These are not the statistics. Behind all of these numbers are people's children.
Beyond the celebration, organizers say the program serves as a reminder that protecting children is a collective responsibility requiring constant education, awareness, and open communication. Throughout the event, the atmosphere remained lively and engaging as children learned, interacted, and left with lessons centered on courage, safety.
Indeed, Children's Day is not only a day to celebrate children, but it is also a time to listen to them, to protect them, and to empower them with the right information. From Lagos, I am Grace Peters for Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
We'll also talk about the role of government and the work he has also done. So all of these things come together to provide this structure. Best practices or worst practices that we have seen, that one's documented. Our CMOs, have they sorted out themselves? Are we still fighting? RLP, are we still fighting with the government? Yeah, exactly. RLP, are we still fighting with the government, looking for how to disburse funds and all?
We are not fighting with the government. We are not.
Stakeholders in Nigerian creative and businesses sectors have continued to highlight the need for sustainable structures that will support growth and global competitiveness. At the summit, participants discussed key issues including technology, policy implementation, transparency, and infrastructure gaps affecting the creative economy.
Challenging, logistics, security, buying power. But guess what? Nigerians overcome all those challenges. We do it Deliver a world-class show to your people that they can come to, and you'll be shocked.
In terms of structure, we've had our challenges and difficulties over the years. At some point, publishing wasn't a big thing in Nigeria. From the 60s, 70s, it wasn't a big thing. So when you actually see contracts from the 70s, you would not see publishing as written publishing there, but it covered a lot of grounds that also has to do with publishing. It was from the 80s that contracts started having very explicit explanations. You have the masters, you have the publishing, which is the musical works. So you would see that before the 80s, music was just seen as something that has to go, and you have a contract to get the works from the artist, but you also have an obligation to make sure that royalties are paid. But today we're talking of digital transitioning and all that. So it's a different ball game.
So for us to have a proper structure, legal framework, we need to understand the education around music business. This seems like a flawed topic, but I know where I sit every day, there's still an education gap. Education down to what you should be earning, education down to even what to ask for. I've been in rooms where I can tell the person on the other side doesn't necessarily even understand what they're asking. Like you have somebody that has done fantastic work, but then when, in terms of like the commercials, what they're asking for doesn't even make sense. Sometimes it's just too low, sometimes it's even too high. So the first thing would be just educating the people about the music business. The people that can help propel this, I think, would be the government. I also think labels, I mean, government probably may be secondary, but there should be higher reliance on even labels and just like teaching yourself. There is no reason why if you can record music, to me, you can learn a lot about how the industry operates.
According to speakers, while Nigerian creative industry continues to gain international recognition, more efforts are needed to strengthen the ecosystem and create an environment where talents can thrive. They noted that investment in skills, innovation, and digital platforms remain critical to unlocking the full potential of the sector. The summit also emphasized the role of collaboration between government, private sectors players, and creative in building a stronger and more sustainable industry.
First and foremost, it threw more light into things that I think I've been finding difficulties. I've been a creative artist for years. I've been in the industry for years, but still trying to pave my way out of it. So I think I've been able to get more clarity as to data privacy, as to how to pitch my content, and how to particularly track how my content is doing, to know what the algorithm is saying and how to get my revenue back, because we've been investing over the years, but revenue generation is not feasible. So I think I've been able to get more direction. New platforms are coming up, so I think I'll be able to utilize them and maximize revenue.
As discussions continues on Nigerian creative and business landscape, stakeholders says collaboration, innovation, and the right policies is what is needed to build a stronger industry. Oyindamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2026 Niche Annual Lecture brought together policymakers, economics, traditional rulers and labor leaders to examine Nigeria's economic direction under the theme Governing the Economy, Choices and Priorities. The annual forum, organized by Niche, focused on governance, economic reforms, and the link between the political decisions and national development. In his welcome address, Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief of the Niche, Ikechukwu Amechi, said the lecture series was designed to promote national development beyond ethnicity, religion, and political affiliations.
In the last 3 years, we have, unfailingly, every Monday, drawn the attention of Nigerians to the incredible stories of young Nigerian entrepreneurs who are making giant strides in all fields despite the odds.
He said the platform also highlights young Nigerian entrepreneurs making impact despite economic challenges. Delivering the keynote lecture, Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Chioma Oti said Nigeria's economic challenges cannot be solved with quick fixes, stressing that long-standing structural issues require discipline and consistent reforms. He warned that unemployment, poverty, and weak institutions are outcome of years of poor governance and bad political choices.
There is no silver bullet for solving Nigeria's myriads of economic challenges, because economics is about cold, hard facts, not vanities.
Governor Oti linked economic decline to corruption, political optimism, and weak institutions, adding that leadership quality directly affects investment, job creation, and national stability.
Abia, I can say with every sense of conviction, is proof that economics cannot be separated from politics.
He cited Abia State as an example of how governance reforms can rebuild investors' confidence, improve infrastructure, delivery, and strengthen public institutions.
Investors respond not on emotions, but on hard facts. So have you created the enabling environment? If you've not created the enabling environment, businesses will not come.
Chairman of the occasion, His Royal Highness Muhammadu Sanusi, also weighed in on Nigeria's economic reforms, including subsidy removal and exchange rates. He said while the policies may be necessary, their timing and implementation remain critical.
You had to, when you get to a point where 100% of your revenue goes into debt service, you cannot continue. Where is the money going to come from?
Other discussants include Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Highness Igwe Inemeka Alfred Achebe, Nigerian Congress President Comrade Joe Ajeru, Dr. Jumoke Ogunleye of the University of Lagos, and banking expert Chief Anogwe Ayemu. They all stress inclusive governance, accountability, and economic policies that prioritize citizens' welfare.
First question everybody must ask of a governor or the president or a government is, what is the character of the state? That is what defines everything. Is the state a developmental state that's focused on the people? Is the state a rentier state that is a site for extraction of money by political elite? Is the state a kleptocratic state that just there to serve those who steal?
Speakers also urged Nigerians to take the 2027 election seriously.
Economics does not respond to emotions or sentiments. It is guided by thoughtful decisions and the judgment of those who were the instruments of power.
The forum ended with a shared call for stronger institutions, discipline, leadership, and more informed electorate as Nigerians navigate its economic future. From Victoria Island, I am Monica Ogola reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello there and welcome on board. It is People's Voice on Voice of People Television, where scenes are shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major conversation that is dominating the airline and sparking conversation across the nation. Tinubu's court wipes out opposition. ADC ban sparks outrage. You would agree with me that this is all the nation has been talking about ever since that particular court judgment yesterday. So I would actually implore you to join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Lasut resident doctors start a 3-day warning strike. Resident doctors at Lasut had begun a 3-day one strike on Monday night, June 15th, and 2026 over unresolved welfare issues. Lawsuit ARD President Dr. Alaba Akerele blamed the Lagos State government's persistent failure to meet demands, including unpaid allowances, salary adjustments, delays, stalled doctors' quarters, and delayed 2026 residency funds. He warned that further action is possible if demands aren't met soon. Right away from that particular one, Tinubu vows Nigeria won't yield territory to criminals. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says Nigeria would not cede any territory to criminals after troops killed bandit leader Ibrahim Batsuji in Kogi and rescued Ajia Amina Rabe Abubakar in Katsina. Tinubu, in a statement, praised the Nigerian Army, DSS, police, and NSCDC for operations. Batsuji was linked to attacks and kidnappings in Kogi, while Mrs. Abubakar, widow of late Major General Rabe Abubakar, was freed in Katsina. The president pledged more support for security forces and urged Nigerians to share credible information to aid the fight against crime. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090 447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at Vop TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Voice of People TV. And of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. Tinubu's court wipes out opposition. ADC ban sparks outrage. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay. towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hello there and welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of Television. Nigerians' opposition has rejected a federal high court ruling seeking to deregister ADC and other political parties, calling it a threat to democracy and judicial independence. ADC candidate Atiku Abubakar called it a dangerous assault on constitutional democracy, saying it came despite a May 22 Court of Appeal stay. He accused the Tinubu administration of political persecution ahead of 2027. The NDC candidate, Peter Obi, said politicizing institutions weakens democracy and investors' confidence, citing ex-CGN Walter Nogwen, his removal, to be precise, and of course, Reps Ikegonu Ugochinyere called it inviting anarchy and urged the Chief Justice and, of course, the NBA to probe the ruling. Meanwhile, Kenneth Okonkwo criticized ADC's South VP, picked for 2027, saying it further marginalized the Southeast. Senator Adams Oshomole also alleged forged signatures and the Senate report that led to Senator Natasha Akpoti-Oduan's suspension. When I've been joined by Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Good afternoon, Doctor. You're welcome on board, Doctor. All right, Doctor, before we move to the main conversation, I would want you to respond to two other news stories that I actually, read. The first is that of resident doctors, LASUT's resident doctors. They've actually kicked off a 3-day warning strike, which they said if something is not done about that, they would, further, with more actions, possibly. And away from that particular one also, talking about the insecurity situation, Tinubu says that Nigeria won't yield to territory, yield its territory, to criminals. What do you have to say as regards to that?
Well, with the first one, I'm surprised. Lagos State is the richest state in Africa as a whole.
And the most indebted as well.
and the most indebted. Just like our federal government, you are making more money and you are borrowing more. Understand? So that's an irony. So I'm shocked that Lagos State, which is the richest state in the country, should should not be paying doctors. That doctors should be going on strike in Lagos State with a population of over 15 million. That's active population. People who are paying taxes, doing serious businesses, are still, you cannot afford that to give them their entitlements. For me, it is not good. Understand? So I don't know where, because the truth is that the IGR does not equal to the progress or development we are seeing in the state. Understand me? They are not, which means some money that are being kept for other things other than development or progress of the state.
Okay. All right. What about that of insecurity? Do you want to respond to that?
Insecurity. That's I heard that the wife of the detained general that was rescued, and in the process of rescuing her, she was shot. Understand? Because currently she's in the hospital. Understand? But the issue is this: if this is the true story, how many people did Nigerian soldiers arrest or killed? Because we didn't hear anything concerning the abductors. We just heard that she had been rescued. And the version I read showed that she was shot and was rushed to the hospital. Understand? So how many of the abductors did the Nigerian soldiers kill or arrest? We didn't hear that side of the story. For me, what happened is that the abductors must have asked her to go.
So where did the gunshot come from? So, just like what you said, where you the particular dailies you read, you said that she was shot allegedly.
Yes.
So where did the gunshot come from? If she was just voluntarily released,
the issue is if there were doing exchange of gunfire and the woman was shot, Nigerian soldiers must have killed some of them. And it will have made the story that in the process of rescuing her, 5, 10, 20 of the bandits or terrorists were killed.
Okay.
Or that some of them sustained bullet wounds. But there was complete silence on the abductors.
Okay, doctor.
How can you believe for that story?
Okay. Now
for me, the bandits or the terrorists did not like what happened. Understand me? They did not like the death of the soldier. And it was them that put him in a casket.
I was going there. Because this is raising, even with what you are saying, more questions are being raised as regards to how did the body of this man get to the family? Did the bandits, the terrorists bring the corpse themselves? How did they get it?
They put the corpse in a casket, carried it and come and hand it over. So that showed you that they did not, that's, to me, it's a sign of remorse. This guy should not have died. Therefore, let us give him that honor, that respect for appropriate burial. Because when Brigadier General Oba died, that did not happen. They abandoned the body there. But this one, they put it, there was a picture now of where the handover was being done. Understand me? So, which means they did not like what happened. And since they did not like what happened, there's no way they will want or their wife to suffer more. So they must have asked the woman to go.
So the question now is, where did the gunshot come from? But let's actually leave that conversation and move, ahead to Another disturbing conversation. I want to quickly bring you up to speed as regards to some of the, news stories that made the headlines, and I would want you to respond to some of them before we come to the situation of opposition party being deregistered. Now, we saw in the news, and this is coming from your region. We saw in the news, I want to take it simultaneously so you can actually have a robust response to this. We saw in the news that the IPOB said...
Where is my region? My region is Nigeria.
Okay, regardless. But of course, I was talking about the Southeast, but it's okay. Your region is Nigeria. Now, we saw in the news where the indigenous people of Biafra made a very serious allegation on the governor of Anambra State. I don't know if you actually saw that news stating that he has actually abandoned or is not even, pushing for the release of Nnamdi Kanu because he exchanged it for a vice presidential seat in 2031 for a Fulani-led ticket. I don't know how true that particular statement, is. And coming with the fact of what Kenneth, the same Kenneth, that has been talking on behalf of ADC, who has made several words, several allegations on Peter Obi. Now he has also turned on his party by saying that his party was not meant to pick Rotimi Amechi, who is also from the South, that the Southeast has been marginalized. I would want you to talk about that particular region for just a few minutes.
Okay. What IPOP said that has some substance in it.
Against Soludo, the governor of Anambra.
Sure. Because while Soludo is kicking against the P2B, he is seeing that if P2B wins, it's going to stop his own chances. Understand? But I have sat down and done the mathematics and realized that Soludo is just having a pipe dream. He's just having a heavy malaria. Understand me? The highest that Soludo can go in the national politics is a senator. And understand me? From governor to senator. That is the highest that he can go. So
don't you think you're underestimating him?
I'm even overestimating him.
How do you mean, doctor?
I'm even overestimating him.
How do you mean?
Politically, Soludo is a shoe shiner.
Really?
As far as Southeast is concerned.
What are your facts?
What
are your facts?
20, the beef that Soludo is having with P2B, that he was a member of P2B's economic team when P2B was the governor. So 2013, he wanted to succeed P2B. He came from Anambra South, where Mbadinuju came from. So, and P2B is from Central. So Mbadinuju is from North, is from South. Soludo is from South. But Anambra North has not produced governor. And Anambra practices this rotational governor. Understand me? So P2B say no, that you are from South and Mbadinuju, who came from Ihianda, has been a governor. That justice, fairness, equity demand that power should go to the North. And he now prop up Obiano to succeed him. So Soludo took offense. Understand me? Soludo took offense. So since that time, he has seen P2B as his enemy. But the truth is that even if Soludo dies and he incarnates 10 times, he will never reach half of P2B.
Okay.
Understand me? If Soludo dies, come back 10 times, he will not reach half of P2B. Understand me? People don't like him because he's not a good person.
These are strong words, doctor.
I say people don't like Soludo. Go and read in comments where Igbo people are, what they are talking about Soludo. He is a character challenged human being.
So that means what you're saying in a nutshell is that there's an iota of truth in what the IPOB are saying.
Sure. So why he's supposed, even if you read it, he says statement on Saturday that the progressives are going to come together, which means he wants to bury Abga for APC. Understand me? That's the game. Because what happened in Abakaliki was endorsement of Tinubu. He was there, understand, to endorse Tinubu, and now saying that Igbos should not be wasting their votes. But I'm telling him, as an Igbo man, we'll continue to, unquote, be wasting our votes.
Okay, Doctor, this is going the other way, but it's okay. Now, let's quickly touch the allegation. Of course, I want to pick up all allegations before we move to the main conversation. Let's pick up the allegation of Adams Oshomole against the president of the Senate.
Your uncle. Huh? Your uncle.
No, you can.
You said my part of the country. So Adam Akpabio is your uncle.
No, you can only say, Doctor, that it's from my state, but you can't actually say it's my uncle. Okay, as we are not even from the same, local government. All right, so, Doctor, what are your, takes as regards to all of these, heavy words that Oshomole has actually, these allegations are heavy.
For me, the question should be, why now?
We're all surprised about that.
Understand me? Why now? Because the Natasha issue happened almost 10 months ago. You were in the Senate. You saw what happened. You did not talk then up till now. So why now?
Perhaps because Akpabio is coming for him now.
Understand me? Why now? So if Akpabio is coming to him, he should face Akpabio man to man and not bringing up to me issues that are not relevant. So what do you now want Natasha to do? Understand? Natasha had decided that to go under. You now want to go and bring her up again. Understand? Because when Natasha was raising dust in the Senate, Adams did not stand on her behalf. Understand me? Adams did not make any statement in support of her. So why now?
Okay. All right, so we'll just leave that particular response as, a question. Why now? Let's go to the main conversation now. Just like the headline says, Tinubu's court wipes out opposition party. This is what, some other opposition, party leaders are actually saying. And this were their words, And, Doctor, if INEC should decide, to follow what the Federal High Court has said, what legal grounds
do they have? They not decided?
That's what I'm saying. INEC has not yet decided.
So
but the court has asked INEC to do that immediately.
Which means ADC is still there on their website. What are they waiting for?
Doctor, when you use that word, I don't want to call it sarcasm or satire, but for you to say, what are they waiting for?
No, INEC knows how to respond immediately. When they say ADC, go back to status quo, they remove the David Mark name within 30 minutes. So court has given a direction, a ruling. What are they still waiting for? Because for me, I saw these things years back. That's why I titled my book "Abuse of Power." Understand how democracy turned into tyranny of the few, and that's exactly what the Bondame Tinubu administration has turned to. Understand me? Because that section of the Electoral Act has been there since 1999. Understand me? They did not add it today. In 2004, AC has just one state, Lagos State.
Lagos State, yes.
Why didn't PDP invoke that section of the Constitution to deregister AC? Because by then, AC did not meet up with the 25% requirement. Understand? So why didn't PDP, the dominant party then, invoke that section of the Electoral Act? So this is for me, it is a gross abuse of power. Understand? Because this current government know that they have failed woefully in delivering their campaign promises. So the only way to make sure that they'll get back on power is to remove the big masquerades, understand me, from contesting.
Okay, doctor. Let me come from this particular angle. Just like some of their supporters will say, that why is it that it is always easy for Nigerians to call the ruling party whenever as other oppositions are having issues? Why do you think this is the doing of APC? I'm coming, doctor. Now, this question has been lingering for a time, and some people say that why don't you go, fix your home or fix, your party, or do the right thing, follow the constitution instead of always, thinking that someone is actually witch hunting you. Now, you talked about, of course, the president has been in the opposition all through his life before he won the election in 2015, But the main conversation here is, you asked the question, you said, why now? Doctor, do we have to have a certain time before we can do what is right? And the reason why I'm asking this is because this did not affect the NDC, right? This is just ADC,
no, NDC was registered just 3 months
That's
ago.
what I'm saying.
So it didn't affect them.
It didn't affect NDC. Now, for that of ADC, Zen Labour Party, Accord, and the rest of them,
they have been there for years.
Been there for years. And why? If you feel that your party is not doing a lot or is not doing better, just like the AC you mentioned, AC keep evolving as a coalition, from moving from some people from AD, they kept moving to AC, from ACN, and they kept moving. That is the APC we're seeing today.
So 2004.
Yes.
Why didn't PDP evoke this section
it's
of
the same thing I'm saying, doctor. So now, for some of these political parties that knows that they have not been doing well over time, why couldn't they have, merge or form a coalition with other big political parties and moving instead of just, staying like that and this is affecting them? Do you really think that everything has to be about the, ruling party?
If you follow this story, you know that it was the Attorney General of the Federation that first advised INEC. It was the Attorney General of the Federation that first advised INEC to the registered ADC.
It was not just ADC.
And understand me.
Okay.
The target, the focus was ADC. The others is just what we say commentary after the news. Understand me? The focus was in ADC. And when the Attorney General gave INEC that advice, P2B was still in ADC. Understand me? And there's no way the Attorney General would just stand up and make that important pronouncement without telling the President of the country. Because the Attorney General represents the President legally. Understand me? So before he advised INEC, he must have consulted with the President. Understand? And when he gave that advice, P2B was still in ADC. When P2B left ADC to NDC, 4 days later, INEC now said that there's no reason to deregister ADC. Understand me? By then, P2B has left the ADC before INEC now spoke up. Understand? By then, the people that went to court has gone to court on the issue. Understand me? The people that went to court has gone down to court on the issue. But in 2022, there was an appeal court judgment on this issue by a court party. Understand me? So ordinarily, this Justice Nifu should know that there's already a precedent. Understand me? But he went ahead to the register ADC and the court party, then ZLP and AA.
General Labour Party.
Understand me? But mind you, there are still SDP did not meet the 25%. I think you know that.
Yes.
SDP. AAC, Showare's
party,
did not meet this. Why don't you say all the parties that did not meet this threshold? So for you to know that the target was ADC. But to make it seem we are not just fighting one political party, that they have to pick other parties. Adeneke is going to the polls in 2 weeks' time. So which means they had just handed over Oshun to APC. Understand? So for me, that is gross abuse of power.
Now, Doctor, judicial independence. If I would say that our Nigerian judiciary is actually currently facing political interference, how do we get it back on track?
No, the judges made themselves politicians. Understand? The judge, by singing on your mandate, we shall stand.
I think they said it was a mistake at that particular gathering.
I say the judges, understand me. Now, if you are a member of Jehovah's Witness, anywhere they are, a national anthem is going on, they don't stand up. Understand me? They don't believe in this ethnic thing. They are waiting for a new Jerusalem. So if the judges are truly independent, there's no way they will have stood up for that song. Understand me? So for me, they have messed
up. But Doctor, this happened last year. And if you want us to analyze that particular situation again, of course, I am hoping that you would agree with me that they were already, upstand. They were standing for the president, which is normal, which is okay, that the president is about to go deliver a speech, at the podium. It is normal for everyone to rise for the commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
Did you see them singing that song or not? Yes or no?
The song was just played at the gathering.
And you did not see them singing it?
I didn't see them singing officially.
I saw them.
Did they take the mic to sing?
Then Tinubu, you need Tinubu's eye. This is that's it.
So I think this is not working. All right, Doctor. Let's move ahead. Now, Doctor, if you're actually saying that, of course, you said the judiciary have made themselves, politicians, but is there a way that this whole situation can, be redeemed? And the reason why I'm saying this is because I think some of us are not comfortable with that particular statement when they say elections have been won in court. Election was meant to be won at the polls where, people cast their votes and the results are credible enough, and they announce the results and we know that this is it. At the final collation center, we get the results and everybody knows this was a credible and free, fair election. But in a statement where usually you would always hear that elections have been won in court, how do we actually fix all of this balance?
One, because the judges have made themselves complicit, because the judges have compromised. I watched a presidential appeal hearing in 2023, where an appeal court judge, a woman for that matter, was saying, we are going to counter their argument. A judge, a woman, countering argument instead of evaluating argument. Understand? It is a lawyer that counters argument.
Don't you think it was just a slip of tongue?
she's so deep in corruption that she cannot differentiate between a defendant and a litigant. This shows you we are on the part of the defendant.
Don't you think mistakes, she could have made a mistake with that statement?
I say she was so deep in that. She said, we are going to counter the, as I was saying, even somebody in year one in law cannot make that mistake. We are going to counter a judge, an appeal court judge, not even a magistrate court judge, because there are stages from magistrate to high court, and each one takes a minimum of 10 years. Each one, from magistrate court to a high court judge, takes you a minimum of 10 years. So, which means this woman has been a judge for 20 years and saying we are going to counter their argument. So that shows you how deeply involved that she is. Then if a judge should counter an argument of a prosecutor, how do you expect a fair judgment?
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay.
So for me, talking of independent judiciary, it is not in our generation.
So when do you think that we'll get it right?
Maybe in the next 50 years.
Next 50 years. That's quite a very long time. All right, but doctor, let's talk about, let me take a particular extract from what you said, talking about Adeleke, for example. You said in 2 weeks, you know, Oshun, we would have Oshun and Ekiti.
Decides.
Yes, Oshun decides. And now his party has been deregistered by the court, which we're still waiting for INEC, just like you said, you know, to do what he has to do, in as much as, you know, parties have agreed to appeal, you know, and of course to take the matter up. But in this situation,
a court party have gone that to court.
Yes.
The same way ADC went to court
Yes.
this morning.
So now, opposition strategy, doctor. Party A, B, C, all of them have been deregistered. How does this reshape the election of both the one of 2 weeks, the gubernatorial election of Oshun Ekiti, and of course 2027 coalition?
Well, what they are going to do is creating a constitutional crisis, because Adeleke is in court now. If an election goes ahead without him and he wins in the court, what happens? Understand? So what they are doing is just creating a confusion here and there, because they have always been winning through the back doors. They have always been winning through the back doors, and that is the only way that they can win. Because in a free, fair election, APC will be nowhere to, understand me. So it is through this confusion that they are creating now. Understand me? But the issue is this: they have gone that to court. So if I should have Adeleke's ear, I will advise him that to continue on his campaigns. He shouldn't resign that to fate. Understand? He should keep on campaigning until we see the outcome of that's of the appeal of the appeal court case. Understand me? because losing naturally as a human being, it will not affect his the momentum of his campaign. Understand? But he shouldn't do so. He should keep, because this is what they orchestrated. It is a script. Understand me?
Are we about to see a script that looks like that of Imo that saw Opuzodinma win?
Also, everybody contested, even though it's number 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, the number 4, you know, the number 4 as it we were told that number 4 became,
Yes.
number 1. So that's what I'm asking. Are we about to? I don't know.
Because in 2019, Hope Uzodinma got on Imo State has 27 local governments. Hope Uzodinma won only 2. And today, he is the governor of Imo State on the 2nd term.
How did that work? How did that work?
Fenda called it government magic.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about ADC internal democracy crisis, as we may actually, term it. Kenneth, who happens to be one of their, a solid party member, who has been, a diehard follower of Obi until he decided to withdraw, and now the same Obi is not a good person anymore to him. And not only that, now the same ADC that he has been, taking briefs for, has also done what he is not taking lightly. And what do I mean by that? He said the vice presidential, a position was meant to come to the southeast, your region, and not the south-south, my region. So, and when he mentioned that, he said ADC has actually, done, the wrongest move, and they've marginalized the eastern, part of the nation again. What's your take as regards to that?
One, Kenneth Okonkwo has an unstable character. He's not a person to be trusted.
How do you mean?
One, because when I say something, I want to prove it.
Please go ahead.
2014-15, Jonathan Kenneth Okonkwo was one of the diehards of Jonathan candidacy. Understand? There was nothing that Kenneth Okonkwo did not accuse Buhari then. Understand? He gave his all for Jonathan to win. But at the end of the day, Atahiru Jega declared Buhari the winner. 2019, Kenneth Okonkwo become Buhari's apologist. Understand? That Buhari is the savior. It's only Buhari that can put this. The same Buhari.
I was thinking you were almost calling my name. You mentioned savior, so but it's okay.
Buhari, he was disparaging just 4 years ago. That Buhari is the savior of this country. Buhari is this. Buhari is. Understand me? At that point in time, Atiku was running with P2B 2019. He was calling them all sorts of names. Understand? That Buhari should continue. Buhari has done well, so and so things. He was disparaging Atiku, was disparaging P2B. 2023, to Kenneth Okonkwo now, who was disparaging P2B in 2019, P2B became the Messiah. Understand me? P2B became the Messiah.
Doctor, you're really coming up with a very serious track record, so please go ahead.
P2B was a Messiah in 2023. He said that he was using his money to be buying air tickets, to be going everywhere to defend P2B and Labour Party in 2023. 2026, P2B is now the demon. That shows you that he is an unstable character. You cannot bet with such a person. Understand me? Now, Atiku should have a picture. He said, vice presidential candidate from the southeast. Atiku said, spokesperson, which means you don't discuss with Atiku.
That means that you are not a spokesperson.
Understand me? So he is a jobber. He's a jobber. One, Atiku approached Emeka Ihedioha. Emeka Ihedioha said no.
Including Okonjo-Iweala?
No, there's no way Okonjo-Iweala.
But we were told that he did, and she turned it down.
And they're going to Okonjo-Iweala is not even from Southeast.
Okay.
He was from South-South.
Okay.
It's only that her husband is from Umuahia.
Okay.
but her parents are from Ogwashuku in Delta State.
Okay.
Understand me? So Atiku Abubakar approached Emeka Ihedioha, former governor of Imo State. Ihedioha said no. So Kenneth Okonkwo should be aware of this information. That he wanted to pick his vice presidential candidate from the southeast. The person he approached said no.
Don't you think he was thinking so the baton will come to him?
To him. How many votes? He's from Nsukka.
Okay.
Understand me? He's from Nsukka. He cannot even deliver his pooling units where he came from in Odenigbo, Nsukka.
So you're even talking about his ward level now.
As his pooling units. Understand me?
Okay.
So politically, he's a shoe shiner.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about ADC's viability. You know, some would say even if ADC was not deregistered or they're not having these issues, do you think that they were positioned to winning the election? Were they, a stronger opposition?
One, assuming that if Atiku is on the ballot, Atiku will be very, very competitive. If Atiku runs in 2027, he will be very, very competitive.
Do you think he stands a chance of winning as the opposition?
Being competitive does not mean that you must win. At least you will make the first, third position.
Okay, so are you saying that there is any other opposition that is stronger than Atiku?
I say Atiku will be competitive. 2027, APC, APC, ADC, and NDC are going to be very, very competitive. Why I'm picking on Atiku is because, one, as we speak, Atiku is the only presidential candidate from the north. Understand me? He is the only presidential candidate from the north, and we have not really gone beyond the ethnicism in our politics. So if I'm Atiku, I will play ethnic card. Do you understand me? So the only region that cannot be battered is the north because of Atiku. South as a whole have about 9 presidential candidates. Understand me? Adebayo is SDP, and he's from the southwest. So the only region that is still intact as we speak is the north. And that's where Atiku is coming from.
So if I may ask you, do you think the ADC and Atiku is more of a stronger opposition than that of NDC?
I say they will be very, very competitive.
I am just asking a question. I want you to answer the question, Doctor.
Well, because of the mode of the nation, that the South should complete their 8 years. That's the only thing that will affect Atiku.
Okay.
If not, Atiku will get over 70% of the vote.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Anosike, for being part of the program. This is how far we can actually go. Thank you so much. I hope to have another wonderful, head-to-head with you like this again. All right, coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy that particular one. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Well, last night in Houston, it was drama. There person were expecting Portugal to actually defeat DR Congo, but it was stalemate as the coach, the Zebri, actually lived up to his word. He said his team is not going to be rolled over by the Portuguese machine. And indeed, it was 1-1 after Young Wissa cancelled out Jan Neves' goal And of course, a lot of conversation came after that game. A lot of persons were coming after Cristiano Ronaldo, saying it's actually the biggest problem in Portugal's national side. Thierry Henry and co actually faulted Ronaldo for the draw. And of course, other persons are saying Roberto Martinez is not just good enough to be the manager of the side. And some persons are also saying, yes, they have quality talent, but they're not willing to play as a team. And elsewhere in Dallas, another very interesting thing happened. And of course, it is the Three Lions as they shoot, of course, the Croatians. 4-2 that war ended, and Marcus Rashford actually placed the dagger in the heart of the Croatian, the team that knocked them out the last edition of the World Cup. Is it the time we start singing football is coming home? And will a German be the man who will lead the football coming home mantra this time around to actually eventually happen? Or are we still going to wait? Or is this just a glimpse, a flash in the pan from the Three Lions after that very beautiful performance against Croatia? And finally, Akwa Ghana. Ghana did it. 1-0 against Panama. And then it is actually a very interesting group as it stands now. They're behind the Three Lions. Maybe they might just be one of the African teams that will be making it to the next round of the World Cup. Welcome to this edition of The Locker Room. I'm Ikechukwu Ago. Of course, Jerry Apelowa joins me in the studio, and Maiwa joins us virtually. Another very good day to look at what's happening in the world. And South Africa, as we speak right now, they are doing justice to the game. They are hoping to actually get all 3 points to revive themselves. It's a big one. It's a big conversation we'll be having in the house. Jerry, welcome to Locker Room.
Yeah, what a day, and a lot we've seen as far as the World Cup is concerned. And I think this competition has brought a lot of revelation that the 48 nation tournament is actually showing that there's reward for giving more opportunities to other countries to participate. Had it was not 48 nation, countries like Cape Verde, Curacao will not be at the World Cup. We will not see Cape Verde stopping the almighty Spain, European champions, at the FIFA World Cup. So it's a competition that has shown that it has come to stay as 48 team. And so far, so good. We can say, yes, the underdogs have proven themselves. And of course, this is a competition a lot of people will come to remember, because before the competition started, everybody was complaining that the media hype, the attention was not going towards it. But the competition has started, the hype has already started. Even Nigeria, that's not at the World Cup as a nation, Nigerians are feeling the buzz, and they are all lining up against the Bafana today. And of course, it's Africa and Czech Republic versus South Africa. Yeah.
Maiwa at the Atlanta Stadium right there in the United States of America. 6 minutes on the clock. Czech Republic 1, South Africa nothing. Welcome to Locker Room, Maiwa.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. Today, my name is Jaroslav. I'm not Maiwa today. I'm from Czech Republic. Unfortunately, I was not giving birth to in Czech, so I don't understand the Czech language. But, I'm Jaroslav today, and I'm supporting Czech. The hate watching is going on very well. Czech has, has gone ahead, and I'm hoping, they score more goals so that South Africans can go back, the Bafana can go back to South Africa and sort out things there. But then, that aside, we've seen a whole lot of, teams show up and be counted. Nobody expected Portugal to draw their game, and they eventually drew. The criticism that is coming Ronaldo's way, I think it was worth it. The criticism should also go around. All the players did not step up. Although he had a couple of chances that he was supposed to bury, he didn't bury it. I think it was more of a, more of him glory hunting that cost. He had an opportunity that was supposed to leave for their number 8 and decided to go for it, even when he was not well positioned. So I think the criticism that's coming his way is worth it. However, the World Cup is showing something. You cannot, write off any team. The smallest team can give you a whole lot of headache. And we saw that yesterday when Portugal filed out. They couldn't get the result. And, it was remarkable to watch.
Well, Maiwa, before that game, it will interest you to also know that, the Minister of Sports South Africa, Getty McKenzie, was actually urging, the prayer warriors to actually back Bafana of South Africa after, their 2-0 opening loss to Mexico. And of course, he was saying that they need, everyone to be on deck, particularly these guys, to actually pray for them. And I will begin to ask myself, I mean, we only get to see this sort of thing in Africa where, important games come and people start, resorting to spiritual warfare. I don't know how it works, but then why is it that every single time our African side seems to be boxed? Especially people in the sub-Saharan or West African or even South Africa, I don't get to see it, among North Africans. I get to see it among these three groups of Africans that I mentioned. Why is it that every single time when it comes to football, we are boxed, we just, turn to spirituality? What exactly is the problem? Can South Africa actually come back? Will the prayer eventually work, Maiwa?
I think in this case, I'm not a spokesperson for God, but in this case, I think God will be very neutral because Czech people too, they know God too. They also call God. So where do you want God to swing? The bottom line is this: you have all the tools you need to win the game. South Africans should show up, step up, and be much more better than they were in their first game, and they probably stand the chance of winning. God will not come down to do what He has given you the ability to do. He has given them the ability to be at the World Cup. They are there. The team should show up and be counted and not start disturbing God. I mean, we saw what DR Congo did to Portugal yesterday. We saw how they stepped up to Portugal. We saw how Cape Verde stepped up to Spain. So the Bafana and South African ministers should leave God alone. They should leave God out of this and do the job on the field of play and let God rest.
Jerry, 6 minutes, Sedilak, 1-0 South Africa. They're now third on the log. Can South Africa find a way back into this game?
Africa is behind Czech Republic tonight. And there's no way where the whole of Africa is supporting and you not succeed. That's how life is. And for South Africa, I think those two players who got the red card in the first game, I hope they've gone back to take the jobs that have been left by the immigrants that have been driven away. Is it the same people who, as at last week and this week, were chasing immigrants away with weapons and so on and so forth, with aggressiveness? Are they the same people that are doing the prayer warrior? Are they the same prayer warriors? Because I don't know. You go and commit violence, and in the morning you are committing violence. In the evening you want to pray for a team that, let's even look at the South African side. They are not a very good side. They are not even a good side. They're just maybe a little bit decent. They don't have good sense in terms of goal scoring. The goal sense is actually not there. Let's look at this South African team. This South African team has not qualified for the World Cup for close to 7 editions. They only made it to the last World Cup in 2010 because they hosted the World Cup. And since then, they've not been able to qualify. Even this World Cup they qualified for, we all know how that group was rigged to make sure that South Africa qualified. That's why we are seeing South Africa at this competition. They don't deserve to be there. They don't have the quality. They even had to bring a Nigerian to be in the defense lineup, Ime Okon, to help them. And I think maybe Ime Okon is doing the job there indirectly. Because it looks like the goals are going to start pouring in anytime soon. Because I don't know. The South Africans already missing out on 2 key players in the team. It's going to be a very difficult one against this Czech Republic side, who look like they mean business. They actually want this game even more than the South Africans. So at the end of the day, they should just play 3 games and make their way back home so that those jobs that are already vacant, and they can occupy them. They can at least shuffle between playing football and taking up those jobs that have been left by the immigrants.
Well, we'll definitely be bringing you, results and, of course, updates of that particular game as it's going on right there, at the Atlanta Stadium. I don't know. I just hope that, it ends up being an interesting game. South Africa should find a way to actually find the back of the net, at least, even if it's just a goal, before they eventually leave the World Cup. Because as it stands now, I don't know if South Africa can actually make it up to the World Cup. But, of course, football is still very much open. This is very much still the very first half of the game. Hugo Bruce, I don't know what you have in stock, but then I just hope they can find a way, to come out of this very, very difficult position they find themselves. Let's move on to another very interesting story. This one really happened right yesterday evening, would I say night here in Nigerian time, talking about the Portugal versus the Portugal versus DR Congo game. Yes, the Leopards of Congo, these guys are actually the ones who stopped Nigeria from going to the World Cup. So a lot of persons, I think, Jerry, you and Mayowa were talking about how, good this side is. But at the top of the conversation, it was, Thierry Henry who was coming all strong against Cristiano Ronaldo. Of course, Henry actually gave Ronaldo a very brutal, takedown after the game. He was talking about how Ronaldo's impact was not good in that particular game. And of course, Henry said Ronaldo's movement hurt Portugal, crowding Bruno Fernandes' path for a tapping instead of dragging defenders to the 6-yard box. Cristiano had just 25 touch in that particular game in the whole of 90 minutes. And of course, it's the tournament's low. And another person right there, you know, in the studio with Henry, where he was making that remark, also said that football has caught up with Cristiano Ronaldo and it's got nothing to offer. I mean, Henry, Thierry Henry, you know, former assistant coach of the Belgium national side, and also one of the, you know, living legends of football, made this remark against Cristiano Ronaldo. I mean, Jerry, tell me, is this actually fair? Is this remark from Thierry Henry a fair assessment to Cristiano Ronaldo based off that particular game?
Yeah, you don't expect a player who played for Barcelona to have any feeling good, any good.
No, Jerry, based on that particular game,
yeah,
is that a good
based
assessment?
on that sentiment, I think I would not expect Henry to say anything good about Ronaldo, first of all.
Okay, so give me an assessment of him.
Then
of that game.
In the assessment of that game, had it been Ronaldo buried the chances he had, I think it would be a different story. Let's not forget that the best of players in the world have missed chances and gone on to eventually do well in competitions. So Cristiano Ronaldo, you can't take it away from him. He has really paid his dues. He has done well for the Portuguese national team in various competitions. What about the other chances that were left to other players? What did they do with it? So it was just a bad day at the office for Ronaldo and the team. And that does not mean that the competition is over for Portugal. So it would be, will I say, it would be like hypocritical for Thierry Henry to now heap the blame on Cristiano Ronaldo, saying that he's trying to establish that Ronaldo is being selfish. He wants to be the one scoring all the goals. Okay, will you now say that about Messi, who scored the hat-trick? Other players also got chances in that game. They could not bury it. But it was just Messi's day, and he got the hat-trick.
But Messi was almost also the creator-in-chief in that particular game, not just, you know, the goal scorer. He was the creator-in-chief in that particular game. But most of those goals actually came from him starting the attack and then he burying the chance.
Let's also forget, it depends on what the coach actually wants the players to play, what he wants from the player. And I think with what Martinez actually did in that game, he wanted Ronaldo to be the pinpoint man. It was not, his duty was not to try to create assists, because they have an assist king in Bruno Fernandes. He was the assist king in the Premier League last season. So the job was left to players like that. So Ronaldo assisting, not assisting should not be the issue. It should be what was the instruction of the coach towards Ronaldo in that game. And of course, Ronaldo tried his best to score the goals, but it didn't come. So they should cut the man some slack. There's still a lot of games to play at this World Cup. Two games still left in this group. And I see Ronaldo getting the goals eventually. It's not, for the DR Congo side, we saw the way they played. They sat deep for almost 90 minutes of that game. So they were just not even ready to even win that game. And they came for the draw and they got it. That was their mission. It was a good day for them, but who knows? That draw, is it going to take them to the next stage? Let's wait and see. But for Portugal, it's not yet time for everybody to start crying foul. Let's just let this team grow into the competition. Eventually, who knows? They might be in the final.
Mawa, the pre-tournament favorite, 1-1 is ended against, you know, DR Congo. Ronaldo's head on the plate. Fair assessment or harsh call?
Pre-tournament favorite for who? I said it. I said they are pretenders. I don't think they are going anywhere. Even though with the assist king. The bottom line is the truth is this. I think I want to slightly disagree with Jerry. The reason is this. Let's put things in perspective. Look at the Lionel Messi game. I'm not trying to compare Lionel Messi to Ronaldo. He was the chief creator of every of the chances. The second goal, he positioned himself very well. The third goal, somebody else gave him the ball. The first goal, somebody else gave him the ball from the midfield. He was not actively trying to say, I want to score. He only did one solo run, and the keeper saved it. And that was it. Every other one was more of somebody passing to him. Ronaldo was actively getting in the way of others. And to be honest with you, it was, it was very evident yesterday. I mean, I don't have a problem with him wanting to score goal. He's a very dedicated talent. He has done so much for the Portuguese national team. And in as much as I feel Portugal is a pretender because of their coach and how they've achieved, especially at the World Cup, I'm secretly rooting for Ronaldo to score goals and break record. However, you have to put the team first. There were some chances yesterday, about 2 chances that he got, he was not well placed to, to take the shot and decided to go for it because he wanted to score the goal. So you see, I as a very experienced player, as the most experienced player in that particular team, you should be the one, taking out your own ambition and allowing the team's ambition to come first. He did not do that yesterday. He showed poor leadership in front yesterday. Can he improve in the next games? Yes, but was the criticism justified? Yes, it was. I mean, he's a quality player, and you would expect him to bring out quality performance. Yesterday was all about him, not about the team, and that's the reason why they drew that particular game.
So, Maiwa, the other panelists, in that conversation with Henry, actually said football has left Cristiano Ronaldo. Do you agree with him? And before you actually take that, also, let's look at the manager himself, Roberto Martinez. Does he have it in him, what it takes to actually, take this golden generation of Portuguese players to bring the biggest prize home?
Well, if you fumble the golden generation of Belgium and you didn't win anything, I don't think you would do better with a Portuguese side that, some of them are aging out and some of them, are just new. So, to be honest with you, I think he will just overpromise and under-deliver the way he did with Belgium. For the person that says was left Ronaldo, I don't want to agree with that. In as much as, I want to, throw some stick at him because his own ambition was, he took his own ambition over the team. I think anybody that comes out to say football has left Ronaldo is probably talking from a point of jealousy or from a position of hate. I don't think so. Yes, his ambition got the best of him yesterday and it affected the team. However, he's a player that can affect the outcome of a game. If there are 2 games left, let's take everybody back to 2022 World Cup. Argentina lost their first game and they ended up winning the World Cup. So the Euros that they won, they drew all the 3 games and they eventually won the Euros. So anybody saying football has left him, the person just talking from a point of hate. I don't agree with that.
But Jerry, Roberto Martinez, what exactly should he do? And we're having this conversation. It's all about Portugal. We have failed to realize how good, how dedicated, this DR Congo side. They didn't change the way they played across qualifiers. They didn't change the way they approached the game against Super Eagles. And that's exactly how their identity has remained. 21 days they were quarantined. It didn't actually affect the mental state of these guys. Let's talk about this DR Congo side as well as, telling me about, Roberto Martinez.
Yeah, for the Sabre, the coach of the DR Congo side, he understands the strength of his team and the bulk of his players. He understands that they don't have the Cristiano Ronaldo, the Victor Osimhen of this world. They have to make do with what they have. And if you take a look at the players of the DR Congo team, they have a lot of players who can actually defend. The likes of Wan-Bissaka, leading from the back, the Bakambos, even the Wizards of this world who scored a goal against the Portugal. So, and they're relying on that strength. But this kind of pattern doesn't win you competitions. Because if you have a good team that can fire shots outside the 18 and are very good at it, like what we saw in the African Cup of Nations where the Algerians got a very good one against them. Yeah. So if they have teams that can actually deliver outside shots very well, at the end of the day, they might get beaten and they may not go far. But it has been giving them results so far. They've not been at the World Cup since they changed their name from Zaire to DR Congo. That's since 1974. That's quite a long time. And it's already a big feat for the DR Congo side, going ahead to play against the Cristiano Ronaldo-inspired team, holding them to a 1-1 draw. It shows that there's something about this DR Congo side, and what the Sabre is doing is actually making sure that they're getting it right as far as this team is concerned. So kudos to the DR Congo side, stopping the Super Eagles from qualifying for the World Cup, going to the Intercontinental Playoff to beat Jamaica and eventually make it to the World Cup. With all the challenges they faced, they've been able to scale through and still hold the Portuguese side to a standstill. I think kudos must go to them. And let's see how far they'll go in this competition. But that's not to take it away from the Portuguese side. I would not say they underrated them. They came for the kill, but I think the DR Congo side were better prepared defensively.
Well, I mean, Jerry, we definitely must also look at the manager of DR Congo, Portugal.
Yeah, Martinez tried as much as possible to take
the next game against Uzbekistan. How should we approach it based off all of the energy he's been getting from that particular, from this particular result against DR Congo?
I think for Martinez, I think he's lucky that he has a Portugal side that has depth. There's a lot of players he can actually bring into that team that will change the pattern of the team and deliver the result. Nothing stops him from benching Cristiano Ronaldo and bringing him on in the second half. That is, we look at the lineup of the Portuguese side. They have the likes of Rafael Leao, who could actually hurt any team in the world, and the Neves, the Bruno Fernandes, Bernardo Silva. They have quality all over the pitch, so they should not struggle against an Uzbekistan side. Coming from that 1-1 draw, they'll be very hot. They will go for the kill from the blast of the whistle. And if the Uzbekistan side is not as stubborn as the DR Congo side, I think Portugal will get all the goals they didn't score in the DR Congo game. But the biggest game now for them has to be the game against Colombia, because Colombia has proven to be, they started very well. They have also big names in the likes of Luis Diaz, who is on fire at the moment, got a goal and assist in their first game. So I think the most worrisome game for them has to be the game against Colombia, because Colombia is not going to make it easy for them. Colombia will not show them any respect. Colombia will go in for the kill. And not, you might be shocked, Colombia might eventually stop this group, because if they go on to beat DR Congo in their second game, of course, they will not be so nice as Portugal was. And they would have seen the game between DR Congo and Portugal and understudy the DR Congo side. The DR Congo side only plays one pattern, conservative football. And that's not good for a team that wants to be dynamic and beat big teams. If you have only one style of play, everybody will study you, and surely at somehow it's going to crack.
Absolutely, at somehow it's going to crack. Let's move on to another very interesting game we had last night right there in Dallas. England against Croatia. That was actually a very big one. Harry Kane scored his 81st national team goal. Of course, it came after he retook a penalty and a header, and Jude Bellingham's early second half strike powered England to a 4-2 opening win over Croatia in Dallas. The Three Lions were nervous defensively as Baturina and Musa punished them for a very, very sloppy defense between John Stones and Konsa as they actually slipped up in that particular backline. But responded with 22 shots. And of course, late in the game, Rashford finished after Saka link up, and Tuchel loved the second half. And of course, he encouraged the boys to actually, do more. One thing he actually said, is that his team will definitely be growing in every minute of this particular tournament. We actually saw how England actually started this tournament, and of course, as they grew into the tournament, they became, better and better. And of course, England is another team aside Portugal and of course France with a lewd, massive, squad depth, and they also showed it yesterday, bringing in Saka and of course Rashford for Gordon and Madueke. It was actually a very big one. I mean, Jerry, first of all, let's talk about this guy, Marcus Rashford. Barcelona actually dumped, Rashford for Antonio Gordon. We saw it yesterday, and of course after the game, Barcelona posted the picture of Marcus Rashford and Antonio Gordon. More like, these two are players. What exactly is Barcelona going to miss with this guy? And of course, what did they stand to gain with Antonio Gordon based on what we actually saw in that particular game against Croatia?
Yeah, for the case of Rashford, I think he had a decent season with Barcelona, and I expect that Barcelona would have at least paid that money to show good faith, to appreciate his effort last season. I think for Barcelona, I think they need players that can actually take them above the edge. The fact that Lewandowski has also left the club side, meaning that they need firepower up front, those who can bury in the goals. And Lamine Yamal, it looks like he's more comfortable being the showman and instead of the goals. And that is one thing as a Flick has not really done well. He has allowed Lamine Yamal to sit back, relax, enjoy himself, forget that it's not about enjoying yourself and showboating all the time. You also need to add goals to the team. That's the difference between Lionel Messi and every other player during Pep Guardiola's reign. Pep Guardiola made sure that, yes, Messi can be the showman, but add goals to your performance. That will make you a better player than the rest. Yes, that's why you could say yesterday that there's a conversation of the GOAT and there's Messi.
Yeah.
Imagine Messi was all about the show and left the goals to other people to persecute. Maybe that game yesterday would have ended goalless. Yeah, he would have been doing all the show, doing all the trickery and the passes and so on, and nobody would have been there to bury. Take a look at most of the goals outside the 18-yard box. It shows that he went ahead to do the extra to get the goals. That is what Barcelona doesn't have with Lamine Yamal. So I think they didn't see Rashford in that picture getting those goals. That's why they are not confident in spending as little as 30 million to secure him, because that was what was in the clause of Marcus Rashford. And now his fate is not really determined. I'm even confused why Michael Carrick has not spoken for Rashford. Yeah, he should have spoken
but
for
it
him.
seems he doesn't want to join Manchester United again. Something in him.
Yeah, he has already given up on
yeah,
the
something
Manchester
about
United,
Manchester United is already
project.
off for him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's definitely called for, because the way he was treated by Manchester United was really unfair. Most especially under Erik ten Hag, he was treated more like a stranger, and he was ostracized for a lot of time, which was really not his fault. It was because Erik ten Hag didn't really understand the strength of Marcus Rashford, and he didn't give him the opportunities to establish himself in the team. So Rashford scoring again yesterday proved that he still has the quality to play in big games. He's a big game player. He's a player who can show up. You can really count on at least give you a goal or two, or even encourage the team to win games.
Yeah.
That's the hallmark of Marcus Rashford. And of course, for the England team, I think they're blessed with that. They have Harry Kane, and take a look at I think I just saw a stat that all the Bayern front three at this World Cup,
very on fire.
They are on fire. Michael Olise, Harry Kane, and
Michael Olise, got an assist, Harry Kane, 2 goals, and of course Luis Diaz also got a goal.
Yeah.
So they actually arguably the best front three in the world when it comes to club football. But Mayawa, let's talk about the Three Lions. The last time they actually won the World Cup, it was in '66, and the biggest name in that particular, or the biggest conversation or controversy in that particular World Cup was Germany. The goal that was not that was disallowed, that made England eventually win the World Cup. Now a German is at the end, driving the home. The football is coming home. Is it possible, looking at the way they actually approach their very first game? Do they have it in them? Can this crop of players not go all the way to bring the trophy back home? Wouldn't they cave as usual? I mean, we've seen crop of talented English players. 2006 were golden generation of British English players, but then eventually they failed to actually live up to expectation. What's going to be the difference between these guys and the ones we saw in 2006?
The difference is going to be very simple. The center of defense needs to be fixed. If you are being honest, that's one of the weakest points in the in the English side. If you watch that game yesterday, they were very nervous defensively. Attacking wise, they posed one of the best attack in the tournament. Harry Kane did not just score over 100 goals for fun. That's how good he is since joining Bayern Munich. And everybody can allude to it. The front three of Bayern Munich, they are doing so well in their different teams. That shows the kind of quality they possess. However, the problem is this: the defensive situation is not being addressed. The point of the weakness is, the center of defense. If they face off with a team that is very, very conservative and, can hit you on fast break and take advantage of your shaky defense, that might come back to bite them. Yes, they have a very potent attack. They can turn up and score goals. However, if you meet up with a team that will frustrate you and hit you on the counter, your defense, they need to be on their game. Their defense was on their game yesterday. A lot of people are not talking about, the shaky defense because of the scintillating result in front of goal, because of the goals they've scored. However, if England will stand any chance of winning this particular tournament, the center of defense needs to be fixed. And that is where, people might come from Thomas Tuchel. Why in heaven's name didn't you bring a Harry Maguire that was one of the best central defenders in the EPL last season? Why? We could see how shaky, John Stone and his Kosa pairing was yesterday. I hope he fixes that. If he fixes that, that gives them, a huge boost and a shouting chance and probably going very, very far in this particular tournament.
But Mayawa, we actually saw this, English boys, and this particular Croatia team were actually the one who knocked them out in last tournament. And Thomas Tuchel has actually also shown that he's a manager who understands what it takes to actually win a cup competition. Because when he was manager of Chelsea, he didn't win the league, but the Champions League was there for often. He took it against almighty Pep Guardiola. Now he's also taking this crop of boys in going to the World Cup against a Croatia side that have shown in the last 3 editions that they were one of the most stable side in this competition. How far can these guys go? Are they still pretenders?
For me, I think let's not gloss over the results. If you take a look at the game tactically, if you look at it in depth, you will see that there's a problem in defense. Yes, the performance was so good, and also let's not forget, Croatia is going through a rebuilding process. Majority of these, of the guys that brought them a whole lot of success. Majority of them are buying out. Majority of them are on their last leg. So let's not also forget that. Majority of them, they are starting to rebuild their team. So you not expect, the Croatia they played against to be as potent as the ones they played against in the last 2 editions. So that aside, however, we should not gloss over, the beautiful performance going forward. Midfield, attack, yes, they are there, they are top notch. However, what wins you competition is how effective your defense is how alert your defense is how unshaking your defense will be in a tournament. Can that be said for the English side? I don't think so.
Well, I mean,
if you take a look at it, I think for England as well, Thomas Tuchel is making a lot of experiments, and I've not seen a team that do a lot of experiments with the competition proper that go ahead to win it. Yeah, you must have had your nucleus of your team ready in terms of mentally and well organized. If you take a look at that England team, a lot of experiments. Take it for instance, the experiment of Konsa and John Stones did not actually work. Yeah, John Stones is not on form. We saw him last season barely for the Manchester City side, and that's one of the reasons why they brought in Gueye. I was confused seeing Gueye playing from the bench. He was awesome last season, both for Crystal Palace and for Manchester City. He should be a starter. And alongside Konsa, I think he should have been blending them in that 5 and 6 position prior to the World Cup. But of course, Thomas Tuchel wants to take all the praise. He wants to be the one that is seen to be the messiah of the English team.
But whether you like it or not, that's the job of a coach, because it is prerogative to pick
the coach taking all the praise and the attention. Those are the style of Mourinho and some egoistic coaches who wants to be the master planner.
But Jerry, if he fails, he will be the one that will be sacked.
At the end of the day, yes, fine. He will be the one that will be sacked. But somehow, give all the work to the players. That's what Argentina is doing with Scaloni. And look at what Scaloni is still there. And they are getting all the results.
Argentina,
Argentina is leaving all the attention. The coach is leaving all the attention to the players like Messi and Co to step up and take all the shine. And of course,
he's doing the same thing too.
No, that's not what Thomas Tuchel is doing. He wants to be the messiah of the team. Every player, you are not the focus of this team. Anybody can be removed. You know that 3 Lions, the only player that is untouchable in that team is Harry Kane. Every other player is not indispensable. And that's not good, because most of the players...
But that's how it is for most teams. Argentina as well. Messi is untouchable.
No.
Portugal, Martinez came out to say...
Ronaldo, you cannot base Lautaro Martinez in that team.
He did in 2018, in 2022, after the first game.
In 2022, yes, could be because he was not on form. But Lautaro Martinez with the form at Inter Milan... But
before the World Cup in 2022, he was on form.
Then Julian Alvarez, for instance. You can't bench Julian Alvarez in that team because he's been on form. He's on good form.
But then he didn't start the game.
Same thing with McAllister.
He didn't start the game.
But if it were Thomas Tuchel coaching that Argentina side, none of the players will be indispensable apart from Lionel Messi.
But Jerry, no.
Because most of the players will know that they are not guaranteed their spot. And at the end of the day, when the coach starts making everything about himself, he makes a lot of mistakes in terms of selection process. That's why I say John Stones had no business starting that game. It should have been Maguire. And of course, we see a lot of injuries and they're calling up players midway. That shows that there's something about that team that is going to crack because there is no proper organization. There's no proper plan that shows that this is the nucleus of the team. They are making a lot of experiments inside the competition, and that could be the undoing of the England.
Maiwa, do you see an experiment, like Jerry said, or you see a team that is, built to actually succeed? Because back-to-back, this English side have actually got to European Cup finals, and they lost to Italy in the last one, and of course to Spain, the other one. And now we are here again, this same English team. For me, I think I'm seeing an improvement, from what we actually saw. Rashford was absent in last edition. It was actually not picked. This time around,
that's unfair to Gareth Southgate. We saw stability in that team.
No.
If it were Gareth Southgate, players like Harry Maguire and Gueye would have been starting in the 5 and 6 because they were on form last season, both for Manchester United and Manchester City.
So they should have been the 5 and 6. Are you also seeing
there's no stability in that team?
And experiments in this team as well.
Yeah, I think what Tuchel is trying to do is, let me tell you something. He got a whole lot of criticism, when he released the team. Okay. And he said, he knows what he's doing. Trying to take attention away from the player, like Jerry rightly said, is him telling everybody that I know what I'm doing. However, if you look at the thing is because you are winning, a whole lot of people will praise you. However, take away the winning, look at that defense critically. except maybe it's going to adopt the Barcelona style of 2008, 2009, where they outscore you. You score them, but they outscore you. Except that's going to happen in all their games. Maybe then it will work. But in this kind of competition, in a World Cup competition, that there are some games that you will need to rely on defenders to be very, very active, and you have a shaky central defense. What is the justification of a John Stone playing when you have a Maguire on the bench? What is the justification? And you could see how shaky the defense is. So for me, I think it's trying to take all the glory, and this might come back to bite him. People are not talking about it because they won 4-2. However, how did they consider those two goals? Those are the things that, the people need to look at critically.
And I also think Jordan Pickford has really paid his dues, with all due respect. Jordan Pickford, his weaknesses are so obvious. Yeah, and that could be the undoing of England as well. Yeah, with all due respect to Jordan Pickford. I think Trafford with his performance last season for Manchester City, it's high time he's given a chance in that team. So
Jerry, the way you sound, you are sounding like 2K is on some sort of self-sabotage or some there's an agenda for a German to actually destroy this Three Lion team.
No, that's not the case. It's all about ego for Thomas Tuchel. Yeah, he wants to be the man that actually took England above the line and take all the shine. Yes,
but isn't that his job?
Yeah, that's his job. That's not ultimately the assignment. The assignment is to make sure that England deliver
the World Cup.
Deliver the World Cup. Yeah. Gareth Southgate, during his time, he brought stability in the team. The team had an identity. The identity of that team is what Thomas Tuchel brings to the table. And that's not really decent. That's not good for a team that wants to win a championship as big as the World Cup. Yeah, he did it more like, he's doing it more like a missionary side, coming for an assignment. He's not creating a team that will outlive him. If he leaves that team today, he will be in tatters, and a coach will have to come and start building from the scratch. He's not leaving a team that's going to outlive him and make sure that there's a stability, that this player is guaranteed the spot. This is what he's going to do. You are not indispensable. It's only Harry Kane. And that's not healthy. Harry Kane definitely this might be his last World Cup because of age. So what's going to be the future? Everybody is just coming there to just execute the job, and there's no stability. And that is really not decent for a team that wants to go out and win the championship. It might work for him, but it's not good enough.
Well, over 40 minutes on the clock right there in Atlanta, and it's still Czech Republic 1 and South Africa nothing. If South Africa cannot find their way back in the first half, perhaps maybe in the second half, they might be able to actually get that over the line. But let's talk about another African side right there in this particular World Cup. Talking about the Black Stars of Ghana. They did the magic right there, in Toronto, where they actually played against Panama. 1-0 is actually ended where the man Yirinke actually got the final goal. The Ghanaian name can actually be very, quite tongue-twisting. But then it was quite interesting for the Ghanaians. They actually got that one over the line. 1-0 as they prepared to play against the Three Lions. And it was a very interesting game. And a lot of persons, because of the drama, how African teams have actually been faring, how they've been playing. I told you all yesterday that Ghana is going to come off, in style. And Maiwa was actually, trying to run an agenda. Alongside you, Jerry, you're also telling me, that, maybe there's a special purpose why I'm saying this, but I'm saying that for pure footballing purpose. Ghana is actually a very good side. I mean, West African brothers, Jerry, you saw the game. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it betrays what I actually saw in that game when you say Ghana is actually a very good side. I saw the Ghana side barely chasing the game for 90 minutes.
They're not a good side.
Yeah, they're just the side that is just struggling. And if you see the pressure on Queiroz for much of the game, and when that goal came in the 90th minute, you could see there was a sort of relief. For the first time, I saw Queiroz was more like a fanboy. He was trying to raise the fans.
That pressure comes
support.
With first game in major tournaments.
Panama were slick. Panama played like the better side. It was just the fact that they were unlucky in front of goal. And of course, kudos must go to the Black Stars goalkeeper. He was actually the one that stopped the Ghanaians from conceding and losing that game.
It's part of the team.
Yeah, it's part of the team. But take a look at Jordan. Sometimes I ask myself the question, why is Jordan still starting for the Black Stars of Ghana? If you really want to progress as a team anywhere in the world, you need a striker who can guarantee you goals. Jordan can play 50 games and give you one goal that is half a goal. That's how bad he is. He's not a decent striker. He's just a striker who just creates a presence in the 18-yard box, but chances of scoring are never there. I could see barely he had no touches for the first 45 minutes of that game, and it makes me worried. Why is Jordan Pickford the captain? Jordan, I'm trying to say Jordan Ayew. Why is he the captain of the team? Why is he starting? Yeah, he has a lot of experience, but the experience, go and check all the caps he has been given for Ghana. It betrays the hallmark of a striker in terms of the goals he has scored compared to the caps he has gotten for the Black Stars. So they should
is never the main attacking threat, you know.
He was the number 9. Was the number 9 given the responsibility of getting the goals? But unfortunately, I think
he's always been playing behind strikers.
Yeah, but that was not the case. Queiroz, I think he should ask questions.
Okay.
Maybe if he doesn't know, Jordan Pickford is not the striker you want to go for if you want to win games. Jordan Ayew, I beg your pardon, I keep calling him Pickford. So it's. I think I would even prefer if he doesn't have a striker in that team that could do the job. This Semenyo as number 9. Yeah, Semenyo would have done a better job than Pickford. Yeah, you could see that there were a lot of frustration all over the face of Semenyo for much of that game. Each time he makes a pass, there's nobody in the final third to bury the goals. And that's frustrating for a player who plays with the likes of Bernardo Silva, the Haalands of this world. He comes to Ghana and see a lot of average players up front ahead of him. I think we begin to ask himself questions. Why did I make the choice of playing for Ghana? Why didn't I wait for England and an England opportunity? And that's going to be the undoing of the Ghana team. Panama was the best chance for Ghana to at least cement their spot into the next stage. And of course, they were only able to score a goal, which was out of, they had to squeeze out that goal. And that's not really good because take a look at the opposition. They are going to beat England and Croatia, and they're going to play like that. I think they will have to wait for the best result of getting who wins 3 points and start praying. I think they should ask the South Africans where they got the prayer warriors from. Just start praying for them now. Because Ghana, England, and Croatia is not going to be that
as it stands now, the prayer warrior is actually not working for South Africa. but we actually, you know, the game against Panama yesterday, Anthony Semenyo that Jerry mentioned was actually the man of the match of that particular game. And of course, he also said that, you know, the game between England and Ghana is going to be a game of war. All his friendship with the players in Three Lions at this time will be, you know, swept aside until after that particular game. How well will Ghana do? I mean, in the absence of Thomas Partey was hugely fit. I don't know how they're going to actually, you know, find someone to step into. But what lesson should Queiroz actually learn from that particular game? You know, yes, these early hours of this morning.
The first lesson is very simple. I actually thought they would draw. It was 0-0 until 92nd minute. I took a lap, and before I knew it, Ghana already won. The first lesson is very simple. Bench Jordan Ayew. He's only playing because he's the son of Abedi Pele. That's just it. There's no reason he has not contributed so much into that particular team. Semenyo deservedly got the man of the match award. And I'd probably prefer to play Semenyo as a top 9 in that particular game rather than, you know, a Jordan Ayew. So rule number 1, drop Jordan Ayew. It should be surplus requirement. It doesn't contribute anything for the team. Number 2, I think, you know, to be honest with you, they won, but they didn't play very fantastic, to be honest. They are playing against the Panama side, and they should have been able to beat Panama at least about 3 goals. That would probably, you know, give them much more advantage. They are playing against an English side. They are playing against, you know, an English side that is rejuvenated, that is scoring goal for fun, an English side that can put 4 past you. They are playing against a Croatian side that is wounded and will not want to, you know, get kicked out of the tournament. I think they shot themselves in the foot, struggling in that particular game. They had no business to struggle in that particular game. I expected them to win more clinically. I was a bit disappointed. However, the Yorubas will say, Arajale, they have 3 points. Portugal has only 1 point.
Well, it's quite very interesting. Now they actually have to play England and Croatia next. I don't know how they're going to do it, but do you see them making it out of this group, even if it's as the best third? Before we wrap up, Bayowa.
Well, I think if they're able to get a draw, I think against Croatia,
is it possible? Is it possible to get a draw in these 2 games?
Yeah, I think against Croatia they can pull out a draw, but against England it's going to be blue and black beating.
It's going to be blue and black beating. And of course, thank you very much, Bayowa, for being a part of this episode.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I mean, and Jerry, I'm rooting for my new country, Czech.
Well, I mean, still very much in the lead. But Jerry, do you agree with Bayowa that this is going to happen? They definitely will get a draw against Croatia?
It will be very difficult, yeah. The Croatians are already wounded from that loss England. So they'll be looking forward to gather a lot of points. So I'll keep my finger crossed for Ghana. They're a very good defensive side. That's not to take away from them. So their defense might be what will take them to the next level. Then for Czech Republic all the way, I wish they could at least add 3 more goals to this so that at least Africans can smile.
Well, I'm smiling already. I just hope South Africa finds a way back into this particular one. Thank you, Jerry, for being a part of the show.
It's a pleasure.
Of course, if you are definitely a football lover, stay tuned because tomorrow definitely will be here to actually give you another edition of the show. And of course, do not forget to join the guys tomorrow morning at Sport Republic. Kizzy and Afis will be taking you through the world of sport. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Have a great day.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Hi
guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's Vop TV. Keep watching Vop TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Vop TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on. At Vop TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arike the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you.
Tonight, we examine growing tension within the NDC amid rising legal battle and widening concerns about the credibility of the democratic process. Well, in Imo State, a senatorial aspirant, Isaac Nwachukwu, is challenging the NDC and INEC in court over claims of ticket denial and alleged substitution after primaries. The coalition of Arewa youths, it's also warning that Nigeria's 2027 elections could be endangered if political intimidation and selective justice persists. They are also demanding the release of former governor of Kaduna State, Nasiru El-Rufai, calling his detention politically motivated. Meanwhile, the same Arewa Youth Assembly is raising unverified concerns about alleged plots to remove service chiefs, even as it urges stability and support for the military in the fight against insecurity. And in the Southeast, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has rejected endorsement of President Bola Tinubu for a second term by some governors, insisting it does not reflect the will of the people. Well, the party says performance, not political endorsements, will determine 2027 outcomes. At the same time, political activist Kenneth Okonkwo is standing by his allegations of ticket sales within the party within NDC structure, despite legal threats and demands for retraction. His claims continue to fuel debates about monetization of politics and fairness in party primaries. Well, from courtrooms to campaign grounds, from youth coalitions to party leadership disputes, Nigeria's political landscape is heating up. Tonight, to ask, are these developments signs of a healthy democracy or warning lights ahead of 2027 general election? Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in Lagos here, in our studio in Lagos, by Mr. Prince Francis Chilaka. He's a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Prince Francis. And thanks for joining us on Political Lens. We appreciate your presence as always.
Good evening, Okoro. How are you?
Very well, sir. Thanks for coming.
You're welcome.
Now, let's quickly run into it. Now, Isaac Nwachukwu has filed a suit against the NDC and the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, at a federal high court in Owerri, alleging that the party unlawfully denied him its Imo North senatorial ticket for the 2027 election. According to him, he claims he emerged as a consensus candidate after purchasing nomination forms, participating in the screening process, and contributing funds to support the party. Nwachukwu alleges that his name was later replaced by Matthew Omegara, despite being declared the winner of the primary process. He's asking the court to recognize him as a legitimate NDC candidate for Imo North Senatorial District, prevent the party from fielding any other candidate, restrain INEC from accepting another nominee, and compel the party to issue him a certificate of return. Now, the Prince, this isn't the first person to complain about NDC substitution, about substitution in the NDC. How does this speak to internal democracy in the emerging political force? So to say, a lot of people believe that, well, NDC is an emerging political force. And when APC conducted their primaries, ADC conducted their primaries, there were issues here and there. People were expecting that, well, NDC, not certainly anyway, but that it will be different. At the end of it, we are seeing conflicting reports, irregularities and all of that. How do you react to this legal tussle now? Man, the man has gone to court and said, well, you don't do that. I won the primaries. You said it wasn't consensus, so we went to the primaries. I won. Now you want to replace me with another person. How do you react to this development?
Well, Okoro, we are all human beings.
Okay.
There's no perfect system. And anybody who thinks that he could get perfection in an environment engineered by humans is not serious, is not ready. We need to understand the dynamics of political parties. Every party have their own internal mechanism. And sometimes people do not understand it. And people who understand it sometimes fail to accept it the way it is. I think what NDC is trying to do is to avoid what happened with Peter Obi in Labour Party.
Prince, we'll get to that point. Now, I want us to examine the implications of this.
There are no implications. The party, maybe they don't understand. The party decides who their candidate is. And that is why on the ballot paper, there is no candidate's picture on it. What you have a party, just the party logo. So the party has the right to decide who they want to put as their candidate.
But in this case, consensus failed. Not that consensus failed. They say, well, let's leave the consensus out, apparently, maybe because it failed. And now let's go to the primaries. They went to the primaries, direct primaries. This young man won. But now they want to substitute his name for
if you say the young man won, were you there?
No, according to him, the party has not disputed
Good.
that.
The party is just releasing names of their candidates. So for him to say he won the primaries, based on what? What are the parameters? How will you now find, there's a saying in Igbo land that if a man cooks for the community will finish it. But if the community cooks for the man, will he be able to finish it?
But now the man has gone to court.
The truth of the matter is that he needs to understand that the party's decision is above every other decision. I mean, why are people so carried away? Everybody wants to be in power. And that's why I have a lot of respect for Aisha Yusuf. I have a lot of respect for that woman. She understands the dynamics of politics. She understands how the party functions. She did a video recently where she was saying, look, it's not about whether I'll be on the ballot or not, but it's about building the party. Let us come together.
No, she's doing that after she had done all the damage.
It doesn't. The point is, she has come to realize that the party is supreme. So going to court, you're going to ask the court to impose you on the party.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Then he's not a politician. He's not even qualified to be a leader.
Now,
because now he's been tested.
Okay.
And he's revolting. Going to court.
He's revolting because he feels that injustice has been meted out to him.
He should go back to the internal mechanism of the party to work, to find out what has happened. He should be able to do that. It is one thing for you to win primaries or become a consensus candidate. It's another thing for you to have the finances needed to run the elections.
Now, talking about finances, he said he donated 20 million naira to the party.
Well, the party,
and in the list that they released, he saw 10 million naira. So what happened?
Who did he give it to?
I wasn't there. This is what he's gone to court to say all of this.
The party, everybody in the party contributes in one way or the other.
No, but I don't contribute 20 million. And you turn out to say I contributed 10 million. Is that fair?
No, for that one, they have to find out what transpired.
Okay.
It could be a typographical error. I'm not excusing anybody, but whatever you contribute, it must be stated.
Okay.
And whatever you contribute to a political party, you can't hold the party to ransom because you contributed.
But you won. If you win the election.
You are the one that is saying he won.
No, he says he won.
Let him prove it beyond every reasonable
He has
doubt.
gone to court.
Good,
he has dragged the party to court.
Well, let's see how it plays out.
And you think that he's not damaging the reputation, the image of the party?
In what way? This is what makes the party more popular.
Okay, that is what makes
it makes the party. Yeah. Have you not heard a lot of politicians who tell you that they want to be arrested by EFCC so that they can go and contest election?
Yeah, but it also damages reputation. Now, a lot of people are disappointed, in the way things are turning in the NDC.
When you say people are disappointed, people should be more disappointed with the ruling party.
No, they are, and they're expecting that, NDC.
It's all the same human beings. It's all the same. You can never satisfy everybody.
It's all the same human beings.
Yes.
So we should just allow things to run autopilot.
What I mean is that
should we stop blaming the APC because it's populated by humans?
It is all human beings.
Okay.
And when life has been structured, everybody cannot be satisfied. Because when you try to satisfy this person will tell you, you saw what played out between Desmond Elliott and his party. You're living witness to it. Where it got to a point where Desmond Elliott was saying, oh, when I signed the impeachment of the speaker, I thought Mr. President was aware. It got to that level. So that is the way it is. For you to be a politician, there are certain things you would do. You see, when people say President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a strategist, political strategist, I give it to him. And that is how he plays his own politics. He will tell you, step down for this person to go. The reason why parties do that is that the parties are weighing in on their candidates to know this candidate, can this candidate stand the battle? Can this candidate stay with us? Already, you are not even. You have not been declared a candidate, and you are suing the party to court. So if the party gives you the ticket tomorrow and you win, you will decamp from the party.
Okay, now I'm happy that you brought us to this point that we are talking about the campaign, from the party. Talking about taking the party to court, do you think that there might be an unseen hand behind this? Is it acting on his own accord, or because people are already, people's antenna are already tweaking? While this thing, NDC taking NDC to court, what is it going to amount to?
The thing is, a lot of people are taking political parties to court. Most of them are not even the ones paying for the legal hurdles.
The legal fees?
Yes, most of them are not. Most of them they're just there as destabilizers. And you see, the party itself can see through everybody. The party may have looked at it and said, this man is a mole. We don't need him. It's possible. But for me, if I were in his shoes, I would have taken the peace option.
Okay.
To sit down with the leadership of the
party. Now that he's gone to court, do you see any red flag? Do you see any danger in the way of NDC? Because people are saying, well, after ADC, after dealing with the ADC, not me, people are saying, after dealing with the ADC, the NDC might be the next.
No, he's going to court does not affect the chances of NDC being on the ballot.
Okay.
It does not. The only thing the court can say is, okay, we have looked at all the evidence before us. Give this man the ticket. Well, you know that even if they do that, if the court makes him a candidate, he's going to have an issue with the party. Because he's going to begin to behave above board. The loyalty will not be there. And there are chances that the party may even work against him.
Okay.
So, but for me, I think a lot of people enjoy going to the courts. We should always look at alternative, crisis resolution. We should look at it more. That is where we're headed now, not courts.
So you think that going to court is more like stabilizing our democracy? Is it a test of our democratic stability?
If you go to court with the kind of judgments that are coming out of the courts, people are also worried. People are worried about the sincerity of the judiciary. You saw what happened a few days back, where Justice Lifu gave a judgment. Do you know how many people probably developed heart attack because of that judgment? Do you know how many people went to the hospital because of that? Do you know how many people lost finances because of that judgment? So sometimes the courts are meant to be the watch guard, something. But from what we see coming out from the judiciary, a lot of people no longer even trust the judiciary. So for me, I would have told him, if he would listen, go to the party and try to resolve your problem.
Okay, now, Prince, before we leave this conversation, there's this talk, about affidavits, being signed, being forced on candidates in the NDC. You have to sign this affidavit that, well, if you win and get into parliament, you are not going to defect from our political party. In fact, before you even become a candidate, before you announce or proclaim you're a candidate, you must have to sign this affidavit. How do you react to that? Is it morally right?
For me, it is perfectly in order.
Perfectly in order.
And I'll tell you why. We saw what happened with Labour Party. Most people who lost their chances getting the ticket from APC in the last election, they all came into Labour Party.
APC, PDP. I knew people that left PDP and went.
And they came to Labour Party, and most of them got tickets, and most of them, won the election. Where are they today? It's not just, for me, it's not just about signing that document, because I think it's something that needs to be addressed constitutionally. The Constitution needs to be clear on it. The Constitution.
No, there are constitutional provisions.
No.
The grounds of defection.
What is the grounds of defection? It says when there's crisis. But we know that you can always create crisis in your party. We know that. You can create crisis in your party. You can just wake up and give somebody...
So your expectation is that, well, there should be an amendment that even if there is crisis in your party, it shouldn't be a ground for defection.
You see, we need to really, really build the kind of democracy we're looking at. We need to have democracy that have ideology. The kind of democracy we have in Nigeria today have no ideology. So people are just doing whatever they want to do. You don't have Republicans, you don't have Democrats. You see somebody who is a Democrat now, he loses election, he becomes a Republican tomorrow, just for him to be in power. So we need to have, the Constitution need to be clear. If you have to decamp from your party, no matter what, you must relinquish that office. You cannot take your office from point A to point B. You are employed by, for instance, you are employed by VOP. And you want to leave VOP to another media house. And in VOP, you're a general manager. And the new media house, they want you to work maybe as a HOD. And then you leave VOP, you go there, you want to go and take over as a general manager. Does it work that way? Why are we making a mess of our system? Why are we making a mess of the entire thing?
Let's look at enforcement. Let's look at enforcement because, I mean, at the end of the day, this whole thing will end up in court. And so, do you think it will stand strict legal scrutiny?
Well, I know that I doubt if that, because if you're going to court, don't forget that the Constitution supersedes everything.
Okay. And what does the Constitution say?
The Constitution has given grounds for you to decamp. You know, I don't understand. I don't see how effective that would be, but I think it's a way forward.
Okay.
It's a way forward. So
it's good to try.
Yeah, so that people must understand that. I mean, look at all the governors that left PDP to APC. If there was a clause for them to resign as governors, none of them would have left. None of them would have left. The people did not vote you in as their governor as APC. They voted you in as a PDP candidate. They saw the APC candidate in the elections, and they didn't vote that person. And they voted you as PDP. And then all of a sudden, you wake up one morning, you are carrying the responsibility, the victory given to you in PDP, you're taking it to APC.
No, I think that's the problem that we have. It's difficult to decide or determine who the people voted for. Did the people vote for the individual or for the political party? Because if they voted for the individual, what it means is that the person could clearly, well, I was here when people asked me to do the work. I'm leaving this place, I'm going to another place. But if they voted for the party, then it becomes a different thing.
It's a two-way thing.
Okay.
Without the person, there can be a party.
Okay.
Yes, because
we don't have independent candidates.
Yes. So it's you're voting two things. As you're voting for the party, you're also voting for the candidate. And that is why you see every party has a candidate that runs a campaign. That is why you also see there's a provision in the Constitution that says when a serving governor passes on, automatically the deputy does what? Steps in. You understand what I'm trying to say? So for me, I still stand on that.
Okay.
You know, that for me, the obnoxious 1999 Constitution needs to be looked into.
Okay, and so your position is that what the NDC is doing is right to secure.
For me, I totally agree with them.
Okay, now let's move away from that. The coalition of Arewa youth groups has warned that Nigeria's 2027 general election could be at risk if alleged political intimidation and selective justice persist. The group demanded the immediate release of former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, claiming his detention is politically motivated and reflects a broader pattern of targeting opposition figures, while others facing corruption investigations remain free. In a related development, the Arewa Youth Assembly, AYA, has expressed concern over reports of an alleged plot by political actors to influence the removal of Nigeria's service chiefs. While acknowledging that the claims remain unverified, the group urged authorities to investigate and warned against politicizing the country's security leadership, arguing that such actions could undermine efforts to combat insecurity. The Assembly reaffirmed that President Bola Tinubu has the constitutional authority to appoint and retain service chiefs without external interference. It praised the military's recent operational successes, called for stronger support for security agencies, and urged Nigerians to cooperate with the armed forces while maintaining confidence in the current military leadership. The Prince, the Northern youths are talking tough. Release El-Rufai or face the consequences. What's your reaction to this?
Well, I totally agree with them. You know, we have a system in Nigeria that says you are innocent until proven guilty. And I think that, you know, unfortunately, even at that, Nigeria is a country where you get arrested and the investigation starts. And then they will always claim that the reason why they're arresting you is to prevent you from tampering, you know, or having a hand in affecting the outcome of the investigation. The cases he has are all billable cases.
He's been granted bail. Has he perfected the bail conditions?
Well, that's another thing. But then I think that it's also proper that in giving a bail, it must come with a human face. You don't see a man who steals a tuber of yam to keep his family alive. You arrest him, you take him to court, and the court is telling him to go and bring him, you know, giving him a bail condition of 20 million naira. How much is the tuber of yam? There are other people who have cases just like El-Rufai. What has happened to them? Why are they not in detention? You see, these are things that make people feel that there is selective attack on some people.
I can't recall anybody that has a case that is walking free.
Well, Yaya Bello.
His case is in court.
So why is he not in detention?
Maybe he perfected his bail conditions.
Your former minister for aviation,
Hadi Seriki. Perfected his bail conditions.
So why
El-Rufai has been granted bail? Malami has been granted bail. He perfected his own bail conditions.
Well,
so do you think that El-Rufai is a target?
You know, the thing is this. El-Rufai's case is something that everybody needs to be very, very cautious.
Why so?
Because you arrest him on one, he perfects the bail, he comes out of the court, you arrest him for another. Why is it that the security agencies are not coming together to put all their cases against him in one file? Why?
Well, they are all independent. EFCC is independent of ICPC.
Well, for me,
one is at the federal high court, one is at the state high court.
I don't think, violence or threat is a way to seek for his release, but they have a right to ask for his release. You know, just like I would also say, let him go home and the case continues, but it's not something you should threaten anybody.
Now, if the youths think that El-Rufai's detention, arrest and detention is politically motivated,
then there must be a political solution to it.
There must be a political solution, but that is not the issue. That's not my question. My question is, why would the government want El-Rufai to be in detention?
You know, El-Rufai said something, whether he said it or not, but there was this rumor that he said it was, one of the conditions was that he shouldn't participate in the elections in 2027.
Conditions for what?
For his release. I mean, I think
Yes, he said so.
Yes, so maybe that is it. You see, because when you allow a situation for people to have a wrong understanding of what you're trying to do, you give room for suspicion. And whatever you say, people will be suspicious of it. So as it is now, everybody is suspicious of the actions of the government.
Now, do you think that El-Rufai has the capacity to cause damage for the APC or the president's re-election?
Well, he said it himself. He said that he was part of those who brought the president to power and that he also has what it takes to pull him down.
He's not the only one that said that. Amechi said, well, I put you there, I know your secrets.
Well, which
Amechi is working free.
Which Amechi?
Rotimi Amechi.
The vice, the one that's suddenly
yes,
become
article, yes.
The one that to interview that was saying that he didn't buy phone to become a vice president. Forget Nigerian politicians.
No, but Amechi said,
forget
Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Forget Nigerian politicians.
I know your
They
secrets.
are worse than the ordinary masses. The Nigerian political elite are worse than the ordinary masses. All they think about is themselves. Greed and selfishness. That's what they think about. It's about their own stomach, not about the people.
Prince, the question is, El-Rufai said, I put you there, I'm going to remove you. They clamp him in detention. Rotimi Amechi says, I know your secrets. And if I open up, you will lose the election.
You know.
El-Rufai is in detention.
You know why I'm laughing?
Free.
You know why I'm laughing?
Okay, so you think they don't take Amechi seriously?
Okoro, everybody has always said. I remember when Rochas threatened the late president Muhammadu Buhari. Said if he opens his mouth, Nigeria will boil. He has never opened that mouth.
No, you think he didn't have anything to squeeze?
Well, it's politics. It's politics.
Exactly the point. So why is it that
El-Rufai
plays politics?
Don't forget that
Amechi plays politics.
Don't forget that El-Rufai's own was the fact that he came out openly to say that he hacked into the NSA's phone.
Okay, so he's more like a security threat.
That is more like it.
Okay, national security threat. Yes. Now that we are talking about El-Rufai, I'd like for us to talk about something, that happened yesterday. Our own dear Desiani Alison Madeke has been discharged and acquitted in a London court after 11 years of trial on charges of bribery. I think there were 6 other charges and all of that. And she said, well, man is not God. And I mean, I've been proven innocent and all of that. How do you react to that development?
You see, Okoro, I'm one of those who, when people try to say, oh, I won this case because of God, yes, we know that God factor is there, but it also shows that the cases against him, those who were putting up, those who were carrying out the trial and everything, they probably were not ready, or they were not, they were not, they were not prepared. It boils down to the fact that it looks more like it was a political witch hunt, because if you're taking somebody to court and the court holds for 11 years and the person is set free, then it means that you were not prepared from the onset. You didn't have your facts. You didn't have your evidences as the court. The court does not rely on emotion. The court does not rely on social media trial. The court relies on evidence before it. So it's obvious that those who took her to court were not well prepared. They didn't have all the evidence.
Instructively, this same woman, has had money recovered from her by the United States.
I think she has a case in the US.
She has a case in the US, and she has multiple cases here in Nigeria. Property seized from her, court-ordered seizure and all of that. And so the UK case, was it because of lack of prosecutorial diligence or what? Or the strength of evidence? And why did it have to span for 11 years?
Well, I think it's more of evidence.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of people are not even interested in that case. People are more interested in the ones she has in Nigeria. And that's why they wanted her to come back to Nigeria. Okay. Any which way you look at it, her case in Nigeria still stands. So any day she comes into Nigeria, be rest assured that she'll be picked up at the airport.
To answer to charges.
Exactly.
Of corruption. Anyway, Prince, let's see how it goes. Let's move to the Southeast, where this ADC chapter of the Southeast has rejected the endorsement of President Bola Tinubu for a second term by 3 Southeast governors at an APC rally in Abakaliki. We're talking about Francis Nwifuru of Ebonyi State, Chukwu Masoludo of Anambra State, and Hope Uzodimma of Imo State, your governor. Well, the party stated, that's the ADC stated that the governors do not represent the views of Ndibo and described the endorsement as a personal and self-serving decision that ignores the economic hardship, insecurity, unemployment, and rising cost of living faced by Nigerians. Well, the ADC Southeast Vice Chairman Bon Onachukwu argued that Tinubu administration's performance does not justify another term, citing concerns over limited federal projects, appointments, and economic investment in the Southeast. The party maintained that the endorsement does not reflect the mood of the Southeast or the wider Nigerian public, insisting that voters in 2027 will judge leaders based on performance and accountability rather than political endorsement. Prince, governors endorsed Tinubu. ADC Southeast rejected the endorsement. Does any of these groups, any of these two groups, does any of them have the right to speak for the Southeast people?
To start with, the governors have no right to speak for the people.
Does ADC Southeast have the right to speak?
No, let's start from the root.
Okay, from the root. Okay.
You know, the governors have no right to speak for the Southeast.
But they are our leaders.
No, well, they are your leaders.
Our leaders.
No. They are your leaders.
Okay, they are leaders of the Southeast.
Yeah, well, they claim to be.
Okay, they claim to.
Yes, because even them themselves, they know that if you have a free and fair election in the Southeast, some of them will not even come back. Some of them will not even be able to go to the Senate if you have a free and fair election. Because you look at it, you ask yourself, the governors that are declaring support, who are they? Charles Soludo told us he was going to turn Anambra State to Dubai and everything. Where is it? Where are we at?
He's laying the foundation.
Where are we at? The same foundation that APC has been laying in the last 24 years that has created more poverty, created more hunger, pushed people into depression. Is that what you're talking about? We need to see what they're doing to be able to say, yes. If somebody like Alex Oti now tells me, oh, I'm putting my weight behind President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, people will listen. You know why? His work speaks for him. It's like the late Samuel Bakwe resurrecting tomorrow and say he wants to put his weight behind Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The people from Imo State will follow him. Nobody will follow my Hope Uzodinma. What has he done in Imo State? How has you remember during the last election, he promised Imo youths, 4,000 of you are going to Europe, America. How many of you have traveled?
So that was a scam.
It's a scam now. How many of them have traveled? So you don't politicize everything. These people are talking for themselves. They're not talking for the Southeast.
I'm happy that you mentioned Alex Oti of Abia State. Yeah. The last time I checked, he's in Labour Party. He didn't jump ship. And so is it a candidate of the Labour Party in Abia?
Yeah, he's been given a ticket.
Okay, by who? By
Nenadi Usman.
Okay, by Nenadi Usman. So Nenadi Usman is the authentic leader.
No, you're asking as if you don't know. The Supreme Court has made authentic. You're talking about Abure. Abure is not there. Abure is just Tombo fly, looking for necessary relevance. He knows that he has anybody who collects form from him or whatever, contesting, is wasting his time and his money.
Okay, now let's talk about Chukwuma Soludo. Chukwuma Soludo left Oka, he left Anambra State to Ebonyi, by the way, to endorse the governor. And he had said repeatedly, well, ABGA is not going to field a presidential candidate in 2027. Umar, he said...
In 2023, Okoro, hold on, please. In 2023, when ABGA fielded a candidate, how many votes did he get?
Okay.
ABGA should have been a regional party.
More like.
Yes, but it is not. Because what has happened in the Southeast is that people who are hungry for power, they use ABGA to get to power. And they dump ABGA.
People like Peter Obi.
Peter Obi didn't dump ABGA.
He did.
He didn't dump ABGA. He achieved what? He became a governor. He worked as a governor.
In ABGA?
In ABGA. He worked. Okay. He never jumped party while he was a governor.
Okay.
So when people say Peter Obi jumps party, I keep laughing. He didn't. He worked with ABGA to the end and handed over. And that was when that door was closed. So check everybody that has come to power in ABGA. How many of them are there? Do they stay till there? You and I know that Rochas came to power under ABGA. Did he finish as ABGA governor? So when you say ABGA, you ask yourself, apart from Anambra State, where else is ABGA?
Okay.
No, where else?
Practically
And as it is, and even in Anambra, there is no way a Charles Soludo can sway the people to vote against Peter Obi.
I wanted to ask you, how much of this will damage Obi's electoral value, fortunes in Anambra State?
No. There's nothing.
You think that Anambra will still vote
en bloc?
Peter Obi en bloc?
En bloc. The whole Southeast. The whole Southeast.
Now, Dave Umahi said, even before they convoked, at Abakaliki, the previous day he has said, Southeast is no longer obedient. That what happened in 2023 was an accident, and that accident wouldn't happen again.
If
you look at 2020,
benefited
in 2020,
as Igbos under this administration?
No, we'll talk about Umahi. I'm talking about
Umahi because he's the Minister of Works.
No, he's saying that in 2023 that the Southeast will no longer be obedient.
Well, in 2023,
because
in 2023, we were told that there were 4 people tweeting from a room, and those 4 people gave us 7-point-something million votes.
6.1.
I mean, 6.1 million votes. Okay. 4 people. So I don't know where Dave.
Can you reenact that feat in 2027?
We're going to do more than that.
You're going to do more than that.
Yes.
Okay.
See, let me tell you, Okoro. For me, it's about we're talking about leadership for this country, and we should be looking at men of honor and proven integrity. I want any governor from the Southeast or an ex-governor from the Southeast that is not benefiting from the state. Let them come out. Let them come out. At least I know that Peter Obi has come out and said, I didn't even take a land when I was as a governor.
Okay, now let's leave. Dave Umahi says that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the Biafra that the Igbo people have been looking for, because according to him, he has gone back to, that colonial era roads that were abandoned in the South, is that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is revitalizing them, creating network in the Southeast, federal roads and all of that. I don't know the last time you traveled to the East. Those roads, did you see them?
Okoro.
Yes, sir.
There is no road from Owerri. Once you get to Ahera.
Okay.
There's no road from Ahera to my own village.
Is it a federal road?
It's a federal road.
Okay. The one that connects Umuahia?
Good. That connects
Towa.
Yes. There is no road. So what are they talking about? You are from the Southeast. Please mention the roads that have been fixed in the Southeast.
Well, Umahi says it's
no. You as a journalist, as a seasoned journalist, you're supposed to have the info on your fingertips. Which roads?
No, it's not in my place here to say.
It's a political thing for everybody's talking politics. Everybody wants to be in the good books of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But for you to be in his good books, you should ask yourself sincerely, how have I, as a minister, positively affected the lives of the Southeasterners?
Now, the APC vice chairman, national vice chairman of the Southeast, Arudiobu, I don't know if you know him, at some point said that, now the Igbo people decided that it is not yet the turn of the Southeast, and that someone should not rascally, jump out and say, I want to be president because I'm from Igbo land. How do you react to that?
I remember vividly well when Ojoso Carlos said it was not the turn of the Southeast to be president. You remember? But he came out and wanted to be the Senate president. And we also told him it was not the turn of the Southeast to become the Senate president. People just open their mouth and talk. They don't reason. See, the way Nigeria is, we should always know that when the power comes to the South, it is between the South-South, the Southeast, and the Southwest. And I think it's high time we begin to structure Nigeria in such a way that there are 6 geopolitical zones. Those 6 geopolitical zones must have a right to that presidency.
Talking about rotational presidency.
Yes, because
making it constitutional.
Because yes, we need to.
Okay.
Because when it goes back to the north and comes back to the south, what played out in 2023 we want to play out again.
Well, Abacha had that recommendation in his conference, but it died with him. It was not implemented. Now, Prince, let me ask you a very serious question. A lot of people blame Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the Southwest for taking the turn of the Southeast. Who should that blame go to when in 2023 you understand that the harshest opponents of Peter Obi were not from the Southwest, were not from the South-South, but from the Southeast? So who should take responsibility for that failure?
You see, we must blame ourselves. Anyhow you want to look at it, the truth of the matter is that the Igbo man is not ready. The Igbo man is full of himself. And the Igbo man have this mentality, it's either me or no one else. It's the same thing they displayed in 2023 that they're about to display in 2027.
Exactly the point. I was coming to that. That is about to repeat.
Thing. So it's you see, I keep saying that if you look at politics in Nigeria, you'll find out that the North has mastered the Nigerian political landscape. The Southwest has done the same. But the Southeast, we're far from it. Okoro, as soon as Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerged as candidate of APC in 2023, what happened? Everybody from the Southwest endorsed him. Even those who didn't believe in him couldn't come out openly to say, we don't. There were just a few of them. But the people were expecting to say, no, we don't want this man. And immediately they aligned themselves. Why are the Southeast people finding it difficult to align with Peter Obi? It's because Dave Umahi there believes that he would one day, 2031, Abi, he will be president. Charles Soludo believes 2031 he will be president. That has been the problem.
Peter Mba believes that he will be vice.
So it's because of greed and selfishness, not because of love of the people, not because of love of where they even come from. Until the Southeasterners begin to think as if there is no box.
Now, before we leave this conversation, let's talk about the Southwesterners that endorsed the president en masse and bloc in 2023. Do you think that will repeat, given the level of economic hardship?
No. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu himself knows that it's not going to be, it's no longer Uhuru.
Okay.
He understands that, and the party understands that. And that is why the party, clandestinely, is trying to do everything to ensure that, no candidate or no other party is on the ballot.
I'm talking about the Southwest voting for him en masse.
As I'm saying, clandestinely.
Okay.
See, the Southwest, and I have quite a number of friends today. They no longer talk about on your mandate. They don't even want to hear it. Because they have, suddenly Nigerians have come to realize that poverty does not know your political party.
Okay, maybe why they don't talk about it is at that time they were standing on the mandate. We hear that a lot of people are now lying on the mandate.
They're not even lying.
Okay, so what are they doing?
They're tiptoeing on the mandate.
On the mandate.
Yes.
Let's segue into a very interesting conversation because Kenneth Okonkwo, you know him, has refused to retract allegations that aspirants in the NDC were asked to pay for party tickets ahead of the 2027 elections. Despite a legal demand from Peter Obi seeking a public apology and 5 billion naira in damages, Okonkwo has maintained that his claims were based on complaints from party aspirants, including Obunike Ohebu, who allegedly paid 10 million naira during the nomination process, but was later required to participate in direct primaries. Well, through his lawyers, Okonkwo said his comments were aimed at exposing alleged ticket racketeering and transactional politics, while also reaffirming his recent decision to withdraw support for both Atiku Abubakar and the ADC over concerns about Southeast representation. The Prince, Kenneth, says he won't retract his allegations against Obi regarding the order to pay a certain amount of money to the party by aspirants. He's still insisting, I have information that could.
I said this thing a few days back. I said the press seem to be the ones promoting Kenneth Okonkwo.
But he's a figure. You can't ignore.
No. I don't understand what you mean by he's a figure. Because you...
From a spokesperson.
To who?
To Peter Obi. Southeast. In
Southeast.
2023, yes.
Good. Congratulations to him. So where does he stand today?
And he says, he says, Peter Obi is ignorant of you to want to drag me to court. As a spokesperson, I have insider information that can damage you.
Kenneth Okonkwo is an actor. And every actor must know how to translate the script.
So you think he's playing a script? He's acting.
That's what he's doing.
He says he has information
What
that could damage Peter Obi.
What information does he have? Put it out there.
Where he's restraining himself.
Because of why?
He doesn't want to damage Obi.
No. He has already damaged the man already. What else is there to restrain? What else is Kenneth Okonkwo restraining himself from? So, you see, this whole thing about Kenneth Okonkwo, for me, since I told him, I remember I had an interview in a TV station, and I said to Kenneth Okonkwo, please, my brother, go and buy form. Contest for State House of Assembly in Enugu. Go for primaries. If you win, I will be in his campaign team for free. Now, talking about whether people came to him or not, when a man thinks too much of himself, so people came to him as what? As their savior, as the Messiah. Is that what?
Maybe as a former spokesperson to Obi.
No.
If he could talk to Obi
He
on their behalf.
He didn't talk to Obi. He came on air. So they came to, and you remember one of the persons who he claims gave him information has come on air to deny it. The person has come on air to deny it. So a man that is drowning grabs at anything. That's what he's doing.
You think he's drowning?
He's drowning.
No, there's something he said. He said he's not supporting Atiku because, why did you go to the South to choose? You are running mate. He said he's not going to support any ticket that has, neither the presidency or running mate from the Southeast. And so why is he not supporting Obi that already has
Now
a
we are
ticket?
talking now. As I told you that the man is still in bondage. He needs to get himself out of bondage to face the reality. He needs to smell the coffee. Suddenly now, Kenneth Okonkwo wants us to believe it's an Igbo agenda he's been fighting for. Can't you see how mischievous he is?
Is he not? Because he's insisting, I'm not supporting
When you had Peter Obi in ADC, when Peter Obi was screaming and saying that ADC has been taken over by Atiku, what did he say? He said he should stay and go for primaries. And Peter Obi told you that these primaries, the process of these primaries will not be something anybody can take home or take to the bank. So when Peter Obi left and went to NDC, he stayed and was badmouthing Peter Obi for leaving. Maybe he thought that Atiku would have taken him as his vice. Because I remember the day Atiku and Amechi concluded. He was there. He was sitting in the outer...
In the foyer. Yeah.
So maybe he was waiting for his turn to be interviewed as a vice. But what Okonkwo does not understand is that nobody, no reasonable and sensible politician today can trust him. Because he has shown that he has no character that can be trusted. Not a character that should
Prince,
be trusted.
let's have your concluding thoughts. We are out of time.
Well, my concluding thought is simple. 2027 is knocking on the door. Nigerians, go out there, get your PVC, and vote for credible and reliable candidates come 2027.
All right, now this will be a good place to end this conversation. I've been speaking with Prince Francis Chilaka, who appeared here with me on Political Lens in the capacity of a political affairs analyst. I do appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
No problem, of course.
All right, thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, Bass Mayor, sound engineer, and ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndemdiuto. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
PM Nigerian time as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Truth is the ultimate power, and opinions scream the loudest. It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on
A very good evening to you, and welcome to another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People Television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on The Issues, examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from retired generals and reps, minority leader demanding urgent security reforms, to federal government disclosing it may review position on South African businesses over xenophobia. Also, NDC defends loyalty affidavits, insisting it will curb defection. Finally, Dangote reduces fuel price as US and Iran reach agreement to end conflict. Join us as I break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Channel Some People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello, my name is Inedo.
Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into what we have for you today. Concerns over Nigeria's security situation continue to generate reactions across the country. Retired military officers have called for urgent reforms following the killing of retired General Rabe Abubakar after he was abducted by bandits in Katsina State. The former military officers argued the recent attacks involving both civilians and security personnel underscore the need for a comprehensive review of current security strategies. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives Minority Leader Frederick Agbedi has criticized President Bola Tinubu's handling of the abduction of school children and teachers in Oyo State. Agbedi questioned the president's failure to personally visit affected communities and called for greater accountability in addressing the country's security challenges. Adding to the concerns, a new study has linked persistent banditry and farmer-herder conflict in northern Nigeria to worsening poverty levels across the region. Researchers say insecurity is disrupting farming activities, reducing household incomes, displacing communities, and limiting economic opportunities. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by three distinguished guests, and we'll have one who will be joining us later on. But joining us virtually, we have Amy Fiaga. He is a political analyst, an adult and adolescent literacy volunteer. Also, we have Liberty Moruyi. He is a public affairs analyst and a human rights activist. I'm glad to have you join us, Liberty. Glad to have you join us. Can you hear me? Can unmute your device so I can hear you. Okay, Amy, can you hear me? Glad to have you join us.
Good evening. Good evening to our viewers.
Yeah, good evening. Okay, let me start with you. Retired generals, I'm sure you've been following the security situation in the country. You saw how just over the weekend, a retired major general who used to be the director of communications in the military, was killed. Of course, rather not was killed. He died in the custody of the bandits who had abducted him and his wife, May 30 to be precise, and he eventually died in their custody. And now, our retired generals are calling for security reforms. What do you make of this? This is an admission that our current strategy is not working.
General is a sad one to every Nigerian. After all the services he has, provided to us, in securing life and property and our territorial integrity, I think it's really a sad one. My condolences to his family and the people of his state. I haven't said that. I think one thing we must understand here is that we are working with a situation that has to do with a kind of a guerrilla warfare. Some of the people we are fighting today, they live around us, they live among us. The issue of terrorism is not written on the face. However, there are ways, we can actually, rejig our security architecture and ensure that we capture the situation and tackle it squarely. So for them to call for a reform, I think I support them. We need to rejig the security architecture to ensure that we meet the current need. If we continue to remain stagnant and work with the old ways, I think we might not necessarily achieve all we actually want to achieve to ensure the state of tranquility in our society. However, when we talk about reforms, sometimes it is the grammar that people are looking at. Some people will even tell you that it is the overhauling or just sack the entire security personnel. It is not like a reform. We are talking about tinkering with the system. Is there any adjustment we need to make? Is there anything that we are doing that is not right? Is there anything we need to do that we have not been doing? These are the questions that the reforms, that we are yearning for, that I believe the general also calling for, is actually trying to capture. If you check the current security personnel today, I think we are looking at the total security personnel, which include the military, the police, and the paramilitary. We are looking at 500,000 to 600,000 personnel, which is inadequate to the number of persons that we have in Nigeria. We're talking about 200 million population today. How with just 500,000 or 600,000 security personnel were able to secure the territorial integrity, also tackle the internal, the domestic security challenges. So we need to rejig the system. And I think the Nigeria Police Force today, I think we are looking at about 371 personnel. The Nigeria Army, we are looking at about 160,000. Then for the Nigerian Navy, it's about 30,000. The Nigerian Air Force, about 80,000. And the paramilitary, we are looking at about 100,000 security personnel. So put all of this together. There is need for us to recruit more. There is need for us to have people who will actually work with the zeal of patriotism in safeguarding life and property of Nigerians. So I support them if we call for a reform, and the reforms will capture all. As we are reforming the architecture, we also reform our mindset, because the problem is also linked to say attitude problem in Nigeria. Check the way people behave today. Yesterday, you saw some group of persons who were everywhere defending the atrocity of IPOB and ESN in the South. Why? Because they felt that the Southeastern or the people who were involved in that security challenges were their people, so there is need to defend them. Then you come to the South side, the era of militancy. You saw how people were defending the activities of militants. You saw how when Boko Haram started in the North, you saw how people were seeing it as a problem that came, to consume the Christians alone and not the Muslim. But later the thing metamorphosed into a monster that consumed everybody, irrespective of your tribe, your religion, or whatever thing you do. So you see, if we can also work on the attitude of Nigeria to see that, yes, we belong to Nigeria and we have a responsibility, which the Constitution calls obligation, to defend the power and prestige of this nation by living a patriotic form of life where I will see Nigeria first. It is not that my ethnic group first, it's not that my religion first, but I belong to Nigeria first before I belong to any other ethnic group or any religious group. If we are able to work on this attitude, I think it will also help us, because we need a right attitude. Often the time people will always refer to they will call it the sinner climb, referring to the Western economies. Then we think about the people there, the way they behave, the way they talk, the way they see their nation is different from the way we see our nation here. Citizens will only mention their fundamental rights, but nobody is talking about the obligation as enshrined in the Constitution. So it's really a problem. If we can also work on our attitude to see that, yes, we have a responsibility to the nation, whether you are in government or you are outside government, it will also help to enhance the security situation in our country. Then the other one I also think that is also need for us to look at reform is the value system. In those days, when you get to your community and you suddenly become so wealthy, you flaunt around wealth and all that, people will call those wealth to question. They will want to investigate. They will want to know how you made those money. Is it on the noble part, or you were engaged in some criminal activities? And that helped to checkmate the family lineage. It helped to checkmate the value system, even from the community down to the general society. And for that, people, always like to protect their family name, always like to protect their community name, that, in my family, we don't behave like this. In my family, we don't do this. But these days, you see that, no, you see people, somebody who does nothing, it will go out the next 1 month, 3 months, we call with big cars, throwing money around, and people will begin to celebrate. Yeah, he has arrived. How did he make the money? Nobody wants to know if he's involved in kidnapping, if the person is involved in terrorism, in any form of looting. We don't want to understand this. We don't care. We just believe that, no, that is the responsibility of government. We have nothing to do. The religious houses, they are preachers in those days where they say, don't do this. Whether the church, the mosques, or the traditionalists, they will say, we don't do this, don't do this. And the preaching will always emphasize honest living. We emphasize, love for one another. All of these things are no longer there. So If we look all these things are put together with that greed that we saw in the lives of politicians and some of the elite who want to loot everything that belongs to the society for their personal gain to the detriment of every other person, we will see that yes, all of us, we have role to play. As we call for the reform should be in total, the reform should be holistic.
Okay, the reform should be holistic. You're saying that not just the security personnel, everyone, including Nigerians, should actually ensure that our mindsets are changed. But I'll come back to you. Let me come to the studio. We have in the studio with us, we have Mayor John Echefu, who is a public affairs analyst. I'm glad to have you join us, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Nigerians.
Yes, sir. Okay, of course, you were in here when I read the story. This is about the security, the retired military officers, calling for reforms. And this is actually on the backdrop of what happened over the weekend. That is the death of a former major general, a retired major general in the custody of the bandits. And these people are saying, there is a need, for actually reforming our security generally. When you look at it, Mayor, would you really say that the country is fighting insecurity or merely managing it?
Number one, corruption have eaten our military officer to the extent before you don't used to see military men in the road collecting money like police. Today, military men are collecting money like police in the express. So, first of all, we must start from dealing with the corruption within our military personnel. Don't be surprised that if you can have open probe, you see that some of our military personnel are involved in these kidnappings. Some of our military personnel are involved in this banditry. Some of our military personnel are so involved in the activities of the Boko Haram. We have seen cases between the herdsmen and the farmers, where the farmers will complain that when the herdsmen attack them, the military will come and block them from defending themselves. We have seen in different cases in this country. We have some military men, some bad eggs in the military. We are involved in banditry. We have seen in some cases, we have some military men, bad eggs in the military. We also involved in armed robbery. The solution to stop this insecurity in Nigeria is community policing. Because if we are from the same community, we grow together. I know their parents, he knows my parents. I know their character while we are in the secondary school or in the primary school. And I'm among the security in the community. When a stranger enters that community, the community will know that there's a different man in this community. Today, it's like what is happening in Anambra State. We are the governor of Anambra from Udogachi. He was forming. Who are these people involved at the security personnel? And you see, they keep causing one problem or the other. So, first of all, we need to look into the corruption within our military circle. Who are these generals? Who is in charge of the frontline battles? What are their records? So we need to look at the corruption within the military. You see what happened after President Goodluck Jonathan. Begin to review so many atrocities being committed by the people that are supposed to fight Boko Haram and stop it. They liquidated the money, they embezzled the money meant to fight for insecurity. I tell you, it still continues. It has not stopped it today. Then, we need more use in the military. Federal government need to look into the recruitment of youth into the military. You see the level of corruption that is going on. Even people pay bribe to be recruited into Nigerian military and police. This thing should be open for anybody who wants to join military or police. And make sure that they go through the right trainings. Look at what these guys are doing. They are now kidnapping randomly. Judges, generals are dying in the hands of these bandits. Is appalling. Never say it. It's never. This is not the Nigeria that Dr. Knight Azikiwe fought for. This is not the Nigeria that Chief Awolowo fought for. This is not Nigeria that our heroes past fought for. What is happening today is a terrible thing. You know, thank God that our retired generals are coming out to speak up now because a general was involved. This thing has been happening for a very long time. Which way, you see, when you go to foreign, some European countries, every youth must go through military training. You must serve the country at least 1 year. But something like that doesn't happen in Nigeria. So many people in the community don't have the experience or they can defend themselves. Because when the bandit knows that you can defend yourself and he's coming to kidnap you, he knows that it's war for war. So first of all, we look into the bad acts in the military. We now look into the funding of our military. Where are the money meant for fighting of this insecurity? Is it being channeled the right place? Or are they embezzling it? Look at governors today. Look at the amount the governors are collecting from security votes. What are they doing with those money? Do they give account of those security votes? There are things that need to be asked. And that is what I'm asking today. Let the federal government ask the governors where they are putting the money that is being given to them for security votes. They should be accountable to it. Today, look, I can't just understand what is happening in this country. You can't sleep now and close your eyes. Talk less of driving in the night. To the extent, bandits will come to a school and randomly kidnap the whole students. And in fact, these people, after this kidnapping, they don't do willy-willy and disappear. They still walk through the road, enter vehicles, and took those children to somewhere. I tell you, like President Sani Abacha will say, that any insecurity that lasts 24 hours, there is government interest in it. Government should fish out government officials who is involved in this bad criminality attitude that's crippling Nigeria and want to destroy Nigeria. Because if we did not stop insecurity, insecurity will end Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. So it's high time the community leaders, government need to empower the community leaders to set up vigilantes within the community that are members of the community, not outsiders. If you are an outsider, go to your own community and work. So that people can work hand to hand with the police and the military men. And they should be well equipped. It's too bad.
Okay.
Nigeria is heading for anarchy. Because if we did not stop this insecurity, insecurity would, in fact, Nigeria is at the verge of breaking up based on this insecurity.
Okay, Mayor. Okay. Well, of course, I understand how passionate and how how painful this security issue is, but really, we are hoping that Nigeria doesn't get to that point where it gets disintegrated as a result of insecurity.
We already there. We already, what else? What else that have not happened? As we are in this studio now, if you had two people, as everybody went away for safety. There's so many things going on in this country that they are covering up. There are things I will say in this screen now, and Nigeria will shake.
Please don't say them. Okay, well, I'll come back to you. Let's go back to our virtual guest. Amy, you're still with us, right?
I'm with you.
Yeah, one of the things he pointed out is the need for state police, and this has been, looks like he's been on the front burner for a while now. We've seen, the president actually call for the state police. We've seen even the IGP actually, at some point, he implemented a committee to start the process of state. Even recently, also, state governor, I think yesterday, also reiterated the need for state police. Also, these retired officers are also talking about state police. But for them, they're actually saying that they don't have a problem with state police, but their challenge is that states that want to establish state police should be financially capable to sustain such organizations. And all states, according to the retired officers, that all states cannot actually afford state police. But we know that these people, these governors have been given, like he mentioned, have been given a lot of money as a result for security votes. But you begin to wonder, what have these money or these monies, what have they actually amounted to? We've not really seen, Nigerians have not seen dividends of those money that have been given to them in large quantity. When you look at it, do you agree with the retired military officers that state police should just be for those states that are financially capable? And do you also think that, like he said, that state police is the way to go?
I think we want to support some of the opinion. The other time I realized the data, the number of security personnel we have in Nigeria. And I also outlined that we need to strengthen them by recruiting more. However, the guests also mentioned something about throwing the system open for people to be recruited, to enhance the police system, which is also the state police. I support that, but throwing it open, I think, is also the problem I want to point out right now. If we throw this in open without conviction, you will also have the roots going into there. People who will not see this state police system as means for creating jobs for their people. And when you have a system that look like that just for economic benefit, you will not also achieve the result that you so desire, because the mindset will become a problem. Those who will be recruited will be seeing it as me to earn a living, not as me to provide services. This is where we are getting some of these things wrong. It should be a matter of conviction. Do I have that conviction that I want to engage in security of life and property? Do I see this Nigeria, my territory, if I am recruited in my state, do I see it as my home that I want to defend it? Until we have this conviction. And that is why another thing I also want to point, the issue of security vote. I don't think federal government is giving any security vote. Security vote is something that the state government allocate to themselves via their budgets. And it is true that most of them are using these things to do other things. They are dividing it and they are not investing in security situation. Take for instance, Section 11, subsection 2 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, allows states assemblies to legislate for maintenance of peace and orderliness within their jurisdiction, which is within the states. And that bets what they call a Amoteku in the Southwest today. The question I want to ask is this: how effective is the presence of Amoteku in the Southwest today? We have Amoteku in the Southwest, but we still have issue of insecurity. We have kidnapping in Oyo State. Where is Amoteku? So it tells us that it is not just about the recruitment, but for us doing what is needful. And that thing that is needful is the mindset. I will always talk about, emphasizing the mindset of Nigerians. The governor of Katsina State, one of the interview he granted, he was lamenting. He said he learned that in a particular community in Katsina State, the insecurity there was perpetrated by one person who has the voice. So he hurriedly called a security meeting. That security meeting, after they discussed what to do and how to go about it, 5 minutes later, after the discussion, the man, the guy, the terrorist, that deviant behavior, suddenly knew about their plans and what they were about to do. So the question now is, who told them that there was a security council meeting? Who told them there was a powerful meeting organized by the governor and they were coming after him? That boils down to the issue of the corruption that the other guests also talked about here. So you might create state police, you might recruit more people there, but will they do the work effectively, Nigerians? So we need to look at this even as we call for a creation of this state police. I support it, but let it not be something that will be created as means for creating jobs or for generating jobs, but it should be for services, for security of life and property within every jurisdiction. We have state electoral bodies today. How effective are these state electoral bodies? We have state civil servants. Are they being owed or not? So that is where I also support the call of the general that only viable states should engage in this. But what about the other states who are also receiving, I think, a triple of their allocation right currently? The more money they get, some are actually sleeping. If you have, even without state police, you have section 11 who allow the assembly of the state to legislate for the peace and orderliness and maintenance of public safety within your state. Are you governor? You are doing nothing, and what you do is to point at the federal level that they are the chief security officer. What about you? You are also the chief security officer at the state level. The local government chairman is the chief security officer within that local jurisdiction. So how many of them are actually investing in this? This is why I call on Nigerians to hold their public officials accountable. Let us ask questions. Let us ask questions. What are you doing? What have you done in terms of securing your area? What are the contributions from the state and the local government? As we call for this state security, state police, I think if we are able to put all these things together, we will achieve some level of peace within our society that will enable us to go out. Then I also want to advise Nigerians, please, let's desist from exaggerating the situation. If we continue to exaggerate, we are creating tension. And that is actually the desire of the terrorists, to create fear in the society, to make it look as if the security system has been overwhelmed and they are now in charge. So let us not drive their agenda unconsciously, because if we do so, it is to our detriment. So let us be conscious. Let us be cautious of those things we say, knowing fully well that the enemies will always rejoice if we promote their activities, because that is their intent.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I understand that my other guest is in. Glad to have you join us, Liberty Omori.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I've been here since just maybe I've not. Thank you very much.
It's fine. Okay, so let me hear your take on this. The retired officers, calling for the security reform before we move on to what the minority leader is saying about your state abduction. For you, do you actually align with them? They're actually calling for security reform. They're saying enough is enough when it comes to security.
Yes. It's very timely and it is very right. It's a step in the right direction. And when I read the story and I watched this press conference, the situation surrounding the abduction of the retired general, and the wife, it was a thing of, I would not say, it was a pitiable situation that a man who served as the intelligence officer of the Nigerian army was kidnapped by that. And only God knows how many rank officers have passed or soldiers have died via that process and other processes. But one thing we must know as a nation is that we to have military personnel policing our nation, being responsible for eternal security of the nation is unconstitutional. It's wrong. It's even a failure on the part of the government that we now have soldiers policing our states, our roads, and our communities. That's even a first source of failure, a first point of failure. And secondly, to be at 27 years after a democratic journey, we still have a unity police, a one police system in this country. It's a failure. That tells you that we are not ready as a nation. As at now, a man from Zafara who does not know the in and out of Benin will now be posted to Benin to become a safeguard people in Benin. A man from Enugu will go to Lagos to become a police officer. It doesn't work anywhere. Because first of all, the person is not used to the terrain, there's language barrier, and there's cultural shock. So the argument of state police or no state police is not even an argument we have to be having now at all. The argument is now, what is the mega framework? How is it going to operate? What are they going to be the governing bodies? I heard one of the speakers say that the corruption and every other, yes, is right. It's very right. The fears are there. Everything is there. People have now ethnicized terrorists, ethnicized criminals. All these fears are there. But right now, this country is in a state of emergency, and state police need to be addressed. And one thing, if you look at the B on this state police, they said they will take the bill will go to each state house of assembly for them to look into it, deliberate on it, and tailor it to their own needs. Now, on the argument that state universities are not doing well, state electoral bodies are not doing well, even these federal institutions and federal police and all that, are they doing well? Is it not better for each state to have their own policy system, to tailor it the way they want, to get indigens into the system? And on the argument of whether they are going to be funded or where the fund is coming from or not coming from, we will now ask, what is really fueling this terrorism? What is really fueling this militancy, this kidnapping? And I'll put it to you that there are foreign bodies, foreign enemies in this country that are investing heavily in insecurity. The mining going on in the northeast and northwest now, even north central, is part of it. The heavy weapons that are coming to this country, you not discover that these things are not bought with Naira anymore. There are NATO grade weapons coming to this country. All the way from Libya, NATO grade, RPG, you see bazookas, you see what is it, AK-49, AK-47, a different set of weapons. And these weapons are gotten from the money from mining, from whatever, whether California, from Bono, you see different mining, and even from illegal bunkering. So if all these states have their own policy system, whether you can fund your police or not fund your police, it should be your headache.
Okay.
That should be the state's headache. As long as your insecurity does not come to my states, that's your business.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission there. Let me come back to you, Mayor. One of the things the minority leader, the minority leader is speaking, and he has faulted the president for not personally visiting your state, rather, following the abduction of school children and teachers. It's been 1 month and some days, and these children and their teachers are still in captivity. Do you align with him that the president, should have visited your states?
It's quite unfortunate that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, this thing is happening under his watch as the president. I can remember the Chibok girls incident. It was President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Tunde Bakari, Pastor Adeboye, and the rest of them, Bishop Kokadem, when the issue of Chibok girls happened, they did not allow Jonathan to rest. Even to the extent, Jonathan's wife called the families that their children were involved so that they will come, let the government see how to help them. At the end of the day, nobody. That was the joke they were using the woman to be making. And only you follow come. There is God, though. They did all these things from Jonathan up those days. Today, the real kidnapping is what have happened. And what is the president doing about it? You can see the governor of Edo State. That man is the worst human being I have seen on earth.
Be careful, Mayor.
Look at the statement he was making, that if they like, they should kidnap everybody. You see, they are more interested to take positions than to protect Nigerians. And that should be condemned. The governor of Edo State, that man owes Nigeria's apology. He's the worst governor I have ever seen. Coming before the whole world to say, hey, if they can kidnap, they should kidnap everybody, that the president would. You see, it shows you that they don't have remorse. Look at what is going on. And the president, up till now, have not taken any serious step. It's quite unfortunate.
Okay.
Let me see the first time minority leader is coming out to at least speak in a way that Nigerians can solve a truth. Somebody who has heart, who has a reasonable heart, is speaking. Where are the other majority leader? Where is majority leader? Because he's the majority leader. If you come out to say the truth, his party will query him. Now they are more interested in ruling Nigeria than protecting Nigerians.
Okay, Mayor.
And I want to say this, Nigerians should take this opportunity to vote them out in 2027. Because we cannot continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. This set of mindset cannot continue to rule Nigerians.
Okay, Mayor, because of time, I need to allow Amy, let me allow you to speak on this issue before I move on to the next conversation, because we're running out of time. But let me ask you this, really. The president has been faulted for not visiting your state, but does leadership require physical presence at scenes of national tragedy, or do we need results more than actually these symbolic visits?
I think you have answered the question. Visitation, I think, is less important when it comes to results. What do we want? According to Section 14 of the 19th Constitution of the Federal Republic as amended, it said the security of life and property is the primary purpose of government. So today, if we have security, we have the lives of Nigeria that is secured, we have our property secured, we have an enabling environment for everybody to pursue their individual happiness. I think it's better than just ceremonial visits. Also, the white man said something that when the purpose of something is not properly understood, abuse becomes inevitable. Why do I have to say this? Nigeria is a constitutional state. The constitution defines actions, it defines rules, it defines powers. Even the office of the president today, it is the legislations, or you call it the acts of the National Assemblies that define the powers of the president and the powers of the office of the president. So if we have a situation, it is therefore expected that the legislators who are saddled with the responsibility of making laws will capture the current reality into some level of legislations that will enable the executive, to perform. So the question I've been asking Mr. Frederick, the Honorable himself, with all due respect, since we have this level of insecurity, what legislation can we point to today that the House of Reps have legislated to strengthen the fight against insecurity?
Okay.
Is there any? Also, I think the Constitution, which is the ground norm, stipulates that the president can delegate some of his powers to his appointees.
Okay.
So if we have the presence of the National Security Advisor, we have the presence of the Chief of Staff to the President in Oyo and other delegations, I think the President has appeared there.
Okay.
You don't need the President because his powers will be exercised by those persons he delegated. Don't forget the National Security Advisor is in charge of supervising all the security architecture that we have and report to the President. So that man was there in Oyo State. The Jonathan himself, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, my case man, when Chibok girls were kidnapped, did he resign from office? No, he was there. And I also want to appeal to Nigeria that we need to understand that politics and governance or service is intertwined.
Okay.
You can't separate the two. You must have power for you to work. Without power, there will be no authority for you to work. So if people are in power, it is only then they can show out policies that will secure life and property. So these people will always talk about their election and the security of that position for them to have that authority to perform. So I don't think every other person that is talking about their election is out of place, because you need power for you to perform. Without power, there will be no authority.
Okay, thank you. Let's quickly move on to our next conversation. The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has defended its decision to require loyalty affidavits from candidates and key political figures ahead of 2027 elections. Speaking during a televised interview, the National Secretary of NDC, Ikenna Enekwezu, says the party's introduction of an oath of loyalty to candidates will limit defections. He dismissed the claim that the move was unconstitutional, stressing that this is born out of the need to protect the party's institutional integrity by ensuring those elected under the platform stay loyal until their tenure is over. And let me come to you first, Mayor, before I move to Liberty. Mayor, this is your party. You know, that is why I was very happy when this came up. NDC, a new strategy. Are you happy with that? And do you align with them that would actually, that is actually important for people not to defect after they are being elected into offices?
That is part of the new electoral law.
Okay.
And you see what is destroying this country.
You said that's part of the new electoral law.
Yes.
Okay.
What is destroying this country today is when people are being elected in a political platform, the next thing they will collect money and they will defect. That shows the level of their psychopathy. Because when you won election through a party, if you are doing well, it will be credited to that party. It's credit to that party. So, but what we are seeing today, look at House of Reps, Nigerian House of Reps. How many people that have defected from opposition party to ruling party? Ruling party is only interested to have larger number in the house so that when they want to pass bill, anything that the president to bring, one, they pass it. So the loyalty of them is okay. But NDC have more problem within NDC than this.
Okay, what are the problems?
Who are these candidates that we are talking of? These candidates, are they candidates that can win election? Are they the ones that win primary election? Who are these candidates?
So you're saying the candidates that are being, that could come out eventually be on the ballot are not people that won the primary elections?
People that won primary. You see what is happening in NDC? I will talk about it next week. Okay. And I'll mention names. I pray God will give us the grace to be alive and fight for this country. Because 2027 election will define Nigeria. And thank God, the man that is coming out for NDC, the NDC flag bearer for President Peter Obi, is the only man in Nigeria that have a clean record, a clean sheet, that will tell you go and verify. And you go and verify and see what is telling you the truth. I watched his interview of him where he said he's ready to die for Nigeria. Tell me any politician that will make such statement in national television. So I'm also urging Nigerians that 2027, we should put a stop to so many things with our votes.
Okay.
We should put a stop to insecurity with our votes. We should put a stop to corruption with our votes. We should put a stop to House of Reps Hallelujah boys and House of Assembly, House of Senate Hallelujah boys.
Okay. Okay, Mayor, let's allow Liberty. I'm sure you're still with us. We are out of time, but let me allow you speak. For you, do you think that this move by NDC strengthens party discipline, or does it undermine democratic freedom of association?
Political party is just like any other organization. So they have their internal rules, their regulations. If you accept it, you build. If you don't accept it, you can leave them. So they have their own way. Maybe they felt what happened to the Labour Party during the 2023 election, where many persons got won an election via the Labour Party and then absconded and jettisoning the party when the going was getting tough. Like a similar case in Edo State here, where a senator left the party to the APC, 2 House of Rep members left. In Enugu, House of Assembly member, they abandoned the party. So the NDC, they are playing a game of not just a short term, but a long term. So they want absolute loyalty. When I was listening to the secretary yesterday, he was not saying that you cannot leave, but as far you want an election on the platform of the NDC, if you are leaving, drop the position and go. You can go. And they still put on that place on that clause here whereby they said that except the party is having a crisis. The other issue I have now is that with the NDC is that how can you say this affidavit and oath is for all other candidates, but except the presidential candidate and the vice presidential candidates? Maybe they have their own reasons, but I have issues with it. If one thing, what is good for the goose is good for the gardener. And I must state importantly that this will also help sanitize our political system, and also help parties to have the ideology.
Okay.
Parties need to have an ideology, what they stand for, so that people can come in and contribute to the party.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Amy, in just 1 minute, because we're out of time, what do you think about this loyalty affidavits? Please, just in one sentence, if possible.
I applaud the idea of the NDC, but I think NDC is afraid of its own shadow. Because if you look at the current configuration of the NDC, you have more political prostitutes from the presidential candidate Peter Obi, that to Okonkwo. So they are all political prostitutes. So I think the NDC is afraid that this thing will happen. However, they shot themselves on the foot again when they exempt these people who are known as serial defectors. So what are you trying to say? In other words, you have a ground norm, you have the Electoral Act that supersedes every other law. In fact, the ground norm say any law that is inconsistent with the provision of the 1990 as amended remain null and void. The only law that will stand in spite of the affidavit or whatever is the ground norm in case there is a friction. So tomorrow, even when they sign the affidavit, somebody leaves and you go to court to come and relinquish your position because you got it through the NDC. Okay. I tell you, the person might sign the provision of the 1999 constitution that supersedes every other constitution. I say, this is what the law says. So an affidavit cannot override the ground norm. So I think they are just afraid of their own shadow. I wish they were, but I tell you, whatever they do, political prostitution is seen more in the NDC because I see people of questionable character from head to toe in the NDC.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're out of time now. I'm sure Mayor has a lot to say, but we can't take that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Mayor, for being a part of the issues. And that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
As we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is welcome to Hashtag on VOP TV. I am Vivian Oguche, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media. Now, if this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us because it's a whole team working together to ensure that it is a flawless production. That said, I'm being joined by Ikechukwu Agu as we, fly this plane together. Ikechukwu, it's good to have you.
Vivian, good evening to our viewers. Of course, Vivian, it's good to be here, so let's go.
Yes, let's go. If you're game, guys, let's get this show on the road. So the very first hashtag today is breaking. It's also a follow-up to one of the very big stories we brought to you yesterday. It is hashtag anti-defection oath. Yesterday, it came as NDC anti-defection oath. Today, it's coming as anti-defection oath. So it's breaking news. The NDC has come out to say that Peter Obi and his running mate, Musa Kwankwaso, are exempt from the ADC anti-defection oath. So the NDC, I beg your pardon, the NDC's presidential candidate and his running mate are not required to sign the oath. They are not required to attach an affidavit to any of their credentials. And that even if they win the election, come 2027, and they decide to defect, after that, no biggie, is what the NDC is saying.
And The Guardian has it. So let's take a look at the very first post now, and for you to have a feel of how this story is panning out. So The Guardian says the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has exempted its presidential candidate, Peter Obi, and his running mate, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, from signing the party's anti-defection oath, even as the requirement remains mandatory for all other candidates seeking elective offices on its platform. The anti-defection policy introduced by the party leadership compels candidates to sign indemnity forms and sworn affidavits pledging not to defect to another political party after securing electoral victory. According to the NDC, the measure is designed to strengthen party discipline, promote loyalty, and curb the wave of defections that has weakened several political parties in recent years. But that's not all. Let's continue to take a look at this post now, because it's a big story on X right now. However, the decision to exclude Obi and Kwankwaso from the requirement has attracted attention within political circles. And while the party insists that the policy remains binding on candidates contesting governorship, legislative, and other elective positions under its banner, questions have emerged over the rationale for exempting the presidential ticket. That one more paragraph would talk about this a little bit. The development is expected to spark debate among party members and political observers, with some arguing that a policy aimed at ensuring commitment and loyalty should apply uniformly to all candidates, regardless of status. Ketchuku, I wonder what's running through your mind right now. Why do you think the NDC exempted Peter Obi and Kwankwaso? And do you agree with analysts that are saying that, hey, there should be uniformity and all of that?
I agree that, to an extent, when you want to actually make a law, it should actually cover everyone. But then there are also conditions you